Welcome to Bigfoot
and the Bunny,
This is a couple's journey into the mysterious,
the unknown, and the paranormal.
I'm your host, Chris Carr.
And I'm your host, Kristen Johnson.
Together we are Bigfoot and the Bunny.
Welcome to Bigfoot and the Bunny, and I'm your host, Chris Carr. Kristen will be joining us shortly. She is just getting herself prettied up for you guys, and I want to thank you guys for joining us tonight. This is going to be an epic marathon show. We're going to have all sorts of guests from now till whenever tonight, and we're doing a kind of a charity drive. We've got a link, and you can see there at the bottom in the ticker on our Facebook pages. That's facebook.com/Bigfoot and the Bunny, our Dark Horse Paranormal Productions page, and as well as a Paranormal United Network page, a place to donate. And you can donate to St. Jude's through there, and we're going to have a special where the cat, who wants to get in on the action over here. If you donate $25 or more, Lynn Monet will send you an ebook of her latest release that she's been promoting, and I'm sure you've probably seen her here, and we'll be talking to her later. It's called Colors of Heaven. It's about the afterlife, and totally worth it. So our first guest is Mr. Greg Koss, and we're going to bring him right on, of the Shadow Hour, Metaphysical Crossings, and you know him from Shadow Hunters Paranormal. Good evening, Greg.
How are you guys?
We're great.
Doing great. Sorry. I'm a little late to this party.
It's awesome to be on. It's awesome to be on.
Great
It's
to have
awesome
you.
to see you guys.
It's always our pleasure. So
Absolutely.
we thank you for joining us, and we're hoping to reach a few folks. I thought it'd be fun to kind of give back, give to a charity. So if you got it, there's no pressure. You don't have to, but if you could swing it, it's a wonderful thing. Again, I'm just going to reiterate this real fast. If you donate $25 or more, message us the receipt. There is a little receipt button there when you make the donation, and Lynn Monet will send you a copy of her Colors of Heaven book. So that said, Greg, what have you been up to?
Boy, oh boy, nonstop. It rocks. It's been last couple of weeks have been really, really unbelievable. There's been a lot of shows that I've been involved with, and then there's been my shows, and I had 2 endings for the season between Wednesday and Friday, and for some ungodly reason, both of them went a little amok. But you know what? They came through in a pinch, and we finished them off, and that's all that counts compared to going ahead and not coming up with a show. So we had some technical difficulties on Wednesday, so we ran the show over just because we wanted to complete it. And then last night,
That happens. We all know about those.
And last night I lost a guest. So, and it was unfortunate, but that's the type of business that she's in as far as the paranormal is concerned. And that was a great lady, and she's a event planner, and she had a problem, and then she had to fill in. So as it turned out, she was gone, and then I was grasping at straws and calling everybody on the planet and trying to go ahead and get somebody. And one of the gentlemen that I've been wanting to have on for a while fell right into my lap. So it was awesome, and it was a great show. So
That's awesome. Oh, you're able to pull it off, and it's a lot of work doing 2 shows a week. People think you just kind of go live and do these things, and sometimes we do and kind of wing it, but there's usually planning involved and communications, and you got to get the links out, and it's just a dedication of time.
Yeah, Chris Chris did all that because I've been busy, as you know, but
Yes.
yes. So
How's everything going?
well, it's going better. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, I'm glad.
To all of you who follow us on Facebook, I haven't been on a lot, so this family reason why. So just wanted to let you know. But thank you all for being here today with us as well.
Well, we'll just continue with the prayers.
Thank
That's the way to do it. Because you can never get enough of those anyway, right?
No, we can't. But it's been working, so thank you to everybody.
All right. So got some folks out there. Hello, Anne Marie Young. Hello, Anthony.
Hey,
Hello, Joanne. How are you guys? Thank you for joining us. And so, what kind of paranormal events do you got coming up in 2023, Greg?
Wow. Right now, tentatively, it's going to be an event out in South Carolina. Before that, no, right after that, it'll be the Spirits in the Spring in Broadhead, Wisconsin, Hunters events.
All right.
And
Broadhead Manor, right? Is that where you said you were going?
pardon me?
Broadhead Manor.
Broadhead Manor, yes. And
Yeah.
we're gonna have quite a few people there, from what it sounds like. So it's gonna be very interesting. Got some great speakers. We got Patty Negri, and we've got how could I forget this? I can see her face. I'll think about it.
It's okay.
That's all right. Patty
But
is
anyway,
so that'll be really cool.
Yeah.
and
That's awesome.
that one's gonna have, that one's an old school, and it was bought up by a gentleman by the name of Bill, and he is taking it to a new level. They were using it as a haunted house for a while, a certain section of it. So they've got all these different dummies and things, and big full-bodied monsters and that kind of
Animatronic.
thing.
Whatnot.
Yeah, and it's, but they go back to the old time investigations, and they'll just use like the scrying, where they use the smoke in the hallway, and they'll use lights to go to excuse me, and I'm just going to say it and apologize at the same time. It's Natalie Jones.
Oh,
yeah,
Natalie, yes.
Yes. So
And she and Patty both run Paraflix.
yeah, that's
so-
cool. That's really cool.
So they're gonna be there, and I know Bill from Broadhead. He's probably he'll be there because we're gonna be at his place. But the speakers are good. It's gonna be a fun time. It's something that we always done down here in Illinois, and we're sort of branching off in the extent that now we have a real nice venue, and Bill's done a great job on it. So April 22nd to Joanne Stewart, if she's
Okay.
wondering about that. That's that one. I want to check the other one real fast.
The cat was interfering again. Hey, he's naughty
Very
today.
bad. Kenny.
Cat was in trouble.
Oh yeah,
He's in big trouble. He got booted.
twice. He was scratching at the door over here. Wants
Some
to
of this information, when you go ahead and you get it, and you have so much information on your plate at one time, it's hard to find it. Is it on page 1, 2, or 3?
be-
Or
right.
17?
We totally understand. No worries.
If we don't have our calendar up in front of us, forget about it. It's ridiculous.
We
And that's if we remember to put it on there.
we've talked about Broadhead Manor before. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about like how it's actually haunted.
There are, it's what happened to the building was, in essence, a long, long time ago, before it was even built, behind there were some Indian burial grounds. And before the town was there, they brought the railroad through. And when the railroad came through, they knocked down some of these Native American burial grounds. And there's claims that there's not only spirits of certain individuals, there's also Native American spirits. And what happened is, you know, what we experienced and what I captured was that one picture I think I sent you of the Aztec head. So if you think back about, we're not even talking about, we're talking BC, basically, when those Indians, and in the beginning of AD, when those Indians were coming across, and the Aztecs were all the way up almost into Canada, I believe, in the northern Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard to believe that they were all the way down there in Mexico, but
yeah,
it was extremely interesting to the extent that you know, you would see that and you would really start to wonder about how the heck they got there and everything else. But it was really, really a beginning to enlighten us to the sense that I run across this now up by us probably about maybe 5 or 6 times, where it's constantly an influence of Native American hauntings, or just the fact that they don't want their land screwed with.
Right.
And that's the important part. I know that the night that we did do that, Howard's here.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Howard is
Mr. Petrie is in the house.
The night that we, hey Howard, how you doing? It was when we did that scrying, and he put the smoke in the hallway, and they had the different lights, and it was set up that way originally just to show motion. So if there was any energy or, you know, entities that were walking through the hallway, that they would start to move the smoke, and you can see the path they were taking. But under this circumstance of what I was doing is I just came up to the edge of it and I started shooting pictures. And I shot a picture, and I looked, you know, 4 or 5 days later, I didn't see anything when I took the pictures or when I was looking down at it or anything like that. I just literally was shooting them like we normally do, and got done. And about 3 days later, I was going through them, and I saw this one picture, and I thought that looks pretty bizarre, you know, but it was off. Like if you take a picture like this, and then you go ahead and you tilt it like a quarter of the pie, so you move it around a quarter, all of a sudden that image that I had would be, you know, recognizable, because it would be the way it's supposed to appear. And it was like a sort of like an Aztec head, only it had an elongated skull on the back,
and then like a Paracas skull.
And then on top of that was that feather headdress like that they had on the back of the Aztecs. So yeah, it was like,
cool picture. It's cool.
You know, it was one of those things that happens, and I really, really thought for a second that, you know, well, it really doesn't. It plays on the building, but as far as how it influences the haunting,
mm-hmm.
I don't know anymore, because this is the longer we get into this kind of thing, where we're taking basically spirits of haunted individual or deceased individuals that have passed in the area, and they've come to the skull because that was the only place they ever went to or they were familiar with. And then you throw in the Native American end of it. Are they accommodating to each other, or does one move the other one out?
That's an excellent question.
Right.
Excellent.
Right. And it is thought that the Aztecs, and I think it was Aztecs, right? May have gone as far north.
Well, that whole thing, you know, when we were talking earlier, was they say they were there before the Vikings were there,
Yes.
like in Minnesota and that.
Mhm.
So then when the Minnesotas, when the Vikings came through, they claimed that there's that one story about the Vikings where they ran into those people with the dark eyes and the pale skin.
Mhm.
And that was the Aztecs that ran into the Vikings.
Mhm.
So it was like, whoa, you know, you look at stuff like that and you wonder, you know, you brought up the point, Chris and Kristen, about maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. I can't remember if it was Dr. Mike or not, but it had to deal with we are not the first we're not the first time that this world was occupied.
Right. We agree with that. Chris and I wholeheartedly agree with that.
And that's the point.
Mhm.
Is, you know, how many spirits will come back? Are
It's-
these spirits from our realm, or are they from an entirely different realm?
We agree.
And when we look at that, then it's sort of, you go ahead and say, well, this is Uncle Johnny, and really it's
It's an
Yeah,
Aztec warrior.
right.
We talk about that a lot, as you know. We talk about stepping
Yes,
into
yes.
things, right? So
And
Yeah.
that's what makes it all go round.
exactly. Yeah. We're right with you. Yeah.
Right.
You're right.
And there's a page I brought up that
Yeah.
shows some of the Native American mounds, possibly of Aztec origin, there in Wisconsin. So yeah, very interesting.
I believe also that the Mayans have, because they're like, oh, we don't know where they went. They left before the conquistadors got there in South America. No, they came up this way. They came up into the United States as it is now. So I believe that.
It's unbelievable, some of the things that go on. And you know, when you get an opportunity to go ahead and investigate a site like that,
Hmm.
yeah, you know, and it's amazing that you can go ahead and really delve into it a lot deeper than what other people normally do. And here's some of them. Now these are really amazing because I've seen these before too.
Oh, I'd love to go there. Oh my God.
mean, that
I just
almost
want
looks
to
like a
touch and feel like the
pyramid.
energy. Yeah, exactly. Well,
That's what
Exactly.
they were.
Yeah.
And if they're as old as they claim they are, they could have possibly been from the very beginning.
don't even get me started with that, because with the mainstream archaeologists and scientists, I have an issue with these things, because they date them to where they feel that it's in the range of what we were taught in school. And if not, they won't get funded. And I've said this before on the show, and that's cool. And I get upset with that. It really does hit me. So they should be dated, which what you were saying, back 11, 12, 25,000, who knows, years, but they won't do it just because of that. Because it doesn't, it has to
Go ahead.
fit. Right.
It's just for the younger people that go into an investigation site and they just want to go ahead and run into spirits or ghosts, you know, with no real conception of what any of this is about. You know, I don't think they could even begin to wrap their minds around it, because I know how long it took me to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that I'm intelligent or anything like that. I'm just saying that, you know, when you do this for quite a while, you understand how things flow. And I would say it's the web and the flow. and who they're with and who they get taught by, their people, their mentors, if you want to say it, all come into play as far as how they're taught. So I think it's remarkable that there's Ken Helen. That things like this could go on. But then you got to go ahead and think about the other end of it with the extraterrestrials.
Right.
The ETs. So where do you see the connection there?
I think they're here.
Oh, do you think they're responsible for some of the hauntings and phenomena that people experience?
I think that sometimes especially a lot with our communications, as far as the ITC end of it's concerned, that there is a big influence in that. In the beginning, I just thought it was really cool to just capture a voice. And then down the road, when I found out that quite possibly that wasn't really a voice from anything that we would know of, that's the part that really came to be extremely interesting and exciting. And we have talked numerous times about, how we feel about what they really are. If you talk about ghosts and spirits and aliens and Bigfoot cryptids and all that in one, are they all one and the same? And they're all interdimensional. So, you can go off on a real spree on that.
Rabbit hole. We call them rabbit holes.
Exactly. Well, that's because of your program, right?
No. Like Bunny. No, but we've been down. We have to call them something. We have to label them something. And they're definitely rabbit holes. We've been down so many rabbit holes with spirits and things that we have gotten involved with. So we understand what you're saying. It just happens to be a rabbit hole here and there. Not because
but that's a different bunny. Whoa, look at this. That's not the kind of bunny. It's not the kind of bunny I like.
Okay, we're gonna stay with that.
What kind of Bigfoot do you like?
Oh,
he's gonna get in trouble now.
Well, this is a charity show. Come on.
Yes, they're not gonna remind.
Anyway, no, that's where I was.
Donation buttons out there on our Facebook pages. If you donate $25 or more, get a receipt, message it to us, and Lynn Monet will send you a copy of her ebook, her latest publication, which is called Colors of Heaven. It's all about the afterlife. So,
also, all the proceeds are donated to
St. Jude's.
St. Jude's. We don't profit at all.
Yeah, it goes directly to them. It's through Facebook. So it's all good.
I know about 2 weeks ago, we were at another one of those unknown locations that was one of those places that was referred to by a friend of mine as a place that they called it the lab. And it was one of those societies that flourished for men, and it was associated closely with like the Masons and things like that.
The Freemasons. Okay, they called it the lab.
And there's other ones that are very, very close to that. So they have use a lot of the same symbolisms and things like that. And I was always wondering if there was anything that anybody has ever seen, because this was the first time I had been in one. And how the symbolism is, and I can talk Masons because we weren't in the Masonic Lodge.
Okay.
But how do you cross the symbols, and you have different artifacts that are there to produce it, and say, now what if and is there something there that would lead you to believe that maybe it is something a little more ancient?
Yes.
That they received all their, like the Masons with the eye, right? And the knowledge and the thought processes, and you look at that and you go, wow. Well, most of these same organizations across the United States that were there from the 1800s all seem to carry those very close to the same symbols. So it would lead you. There you go. Now there's one that also has an eye in it, and I can't remember which one it was, but there was an eyeball, and
That's, I believe, wasn't that the one that came from? It's the Eye of Horus or something, and it's actually
yes,
Egypt-
from
yeah.
the Egyptians.
which is really cool but weird when you really think about it, because it, like you were saying, it carried over it. So I don't know. There's a lot of interpretation we could do there. Just guessing. I don't know.
I know from that, I was accepted after a interview process with the Warren Legacy Foundation. And I'm interested, basically I like to keep on pursuing the ITC end of it, but I'm also interested in what they really believe in as far as this whole idea of what we're talking about right now, because it shows a different light to everything and how we perceive it. We look at that and we go ahead and you go, wow, well, we know how paranormal investigations are. Did these people back in the day actually talk or communicate with, if you want to call them aliens? Where do they get their knowledge from?
The original cultures, yeah.
The original cultures, especially like the Mayan, they think, is it the Mayan? I think it's the turtle that came down and created the earth. There's a whole bunch of, but the thing is, like, the ancient civilizations always thought that it came from above. They came from above and they helped them build the earth.
Now, I just saw, I don't know where it was, about a while back, I saw it was a drawing that was created that showed a pyramid that was lifted by 2 UFOs. Did you see that one?
Yes. In fact, I think we have that as one of our backgrounds, don't we? In one of our shows. Yes, we've seen that.
Okay. I don't know where I saw it, but it was like, I thought it was from Bill Hauser.
Maybe.
But when I saw that, it was the same thing. It's like, well, okay, all these people have been wasting all these hours and decades of time concentrating on trying to figure out how the pyramids were built. What if they were just built like that and brought in?
It could be. There's also another explanation that some people say is they were moved by sound as well, like frequencies and vibrations through sound.
Yeah, way to focus those sound waves.
Right. So it could have been extraterrestrials that did that.
Yeah, there's a park in Florida.
Oh, the coral.
Coral Gates or something.
No, I'll get it in a second.
We'll have to look it up, but it's made of these immense stones and architecture, and it went up incredibly fast.
The Coral Castle.
Coral Castle.
You're welcome. And he made it for his love of life, and she didn't want to marry him or anything. He made it for his wife. Yeah.
I mean, it's a museum now.
And this is an extremely interesting story, because this was built in what, the early 1900s? 1923? I can't remember.
I forget. It's in, the past 100 years. Just trying to get a good picture of it.
And he didn't want anybody to see. He would only work at night, and he had one apprentice, and he didn't want anybody to see how he built this. And we still can't figure it out, because these weigh tons. And this was not now, but like in our, in the 1900s.
It just leads you down a whole other rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, back to the rabbit holes.
Yeah. It's really.
Let's see if I can get this full view.
When you see the pictures of the pharaohs, and they all have that same shape of head.
You mean like the Paracas skull head? Do you mean
you're gonna have to spell that out for me one of these days, because
I will, dear. I'll put it in chat.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Here's the thing with the Paracas stills. So
Yeah, 2.2 million pound monument made by a single man. Yeah, his name, it was 1923. So we're close on that. Ed Leeds Scullin. I don't know how to pronounce that. Scalman. Ed Leeds Scalman.
Galman, yes.
Yes. Yeah. It's a mystery how he did this. So some people theorize that he used sound.
And sometimes some people think that he used extraterrestrials. But there is one thing that they also were saying that Tesla during that time helped him build it as well. Like his
He did it himself, though.
Yeah.
That's the
with Tesla's schematics, basically.
yeah.
You see when I look at that too, every time I see his name, not only was this man screwed, blued, and tattooed, but he lost all of his connections with the other part, where Edison tried to communicate with him and couldn't. So I think Tesla was the reason they got rid of Tesla was because of his communication that he had, and he wasn't sharing it.
Exactly. That's why he's missing like 20, 2 trunks worth
Yes.
full of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All his paperwork disappeared.
Yes, the government came in.
Mysteriously.
Ugh, don't even get me started.
So now when they arrest me, or they made me disappear, just look for my tie, and then you'll know.
That is quite the tie you've got on.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I'd like to show the audience your tie. You can see the details there. Many fish.
And
Oh.
even-
Fish. Oh, Chris, you want a tie like that for Christmas? Okay.
Maybe.
this is obviously one of my favorite ties.
Excellent.
We all know that. But I sat back and I saw a fish that was caught last 2 weeks ago up in outside of Detroit.
People that don't know, you were
Avid fisherman.
kind of a professional muskie fisher, right?
Yeah, I fished from 2000 to right around 2015, 2016 on the PMTT, which was the Professional Muskie Tournament Trail. He had the same partner all the years. He's like a brother to me, a younger brother. His name is Dale Hurt Jr. And even for the last maybe 10 or 12 years that we've been going on, every year we go to Canada, we go to Lake of the Woods and we chase muskies. And that's what we call it, chasing. It's not catching, it's chasing.
Jason.
And we
Big fish.
for big ones. And, we've always had our share. And it's gotten to me at my age to be the point where it's more interesting to take the whole experience in rather than take your hand and stick it up in the gill plate of one of these fish, because if you move the wrong direction, and I've been lacerated so many times it's not funny,
I can't imagine.
and on my fingers and that, and it you're always thinking about other things. So when you're casting for those long hours, you go around an island and you go to the end, and there'd be a little path coming down to the water where the animals come to drink, and there's 2 trees about maybe 5 or 6 inches around that were about 5 feet off the ground. It's about closer to 6 feet off the ground. Were just snapped off, and they were all coming down, and they all formed a gate. So
Wow.
between my partner and I would always go ahead and say, well, who lives here, right?
Bigfoot.
and we'd start laughing, and we'd go around. There he is.
Yeah, there's one there. Almost
There's
like
a spot.
cryptid things.
Well,
And they're
that's
big.
that's a spot, and then there's barred, and there's silver, and there's all different. There's like 3 different groups. There's an Iowa Lake strain. There's a Minnesota strain, and some of them just have big brown dots on them. but they're, when they get big, they're very extremely fragile fish too. So, you've got to get them out. You've got to get them measured, get them weighed, get a picture, or we don't really weigh them because we don't even like to hold them by their gill plates because of the weight. It causes so much strain on their basically their necks or the bone structure behind their head. But let's get back to where we're supposed to be.
I like the fishing. I like fishing a lot as long as I don't have to take the ones with the teeth off the hook. That would be for Chris. I am good with that because I've been bitten.
Chris has had his share of huge fish, so
Yes.
he said he had some monsters. And,
I was very into striper fishing for a number of years.
Well, there you go.
Stuart.
A surf caster, so
It's like
mostly fishing from the shore, but
That's
I
like
can't on a boat.
that's like hooking a motorboat onto your bait.
Yeah, a tuna is like that. You see the guys that fish for tuna, and that's quite a thing. It is like you hooked a Volkswagen. I haven't landed one, but I did hook a tuna before, as well as a blue shark. It was a good sized shark. We went sharking. That was pretty cool, But that's fun.
I just wanted to mention this, but Joanne Stewart fishes for trout, pickerel, and pike. Pikes are huge. I've seen these things, and they're a little scary to me.
They got teeth.
You see, there's a difference between a pike and a muskie. They all come from the Esox family.
Okay, because it did look like a pike when you put
but they have different smelling slimes.
Is that right?
And to me, muskies are much more adorable.
Adorable.
When you get the smell on your hands, and you go, "Oh, that muskie."
Yeah, muskie.
It's musky.
But
well, that's pretty cool. Back to the paranormal. Let people know, like, when your show is gonna pick up. I think you're done for the month, right? But
yes.
Start back up in January.
It's great to be. It's great to be free for a while and not have a schedule set up. The only thing I'm going to be doing is setting up more guests. Getting guests coming in, and I already have Andrea Perron set up, Perrin.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll be on the first Friday that we're there, which is the 6th.
That's great. Andrea's
we're going to pre-record that with her the day before because she's such a busy lady. So
she's the real life Conjuring daughter.
Yes.
If you're a fan of those Conjuring movies, especially the first one, she is the daughter that's shown in the movie. She actually grew up in the Conjuring house.
Yes.
We had the pleasure of walking through her bedroom.
Yes, we did.
In her old estate,
Yes.
if you will, in the farmhouse.
Now, have you guys met her too?
Yes. We have, and she's a really nice lady. She gave us a big hug, and she had wonderful energy. That she's like super down to earth.
That's what I was curious about, is her hug.
Oh my goodness. You have to feel the energy that comes from that woman. It is an absolute, like an embracing, very light and just energy.
Mm.
Can't explain it right now. It's just amazing.
Oh yeah, she's wild. I have a great time talking to her. She's got some wonderful stories, of course.
And she's funny as heck.
And she's also into the extraterrestrial phenomenon.
Yes.
Which is a side of things that didn't show in that movie. I see Reginald out there. Randall.
Reggie's here.
Reggie.
He's in the audience, and I believe you're going to be doing something with Reginald coming up this year.
Yeah, we are. We've got he's the man behind the how it works. I'm just there to help him along if I can. Mm-hmm. And really, he's an absolutely amazing person. It's been a real blessing to know that I've had the opportunity to work with him and continue on. And some of the things that he's done in the last 6 months are just amazing. I know that first time we met him, Sharon Moretz from Shadowhunters and myself met him and his wife, Chrissy, and we were up on the border at a cemetery.
Christy. Yes.
Chrissy or Christy?
Christy. That's right.
Christy.
You're talking about Reginald, right?
There's so many.
There's so many of us.
You know, I prefer the one that ends in an N, you know, and then all the other ones are, you know, they're just the different
Sorry.
spellings and everything. No, you're the one I prefer.
I also okay. Thank you.
But when you see, when we went out there with him, he opened up the trunk of his car, and there's people that are addicted to equipment, and there's people. I'm addicted to musky fishing baits, and I'm sure Chris has got his share, and it's the same thing with equipment and the paranormal. That it's just absolutely insane. And this guy has got more gear than Carter's.
She likes Christy.
Okay. Sorry, Reggie.
Oh, that's I want to get around to the show,
It's
though.
nice,
You're
yeah.
going to be hosting a show with him.
Yes.
Perfectly Normal Paranormal Communications. I believe is going to be the show title. And Reginald, of course, runs the page on Facebook, Led to the Light Productions.
So we're going to be going ahead and fine tuning it before we really start out in January, and working on how we're going to be able to get all these things to happen at the same time. And as far as him and I are concerned, as far as our communication, how the methods we prefer to contact spirit. And, you know, Reggie's the kind of guy, he doesn't need any machines.
No, he does not.
So, you know,
He is a machine.
after 3 weeks, he could just throw me out in the trash and just keep on going by himself.
No.
I think you guys would be great together, and we're looking forward to seeing that. You know, we get a little teaser.
It's going to be really great, I think,
on that.
in a relationship that it's a crossing of minds, and
Mhm.
this is his life. You know, a lot of us, this is what we have.
And it's very ITC based as well.
Right. And, you know, I will continue to pursue what I do too,
Mhm.
because I know that, you know, on metaphysical, we're going to try to go ahead and keep that part going and carrying that on. And I know I've had a lot of help with another part of my family, which is Supernatural Inc.
Yes.
And the haunting at Mill Creek, I want to say, is the name of, if you look it up now, that's going to be the event in South Carolina. And is it there?
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. I remember
Okay.
Brandon talking about it, Brandon Cooper.
And you know, we went ahead and we're talking about how he's going to have it all set up, and there's going to be people with tents. People are going to be able to sleep outside and then sleep inside. If they make one more sound, I'm going to go ahead and start telling
You get the
people.
belt
Your
out.
children? No, your grandchildren. Those are your grandchildren.
They're
correct?
all
Listen
upstairs.
to that.
And,
That's awesome.
you know, there's no, I can't really close the door because it's a spiral staircase.
Ooh,
So
that's
that's
okay.
That's why you can
It's
hear them. I apologize.
Family.
No worries.
Don't
No worries.
don't apologize.
We're glad you have your
Family.
family.
Yes.
It's the time of year, you know.
Well,
That's
they were
great.
they were already halfway down the stairs looking to see who was on with me. So,
It's so cute. I love it.
looking through the bars, like
Aw.
a little jail cell.
Let me out of the cage.
But Supernatural Inc. Brandon works for Supernatural Inc.
Mhm.
And I am part of the family there too. And you know, everybody that, like you guys have a great piece of equipment from them too. And you know,
We do.
it's the kind of thing that carries us. you know, and they put a lot of time and effort into it because that's Katie Stafford
Hmm.
and his wife Katie. And I just got a hoodie the other day, and it's upstairs, but it's a. There you go.
Yeah, that's our box there. Nanocom.
There's
Very
the other Nanocom.
Yeah, these are custom boxes.
101 and 102. 102,
That's
202.
That's right.
And then
I like
this,
the other one that you have, the bigger one. Yeah. I swear to God, you put it on, it said Reggie.
It might have.
I swear he put that on, and the first thing that it was said was Reggie. We have to listen to this back.
that's pretty interesting.
But I do
It
like
wouldn't
that one,
surprise me.
that new one that you have. I
This,
like
this one. This one I got from them, and this is
Ink box.
so. This will be. This is an S box, ink box S, and I just this came with the sweatshirt, so I have to go ahead and the batteries are in it. It's ready to go. I just haven't used it yet. But you know, the instructionals is going to be when you go ahead and you start flipping dials and figuring out how to set it. And it's a great addition. It's got a flashlight on the side and everything built all in, so you don't need to carry anything else with you.
that is so cool. That is great.
And it's AM FM, and it's sort of like it's got shortwave on there too. So the selector switch will take you from AM FM shortwave, and the sweep is random, I want to say, on it.
Can you adjust
And
the sweep? Like,
I haven't looked into that yet.
okay.
I couldn't tell you for sure, but
Yeah.
you know, they're great. It's just all part of our family, you know.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And speaking of families, we
Yes.
also got our FearFest Paracon, aka Paranormal United Network folks out there in the audience. We're also having an event in 2023, and let me just share that page real quick. I'm gonna stop this one.
You were on that before I was. Thank you.
There it is. Paralanxfearfest.com. And I'll show you that page real quick. You know when that's happening. When that's happening, Captain.
Happened, Captain.
And that's part of our wonderful Paranormal United Network family.
Our
The Paralanx.
Yes. Thank you to you all.
You guys are awesome.
We love you.
There's Chrissy. Now Chrissy spells her name a little different. And now Stephen did Stephen put this up?
Mr.
And there's
Howard.
Howard.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're all going to be there.
Courtney.
We're hoping to get down there possibly, but you know, we just haven't promised on it. It's a haul for us, but we'd love to go and be part of this. So
Okay.
Absolutely.
Stephen shared it, so that's Stephen. It's a great time, Stephen. It's going to be awesome for you guys. That's for sure. And are you guys going down too?
we're thinking about it. It's next October. It's going to be the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, 2023. There's a lot of 20s in there.
Yes, there is.
But yeah, we may be part of that. So definitely want to give those folks props. We love you guys, so thank you.
I've been trying to get Howard on for about the last 3 months, but I tried to tell him that I was all filled up. You know, I had everybody scheduled and everything, and you know, and now I feel bad. But Howard, it's going to happen. Please believe me. You and Chrissy and whoever else you have on one of your shows, just bring them on, and we'll just get crazy.
Hey, Steven. What's up?
Hello,
Hi,
Mr.
Stephen.
Woodward.
What's going
I'm saying
on?
that now in the chat.
Great gentleman too.
Absolutely.
Reginald says it did say Reginald when they turned on the box, and he said that his computer started freezing up just before the original came out. So,
All my pages that I have up all froze except for YouTube when that happened.
No, wouldn't
That's what, that's been happening.
It's weird. That was weird. That was just
I think Reggie was spying on us the other night on Metaphysical Crossing. That's why that froze up in the beginning, Reggie. That's just between you and me. I won't let the cat out of the bag. I don't know how you did it. But
It's Reggie.
it's just Reggie.
Let's see. Actually, I'm going to see if I can play this video so it'll come across the audio. This here, because this looks pretty cool. Paranormal Swamp Investigations. Yeah, it sounds like it's coming through.
Yeah, our computer.
Computer instead. But pretty cool. Pretty cool. Love the skeletons.
Jesus, Christian. Oh, forgetting about that.
What do you think, babe? You want to go down for Mardi Gras?
Hell yeah. I always have wanted to go.
Gonna get some beans?
Yes, I am.
You and me both.
Are you? Yeah, no, we're not going. That's it. I have.
Nobody wants to give me beans.
We have this up on our Facebook pages as well. You can see. You can hear it.
That's definitely pretty cool. And we look forward to that.
But there's nobody seems to be on here from Shadowhunters that I've seen.
No?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, get involved. It's all about para unity.
Right. I Anthony's here too. I didn't see
Yes, he
Anthony
is.
before. Hi, Anthony.
Well, shut down.
If he comes on. Did you see Joanne Stewart, I believe, had a question. She wanted to know if it was Katie.
Joanne says Katie that works with Dave or Katie that's Emmy's partner. It's Katie and KT Stafford.
Stafford.
It's Katie and KD Stafford.
Yeah, Kate. Yeah,
Put it in a chat.
it's super.
I don't
of those folks.
with Dave. Who's Dave?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she's asking there.
Dave's not here.
Dave's not here.
That answers that question.
No idea that,
But anyway, the group Shadowhunters is a good group too. It's come miles and miles in the last 4 years, and with them partnering up with Paraflix, it's helped out immensely with the spirit and carrying the people and the people that are involved with the show, as with Metaphysical that are from there are awesome people. They're hard to beat. They're very, very conscious, and they're very, very good on their work, and they're mostly mediums, so they're not larges, but that's not right.
They're
either.
definitely good people, and they got some great
Absolutely.
products out there. And
they're fun.
we enjoyed talking to Katie and Katie on this show, Bigfoot and the Bunny, and we'll talk to Brandon before as well.
And Brandon's an awesome. He's, like I said last night when I was getting ready to shut down, I says that he's my shaman.
Yes.
And it was like I felt that ever since the first time I met him, because our other shaman had passed,
I'm sorry.
and that was Christopher Sutton.
Right.
Right.
And the way I remember Christopher, was the last time I met him, or really talked to him in heart, was the last time I saw him. So it's one of those things where we'll catch up later on and take it from there.
Well, we're glad Brandon's around.
Yes.
And if you're out there, Brandon, give us a shout and come on and say hello if you like.
Yeah, it's
An
he's
invite.
unbelievable.
A lot of surprise guests for you guys, and we're going to be at this for a while, so it's a bit of a marathon. And I do want to remind everybody we got a donation button on our Facebook pages and also the Paranormal United page to donate to St. Jude's. If you make a donation of $25 or more, send us a copy of the receipt, some proof that you did that. We believe you, and Lynn Monet will send you a copy, an ebook, email you her latest book, which is Colors of Heaven.
You know, I went ahead last night when I was trying to get a hold of you, because when my guest canceled, and I started just calling people,
Mhm.
you know, and I was doing them all on Messenger, and I got a hold of who was I?
Got Len, right? Len Dorman.
Yeah, Len Dorman finally, but Anne Marie Young. I
Anne?
woke her up from her nap,
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
and it was like, you know, I was like, oh man, I'm sorry. I felt so bad. And I
Well,
said,
we all
is there,
part of
is
a
there-
running
go ahead.
chat. We're all part of a running chat
A
there.
running group, yes.
And it's one of the group threads, and I'm
And-
sure a lot of you guys are part of these things. And we have one with yourself and Reggie and Ann and Lynn Monet, and man, that thing is just humming.
Yeah.
You know, I miss a little time. I go in there, it's like 13 pages of stuff that I got to catch up on. But
That's how
it's like our own little paranormal family here, and we love that.
Absolutely.
that's how I when I came back from basketball this morning and I went on there, it was like, what?
Yeah. Sometimes when I
Where's,
don't
where's the
want
link?
I'm going for down for hours. I'm like, whoa, what happened for an hour?
Right?
Like, I got 132 unread messages. I'm like, wow, okay, I'm just gonna start now.
My
So-
son went ahead and looked at my phone, because they register on your phone,
Yes.
you know, and he's going, Dad, where'd all these come from? What are you doing?
Sorry, it's
You
us.
didn't have these 3 months ago. Where did this come from? I said, well, the chat started a while ago. What chat? What are you doing? I says, it's hard to explain. You wouldn't understand it anyway, you know, but they're, it's great. I wouldn't want it any other way. Keeps me going.
Yes, us too. We love our para family.
We know what's going on with all our individuals, and you know, it gives us the opportunity to help everybody out in the group. And by the way, do you know what's happening with Reggie? With his sister?
Yes.
Or his daughter, right?
Yes.
Is she okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Because she was going to get a kidney, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think she got the kidney. That was
I was ready to give her mine. So
I was ready to cut it out.
yeah. No, that's a true story. I'm like, what blood type is she? I told him my blood type. I'm like, I'll give you.
That psychic surgery. You ever see that? Where they
Yeah, what happened to that?
reach
Where
in
the hand goes right in.
goes right
In without any blood coming out or anything. We were just talking about that a couple of weeks ago. We're like, that's not a thing anymore. You used to see that back in like the 70s and 80s.
It
They
seemed
would
like
do that.
we'd
and it was
grown
like a
up, but
shaman or
more
doing
common.
that. Yeah, it was more common back then.
I think a lot of those practices have been debunked.
Oh, that's hard to believe. We've come this far.
We've come a long way.
Can't imagine
then-
what it's going to be like in another 10 years, you know?
Yeah. And we
Well,
got Dr. Mike to carry us through.
We do. We're going to be talking to him a little later.
Echo Leafs on, yes.
So, we're at the top of the hour. So, where should people find you? What's the best
Yes,
place?
please.
Just Shadow Hunters. You can go to Metaphysical Crossing. That page is up.
This is on
You can
Facebook.
yes, on Facebook. You can go to my personal page, Greg Koss, on Facebook. I'm on there. And Shadow Hunters Paranormal.
Excellent. Well, we want to thank you for joining.
Yes, thank you
Oh,
so
Take
much.
your time out of your day. I know you got a lot of family stuff going on, and we really appreciate you joining us and just coming in, chat, and we really appreciate it, Greg. We'll
And,
be talking soon.
we'll see you later on tonight.
Yes.
Sounds
Yes,
good.
you will.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me on. Everybody, thank you for being here, and I'll see you guys later.
Yes, you
Awesome.
will. Have a great time with your family.
Will do.
Thank All right. So that was fun. We're off to a good start. And I'm just going to remind everybody one more time, there's a donation button on all our Facebook pages. It could be facebook.com/BigfootandtheBunny. You can give some money to a charity if you can afford it. Swing it. We appreciate it. We're hoping to make someone's Christmas a little brighter. If you donate more than $25, get a receipt. You have that option right through the donation button. And get that to us, messages on Facebook if you like. And Lynn Monet will send you her latest
Colors of Heaven.
Colors of Heaven
Yes, you will.
ebook. So you can read that on your computer. Our next guest is just backstage. He is
Oh, yes, he is.
a brother from another mother, the one, the only, the host of Ghost Notes, Nathaniel J. Gillis.
What's up, y'all? How are you? How you guys
Look
doing, man? I miss you guys.
How you
What?
doing?
Oh, we
I
missed
miss you
you.
too.
I miss you guys too, man. It's been forever, and we gotta hook up again, man. I'm hoping to come back in town here. Obviously not this year, probably early March or maybe even February. So obviously, I'll let you guys know so we can plan on our usual festivities.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
No,
We
miss
always
that.
have a great time when you're in town.
Oh,
miss
yeah.
you staying here. We miss everything about
Oh
you.
man, we had a blast.
So much fun.
So many stories, man. And yeah, we won't get into them now. But hey, I'm glad to be with you guys. You know, it's been a
Well,
while.
thank you for joining
And
us.
Yeah.
you guys look wonderful. What happened to the goatee, bud?
Oh,
Got rid of it, didn't like it. Yeah, or the soul patch. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not one for facial hair, but I didn't mind that. He did that on his own, actually. He took a
Oh, yeah?
picture.
I grew it all
Like-
on my own.
He's like, I shaved.
He said I grew it on all of his own, like somebody else helped him grow it. Wait a minute.
There was no
No.
fertilizer. There was nothing
Right.
fake about that
So-
flavor saver.
Okay.
But
It's a
yeah,
charity
Yeah.
show.
charity show. That's right.
Yes. To keep
Oh,
reminding
come on. That's what
everybody.
you were calling it too. So,
Not on live, babe. Not on live.
So
But, yeah.
what are we going to get into tonight, guys? What do you guys want to talk about?
well, first I want to tell people about your show because you've been doing the Ghost Notes. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about that. And then
Yeah,
we'll get
man. It's.
stuff.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all right.
It's it's really strange. I've done lots and lots of interviews. I don't think people realize how difficult it is to give a presentation once a week, right? And have something fresh, with people and audience. Sometimes it's nerve-wracking, right? Because it's like, oh my God, I think I talked about this last month, and if I did, I hope people don't realize it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
But it's going good. It's on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. It's on the Leak Project channel. It's called the Ghost Notes. So it's going good. But like I said, man, sometimes it's hard to get inspired. Like I thought I just talked about that.
Right. You're trying to keep it fresh every week, and that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but it's an awesome show. And
Sweet.
on the Leak Project, which it's this crazy good
Rex.
channel with Rex.
Oh, yeah.
Been out there a long time. There's a lot of people watching that stuff, and you're doing a
Mhm.
fabulous job, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. It's obviously it's an honor to be with Rex. He knows. I'm not saying this in a really weird way, but he knows so many people, and he's just so deep. We could talk about anything. It's really interesting too. So I'm glad to be friends with him. I'm glad to be on the channel, and I'm glad to be with you guys here tonight. So it's been an honor.
Oh, it's all right.
wonderful to
Thank
have you. We miss
Thank
you.
you.
My
So-
God.
What have you been working on
miss you
research
too.
wise? What are some of the things you've been talking about lately?
So my last show I was talking about the alien invasion hypothesis and how we really don't know if these beings are extraterrestrial. The evidence that we have is kind of shoddy. They told us they're extraterrestrial, but they've also told us they're demons, they're aliens, they're watchers. You know, they've manifested to experiencers as we're going ahead first, right? We're going right into the research now. Like, hold on, buckle your seatbelts. But you know, they've manifested to us in a variety of ways. So then we have to ask ourselves: is the new ET hypothesis just their latest mask, right? Just like the demon was in antiquity, was it a mask that the phenomenon wears? It's an interesting, I don't know, thought process to have.
Absolutely.
And so that's where I am. What's up, my buddy Greg? Good to see you. I was watching a little bit earlier, man. I hope you enjoy them grandkids, man. They seem like I was when I was a kid.
Rambunctious. But that's the best thing.
That was the word I was going to say. Rambunctious.
There's, you know, nothing better than that. So
Yeah.
So, you know, I kind of started out my lecture on, you know, like, what are they? What evidence do we have supporting that they're extraterrestrial? Because, you know, we do have mediums, channelers, and experiencers that say, okay, these are extraterrestrial, but we also have just as many mediums and channelers, experiencers that say they're demons. Or because it's so funny because the being itself identified as a demon. I'm a demon. Or, you know, it's weird. So what I'm really getting deeper into is the possibility that the demon, the angel, the alien is the newest mask, the newest face to the phenomenon. And so so I tell people in the lectures, you know, I'm like, okay, if you were in a room, you put an alien and a demon next to each other, in the corner of that room is going to be the real phenomenon. It's there. It's an entity. But It's almost like it's masking itself in such a way to keep us from really understanding what's really going on here. So that's what I've been into lately.
Do you think that it comes to them like through people's perceptions? So I'm coming to you because, you know, you believe in demons. I'm a demon. Or I'm coming to you, I'm going to be an extraterrestrial because you believe in those. Do you know what I mean? Like an alien or something. Do you believe that?
Well, it's a very good question. Now, we have atheists who have been abducted by angels.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They don't believe in angels, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. So there are times when these beings will play into a role, like with the case that Dr. Carla Turner had with Ted Rice. He was abducted along with his grandmother. They're in a ship, and the being tries to mate with his grandmother, and she says, "I've only been intimate with one man, and it's my husband." And this is disturbing. Either it was her husband that they conjured, or it was their knowledge of what the husband was, right? Because out from the shadows emerged her husband and tried to mate with her. But in that one sequence of events, we can see that most likely wasn't her husband. And if it wasn't, then that was just another mask the phenomenon put on to manipulate the circumstances. And if they're right, a role. And, you know, anybody that's followed my work, I try to harp on that too much sometimes. But, you know, so I think that's present.
No, we're all about that.
Yeah.
You know, we think that role thing can carry over even to typical hauntings in a town. And you see a lot of the repeated stuff, you know, these children that are stuck in cemeteries. And we've had this experience. And, you know, is it really? It just seems too easy. You know, the woman in white. How many stories are there out there?
Yeah,
right?
the lady in white. Yeah.
The lady in white, you know, she's jumping off a cliff or a tower or something, bridge. You know, there's so much folklore around it.
Haunting the cemetery.
You know, and then they go to the next level of non-human entities. And you get into some really interesting phenomena. You know, none of these things are necessarily good or evil. It's hard to say. I guess it just would depend on what actions they take and how you interpret them, right?
Exactly.
Correct. I mean, at the very least, they're self-serving. I want to go into this real quick because I think this is a question I've been asking myself now for about 24 hours. So it's not like I've developed a profound thought, but it is a profound question. If these beings are trying to deceive us or trying to tell us the truth, why would they want us to realize that these assaults are actually taking place? Right? Like, no, I'm doing it for your good, but I want you to remember this particular traumatic experience to the point that it's in your bones, but it's for your good.
There is sort of a mixed message a lot of times, right?
Yes.
Like, hey,
right.
We want to stop you guys from blowing up the planet, but we got to stick some things in your body first.
Right.
You know,
Right, yeah. Yeah. You know, we're doing this for your own good. By the way, can you take your shirt off? It's weird.
Let
Yeah.
me probe you.
That's your bait
Exactly right.
jar and that brown liquid, you know, that kind of stuff.
It's so we're both fans of the book Beyond UFOs, and it's a very academic work. But I think it's fascinating because if you look at all the reasons why these beings are telling us to hear, none of them compute. Like none of them complement each other. You can have one abductee who's had 10 different experiences, and the same beings are telling him 10 different reasons why they're doing this. So in some cases, guys, it's literally like, oh my God, I forgot what I told you last abduction. And then they're like, I tell you a new line. And then I'm like, oh crap, that's not what I told you last time. But yeah, the last story was right, not this one. Forget all about that. And
Right.
the abductee is in like, suspended animation, cognitive dissonance going, which story was correct? You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, at some point we got to look at this and say,
And there's a
okay,
connection made, right? And they talk about
Yep.
that in the Beyond UFOs book, that a lot of these people come back, the abductees or experiencers, with like maybe a psychic ability, but maybe they're better at remote viewing or astral projection or divination, just some kind of psychic ability is enhanced that they were
Right.
just either not aware of or got better post the abduction, which makes me think that that's part of how that connection is bridged between them and the entities. Like they would
Right.
want that to be a better connection, a more mental, psychic type connection to be there to stay in touch.
Yeah, and we don't know if that's on purpose or if that's a secondary consequence of the actual abduction. Like there are plenty of people that have out of body experiences, and when that soulish dimension of their existence interacts with everything else, when they get back into their body, now they start to manifest prophecy or seeing visions or other out of body experiences. So it's almost so. I guess what I'm saying is we're having to determine whether or not that is designed to occur by these beings, like it's an actual organic occurrence. Okay, I want you to do this, or it's a secondary consequence to it, right? It just happens to everyone.
Yeah.
And when your soul gets back into your body, it starts to settle down, and then a few months later, the psychic abilities dissolve into nothingness, and they go back to life as normal. But I think that you're highlighting a motif here it's a very common thematic element in the phenomenon, and that is that there is something other than our senses that they're talking to. Think about that. There's something other than our senses that they're appealing to, and they're communicating with. And so on the Ghost Notes the other night, I talked about how many times we're blinded by our ability to see.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because
Right.
at first blush, when they appear, when they appear, they're appealing to our senses. And yet in many of these experiences, it's not the body they're after at all, it's the soul. They'll take the body to get to the soul. They'll do things to the body, but many times, again, it's the soulish thing that they're pulling out, which is a whole nother element of the phenomenon that just kind of layers itself, Do we really want to talk about these beings in that way?
Well, you get into things like consciousness, and that maybe that's the gold that they want. Our consciousness. It's so hard for us to even define what consciousness is, right?
Right.
That I think it becomes like a slippery slope, and it's like, well, maybe they are stealing a little bit of it. How would you know? What? I don't know what value it serves. What do you think of that?
That's a good question about the gold.
That's a good question.
With the
Like,
Anunnaki, putting that together, that was good.
This is one of those Harry's Burgers conversation we're having right now, boys and girls.
Yeah. Well,
that's a secret, man. Man. So, what's so fascinating about this, and it's equally troubling when you think about it. They have access to the soul. They have access to the soul with or without our permission. There's people that comment on my show saying, well, I give them my permission when they take me. That's okay. Robbers, they'll walk through an open door too.
True.
Doesn't mean they can't break it down. I mean, duh. It can be like that. But there's people that say that, they think it's some kind of like, I got bragging rights. They have, I give them permission. So what? But yeah, so, when we're getting down to it, I mean, they have access to the soul, that not even that, the access to the knowledge of the soul that even people that believe in the soul are just, we don't know. You know what I mean? That's like with Betty Luca. They pulled her right out of her body, and her husband watched it happen. Literally, her apparition is peeled out of her body while she's sleeping. What?
It's horrifying.
It's horrifying, but then you really have to question, is that our soul conscious? And that's why we're all here. We're all trying to find this data. I'm not going to say evidence, okay? Just, and I'm trying to figure this all out. And probably we probably won't. And I say
it's kind of like when hauntings go wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can have these experiences and that's cool. And we certainly love the paranormal. We do a lot of things, but sometimes this gets a little scary. It gets a little deep. And some people have had experiences that they may not want to maintain that psychic connection.
Rabbit holes, as we were talking about with Greg.
You're right.
They send you right down rabbit holes, left and right. You just
we're
good with that.
And then sometimes you'll walk into a trap and realize I've been manipulated. This thing has been working me. And I tell people, hauntology and ufology are the same thing. They're the same phenomenon. They're different masks. They're the same origin. So when we're studying hauntology, in many ways, we are studying the same beings that are in these ships, or whatever we want to call them. So even apparitionals or apparitions in apparitional theory, why wouldn't these beings be apparitions? If they could walk right through a wall, just like an apparition does, and then materialize to the touch, we would call that an apparition. Mm-hmm. But what's happened again is I think that these beings have propagandized the field so much that a lot of us are afraid to apply certain terms to them, like an apparition. Oh, that's crazy. You would never think that. Well, what if they are, right? What if that is? What if the reason they know so much about our apparitions is because they're apparitional, right? So all of these questions are, and I'm not saying that's true or not, but obviously it's worth considering because, we're all trying to understand what's going on.
Absolutely. We agree.
And as we've talked about before, we found that it was like our thoughts, like if we obsessed on something, it made that connection deeper, and more solid. And then things started to get awry in our homes. It was a particular haunting that we had, and we were kind of obsessed with the thing, and it got crazy. And the only way we could get away from it was to stop thinking about it. Like nothing was working. Right. All these banishments,
which is hard.
Archangels, all these kind of things. Yeah, because we were so into it. We're doing it every day at the spirit box, and we're getting the same kind of communication, same voices talking to us.
It was a rabbit hole. It masked itself. It stepped in a role.
Curiously, it said things like hybrid a lot.
Yes. And not only that, I had thought even before that we were also working with, they'll say, extraterrestrials at the same time, because there were certain things that we were hearing and certain things that were said. And I said to Chris, I feel different when we go there. I feel like we're surrounded by spirits, but also an entity, but also something different that I really never felt before.
Right.
Just to, to tell everybody, if you're watching this, my chair, every time I lift it up, I'm slowly moving downward. So I'm very sorry. We need a new chair. Yeah, I'm shrinking downward. I'm going to keep standing up and doing this.
That's awesome.
That's light to the situation here.
Got a question for you out here. Comes from Natalie Mosley. Says, could the abductees that come back with psychic gifts have entered into a similar agreement as a magician would do when bargaining with a demon for powers?
It's a good question. That's a very well-rooted question as well. Well, there does seem to be some kind of tacit agreement between many experiencers and their abductees. Even if you go into medieval literature and you have the witches, for all intents and purposes. Anyways, they were being abducted by these beings. They were also flying, right? They weren't going to spaceships. They were going to sabbats in the middle of the night. And they were in agreement with these beings. They were copulating with them. And this is so fascinating, guys. If you think about it, there was more than one instance where the husband would roll over in the middle of the night, and he would see what looks to be his wife there. But in their diaries, they called it a familiar spirit. They said that the demon actually took the wife and placed a replicant in bed with him so that the husband would not know that she's taken. It's just like Betty Luca. They took her soul, but if you put Bob Luca in the medieval period, he would have thought that's not my wife, that's a familiar spirit, not realizing that they had pulled her out of her body, right? Anyways, these witches, when they got to the mountaintop, they were copulating with what they called demons and corpses, and then the frequency would fuzz out, and they'd realize that these were not demons or corpses. These were just faces of the phenomenon, masks of the phenomenon, and they were being poked and prodded like you see in UFO abduction. Now, the tacit agreement, at least to my knowledge, especially when they begin playing roles, the tacit agreement begins when they manifest as something you're familiar with, and then they tempt you with what I call the temptation of belief. Do you believe I am what I'm appearing as? Yes, I do. And then it steps in and starts to play the role. Case study I had in India, talk about it often because it's revelatory. Young woman, I had to ask her some very deep personal questions, and in my field, they're uncomfortable questions, right? You have to ask, because I want to know. And anyway, so she goes, I believe I'm being haunted by whatever these things are. I said, okay, tell me about your experiences. She said that there was one being that had manifested to her in the image of every lover she's been with. And so during those experiences, here I am, I'm appearing to you as that guy you met at the club, but I'm not the guy that you met at the club. I'm wanting you to believe I am in one that went right. And so it was so interesting because the phenomenon had even manipulated to the point where it manifested to her first in the image of the lovers that did not wear protection. Why? Because it was increasing the probability of insemination. You didn't make him wear it.
Right.
It's getting deep, isn't it? It's getting deep, guys. Yeah. And so, so there's a tacit agreement there. Right, especially with the roles. Okay, do you believe I am who I appear to be? Yes, and we see that even with people, experiences, really popular experiences. Well, I believe Mother Mary manifested to me. Okay, right? Is it a role or is it actually her? If it is her, why is she trying to, probe you?
Yeah.
Makes no sense at all.
Oh, it's painful. Like you look at Stigmata,
right.
Marie Rose Ferron is a local, it's a local stigmatist in our area here in Rhode Island.
Yes.
And a very fascinating woman. She died, I think she was about 23 when she passed. But from a very early age, she, had psychic gifts. Her friends would hide objects and she would psychically find them, like remote viewing. Before, they didn't call it that, but that's basically what she was doing. She'd tell them where the things were. She was right. I mean, this is going back to like early childhood, like 6-7 years old. And then she had this like belief in Jesus and God and felt touched by it. And like her eyes would bleed and people would come from miles and miles around,
have stigmata. Yes.
Yeah. To be outside her window. They would fill the streets. It's going back to like the 1920s, I think, asking for miracles and that sort of thing. And it she was a big to do. She was a sickly person, but she would bleed from her eyes. There's photographs of the stuff. We've been to her burial site. Very interesting feel over there and some history. What do you think about something like that? I mean, do you think that this was some non-human entity that was working with her? Or was it really a demon? Her belief?
Yes.
Because she felt like she was taking the pain from Jesus, so she felt good about her afflictions. But it clearly...
Yeah. I don't understand that theology. I mean, if that's what she's saying, I don't get it. Jesus rose from the dead. There's no more pain. I will say this. I don't know. I do know that there's a really strange thing occurring here, because for like the last 100 years, we had people that were experiencing stigmata, but they were experiencing in their hands.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until biblical literacy kind of swept over the world, they realized that he wasn't crucified in the hands, he was crucified in the wrist. And now all of a sudden you have people have stigmata in the wrist, not the hands.
Right.
What?
Exactly. Right. What we're trying to.
So it's evolving according to our awareness of it.
Yes.
To your beliefs.
Yep.
Right.
It's like
in knowledge of.
From our knowledge, are pulling this stuff from our brain and presenting in a way that you already understood. So we're kind of circling back to what you said. And by the way, the medieval witch thing is very interesting in the research that we've done on that. It started off as the Fae and fairies for a lot of these people, and that's who they were copulating with in the woods and this sort of thing, and they were performing magic and working with the Fae. Or I've read those stories where the woman would go to the Sabbath, to copulate with the devil or whatever it is, and leave a spell, so her husband wouldn't know she was away, like you had mentioned, right?
Right.
Fascinating stuff.
Yeah. I got Maria Ferrona.
Ah.
Maria Rose Ferrona.
Yeah, she was super interesting. We want to talk more about her at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna do something about that in another. I like
Heck yeah.
what Echo Leaf said about Viktor Frankl, and this is amazing because
I love Franco, by the way.
yeah, he was an Austrian psychiatrist who founded Logotherapy, a school for psychotherapy that describes a search for a life's meaning as the central human motivational force. Logotherapy. I absolutely love that word, and I love this.
That's cool. His quote there is, "The angels are lost in a perpetual contemplation of an infinite glory."
Oh,
I love Franco, man.
That's
It's so interesting. I mean, if we look at if we are really dealing with, okay, let me go back and say this. It's so interesting too. So the common belief amongst fundamentalists, religious fundamentalists, is that these are angels that are fallen, and their hypothesis stems from Genesis chapter 6, how they took women, made into them wives, and had hybrid babies with them. And they said that was at that moment that angels fell from heaven. Now, if that's true, then they're still falling because the hybridization program is still occurring. And if they're still falling, then there are situations that have occurred since that book was written that we're ignorant of.
Mm-hmm. No, we agree.
Sure,
That's
sure.
Right.
And
Yeah.
by saying falling, it means like from the sky, right?
Well,
So
that
would be the
well,
impression you get reading that.
Yes.
Like there's
Yeah.
something coming from the sky, some kind of being coming down, and it's copulating with the women.
Yes.
well, so if we get into what an angel was prior to what we were told it was, in the first century in Greek mythology, the question, is asked, okay, how did they fall? What does it mean they fell? Where did angels get wings, right?
You're right.
What does that even mean, When you get in angelology, it all stems from the Mesopotamian belief that we found in ritual bowls and in the middle of shelf tombs. The idea was that when a person dies, that his or her soul, it leaves and it flies away like a bird. It's called a bird soul. It's it's the bird soul even in Egyptology, and so that's why angels had wings. Is because their first theory was that many angels are formerly human, and so when they died, they left the body. Excuse me. And with the symbology of wings, they flew. It wasn't so much to tell us that they were divine as much as it was to tell us there's the state of their existence. They're post-mortal or post-mortem, and now they've evolved into a new being. This same concept is seen in the Witch of Endor in the Bible. And for references, look up Dr. Esther Amori from Union Theological Seminary. She talks about how, when Samuel was pulled out of the grave by this necromancer, she said that I see a God coming out of the earth, an Elohim. So Samuel wasn't an Elohim until he died. What? Even deeper, guys. Even deeper.
I have a question.
Her description of Samuel was so descriptive. That's kind of a bad grammar, but forgive me. It was so descriptive to the point that she said that his mantle was on him and it was whole. Well, a couple chapters prior, Saul tore Samuel's mantle. But when he rises from the grave, it's restored. And the prose reads like it's just literally like Gandalf the Grey becomes Gandalf the White.
It's
right?
good. Yeah.
Yeah, and now there is this God consciousness that I have evolved into. So fascinating, guys. So I'll just throw that out there for contemplation.
Now I know some of the depictions from like the Sumerian, the Babylonian, They gave them wings, even Egyptian cultures. They gave them wings to portray or describe them as they came from the heavens or they
Sky.
came from the
Right.
sky. Yes, and that's why a lot of them, and even some of the angels, like in the book of Enoch, we did a podcast on that, and it's just to depict that they came from the sky or the heavens.
Right. So what we're looking at is the evolutionary process of consciousness. What's so really interesting to me is that when you get into the Apkallu, okay, during the evolution of consciousness, they believe that when the soul turns into like a bird soul, it flies up. Now, there was a period in history when this is fascinating, guys. I love this. They believed that what goes up must come down, and that there was a return of the dead, of these individuals who flew like birds. And when they returned, they fell. They came from cosmology, right? And now they're down. Now they're here on Earth. And so that's why you have these mythologists come out there and say, okay, they're a fallen angel. What do you mean? Well, it's still an angel. It's consciousness, but it returned to this earth again. And so you have the concept of fallen angel. What's the how is it an angel if it's fallen? If it's fallen,
Right.
It's not an angel. So what they did is they kind of boxed this in with the seemingly a paradox. You know what I mean? And so I love it, but I think it's interesting. It's really interesting stuff.
It's very interesting. Yes.
Yeah, totally. It makes a lot of sense. And if they're pulling that information from us, it's like,
Yeah.
wow, where does this go? The
Right.
fae becomes the devil when the church gets involved, right? Now they're all copulating with the devil. And then if you're going to go back further, we've got these beings with wings, these winged creatures, if you will.
Mhm.
But they all
Right.
seem to be after something from us. What, is
Right.
it our DNA? Is it our consciousness? What is it they want? Why would they want our breeding program?
It's a very good point. I brought this up in my show Thursday. If they're supposed to be so technologically advanced and we're supposed to be in the dark ages compared to them, let's compare the notes. I mean, we already have artificial wombs. We can do that. And if we can do that, why can't they? And if they can, using the logic here, then why are they still desiring to birth babies from wombs, from flesh and blood mortals? Now that's an even scarier thought because is that the real invasion?
Right.
Yeah.
That's,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
I don't want to be born from plastic and
No.
AI and technology.
No.
I want to birth something that has a God-given consciousness to it. And then when it's birthed, or even when it's still, in the womb, I'm going to take it.
Right. That's
So it's in a sense. I'm sorry. I know I'm rambling, man. You guys got me on
Oh,
a
please, we
ramble
love
here.
this. Go.
You know how I am.
Yeah.
Well, it's like tempting God. God, are you going to give this baby consciousness or not? Are you going to give it a soul or not? And then it incubates. And at a certain time, according to what they know, they take the baby. This is not a new phenomenon, by the way. If anybody knows my research, just look it up. I don't believe in all this stuff's new. It's new to us, right? But our ancestors were going through this stuff.
And that's the thing. It's how it's written, orally translated.
Right.
Put on stone. We have to figure it out, but we kind of figured it out. Why?
Yeah.
The question is why.
Yeah. At the same time, consciousness is all around us, right? And we subscribe to the theory of philosophy, panpsychism,
Animism,
and
psychism.
animism,
Yes.
with our shaman folk, saying that consciousness, a river can have a consciousness and this sort of thing. And I think there's some truth to that. We see it with the trees and how they communicate. We know that they're just doing things on levels that you wouldn't expect a tree to do, right?
Native Americans have this down.
That's right. I
So-
also talked about the star people, but there's something special about humans,
Egyptians.
our level of consciousness that just, seems to be greater than that of the animals, of the plants. And
Buddhist.
seems like there's something they want in
Yeah.
there.
I love theology, and the more you look into it, it's like, they're right, and it's been passed down generations. Hi, Aaron.
Aaron Hoffman,
What's
greetings.
going on, Mr. Hoffman?
You Beyond Magazine. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, so it's a fascinating topic of discussion. What are they really after? I mean, if you look at the way the parasitic entities work, I was reading a case in Beyond. It's actually a case in um, Nick Redfern's book, The Final Events. He was talking about the Collins Elite and how they were working with an experiencer who she was remembering too much of her experience, and these beings were possessing her, trying to get her to commit suicide. Now, this is an aspect of the field nobody wants to talk about, and I get it.
Could you just real quick, could you elaborate what the Collins Elite is, please, for us first?
Yes. So the Collins Elite was a group within the Department of Defense, and they knew the ins and outs of ufology, but they saw a more malevolent presence in the field and who these beings were. So what they did is they went out and they self-funded their group. They began to go to experiencers. They began to interview demonologists like me, interview witches, people that go to trances, and they tried to understand. Okay, why are these malevolent beings? Is there also a possibility here that they were called demons in antiquity? And one of the first people they interviewed was a lady named she was a witch, and she was her name was Sybil Leek.
Oh yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
know Sybil Leek. I was very fascinated with Sybil Leek as a child.
Yes.
Yeah, so they went to her house when she moved from Britain to the States. They asked her, they said, okay, we know that you were friends with Crowley. We know that he would come into your cottage in London or wherever. He would do his magic and you guys would contact these beings. They said, can you contact the same beings that he contacted? She was like, I try. Okay, fine. She goes into a trance. And right now, I know the ufologists out there are going to say, well, how can you believe a being that you have to channel? Well, we all did it when they said they're aliens. Isn't that weird how that works?
Yeah. It all falls under
Come
this
on,
umbrella. It's ridiculous how they fight back and forth in the drama
Oh,
with
it's
ufology and
really-
ontology community, paranormal. It's just all under the
it's
But-
peasantry. Because they're going to say, okay, well, you know what? That doesn't really fit my narrative, so I don't believe it. Well, hey, you got to take the whole thing. You can't just get rid of what you don't like. So here we go. They're asking, okay, can you contact these beings? And, if you do, there's a possibility we can interrogate them and maybe they'll give us something to work with. So she goes into a trance. She had turned the lights off, lit her candles. She goes into a trance. And according to her, it was a trance unlike any other trance. And something took over her, began to speak with a male voice. They asked the being, okay, are you an extraterrestrial? And she's leaning back and laughing. Laughing at them. And this is what the entity said. Don't you fools know that we're not extraterrestrial? That's just our newest deception. And,
wow.
and then it said, and you were all fools for believing that. And then she came out of the trance wondering what happened, right? I didn't even give them access. They took me, right? I was going to before I could even have it. Boom, they've got me, and now they're talking through me. And so, this is one of the points I brought up on the Thursday show is like, when Jack Parsons was working with these beings, they never alluded to the fact they were extraterrestrial. No. Even deeper, the rituals he was employing, they had nothing to do with extraterrestrials. These were rituals pulled out of shelf tombs. A lot of it was necromancy and stuff. So, again, what are we dealing with? What are we really dealing with here?
That's very true. We don't know. We want to know. Trying to do all kinds of experiments to figure it out.
Right.
That's what Chris and I do, at least. We're investigators like you. We try to do experiments. We don't just go out there and like trained monkeys go, hey, can you touch this ball and fix this and do that? And the lights go on. No, we're trying to measure and figure out how to measure this stuff. And
that stuff annoys me, man. Can you move the ball? And it's like, yeah, I can move a ball.
Yeah.
And it's like,
So like, if you ever notice, we just leave ours up there, and then whenever they feel like it, they just go and they light it up, and so.
Right. I mean, okay, if we're going to assume that the being is intelligent, why are you telling it to, like, I don't know, write on a piece of paper? do
Sure.
something. I mean, if it could just move a ball and we think, okay, that's proof of the afterlife. Or
They have
proof
enough
of-
energy. However,
Right.
here's where we go with the muses. Well, maybe,
Yeah.
inspiration comes from that being and painters and musicians, and that
Right.
gives them
That
their,
nature of inspiration is
exactly like a muse.
fascinating
And I
subject
think about that a lot because
in itself.
I believe that.
I'll
Are
tell
they?
you what's also
Yes.
Yeah, it's also terrifying when you get an entity that has no desire to play games.
No,
I don't want to play ball. I'll give you EVPs all day, and then they'll start scribbling in mirrors or writing on walls, and I want a human sacrifice, or I want you to do this for me and that for me, and then you're like, oh
Right.
crap,
yeah, shit.
I did not want this at all, man. I'm out. And then it's like, no,
I'm out.
you open that door, bud. It's got
All
you
right.
now. It's
Careful
just
what
like
you
Deborah Moffat.
That's right.
We have cases like that too. It's like
Yeah.
it kind of inspires the question, right? Are some of these beings just employing propaganda? Are all of them highly intelligent, and that they're using the paranormal field as bait?
Mm,
It's
good
like
question.
it's like the 13-year-old girl that I read about in one of these books I have, where she wakes up in the middle of the night because she hears the voice of her mother beckoning her into the dark, into the hallway, and her eyes are adjusting. She's wiping up the cobwebs, and she's looking around, and she sees both her mother and her father in the bathroom with the lights off, paralyzed, looking at her. And then she hears the voice of her mother coming from the darkness in the living room, and the voice that wasn't even her mom; it was the being,
Mm.
right?
That's
Who was baiting her.
It's weird that you say that, as I swear this happens all the time in my house. I'll be doing something. My house was built in 1740. It definitely has a lot of things that has happened to it, inside of it. I still, my son still, Jake hears me call him when
I love you, Jake.
it's in the other room.
All right.
Thank you, but I'll let him know he misses you.
Okay.
But yeah, he still to this day hears me call his name, but I am nowhere near him, and I am not calling his name. And I don't understand that. And
Yeah, it's a little creepy.
it's
And we
kinda
have gotten
creepy.
a good deal of data from Kristen's house. There's definitely some spirits amok over there, and that's how that's our story. That's how we got Kristen involved in paranormal. It was turned off to
Yes. No.
previously. But another good question out here from Natalie.
Yes.
She asks, if the ETs/demons aren't able to be fully corporeal, but can manipulate energy fields, could that be why they need human incubators? Because they can affect biology through energy to suit their purposes, but not 3D inanimate matter, which is why they don't have artificial incubators.
Right. This is a very good question, and Natalie is a good researcher. I love it. Really good question. So yes, we know that at least in my research, I believe these were the beings that were possessing people in biblical antiquity. There was transient possession, and what started happening was you would have a living person who died, and now it needed a permanent place to place its soul. But what was occurring was you would have a person who was born a man, and then it would possess dear and Edna. And so what it realized was it was a disconnect, because it was like, I want a body that looks like my apparition, my soul. And so it's not transient anymore. Now I'm going to create babies that look like me, so that I can, like what she's saying, is wear a skin suit, where that is permanent possession. Now, permanent possession, at least the origin of it, I found is the book, the Apocrypha of John. It's a Coptic manuscript preserved by Egyptian monks. It kind of lifts the veil on what a lot of these beings were doing. It's a commentary on Genesis 6. It's exactly what she's referring to, where these beings would go and they would take a woman, they would inseminate her with a fetus, and then they would stare into her eyes. And it was an obstetric tradition. They believed that whatever image the woman was looking at during the insemination, she would birth the material image of through her womb. Oh my God. So what you have here is a literal apparition
Yeah.
looking for a child that looks like what it looks like.
That's my mind's blown with that. That's crazy.
Right. And so then what they were performing is what's called the red rite. Now the red rite, it all makes sense because again, Jack Parsons was performing high magic. He was doing this stuff, So, anyways, what these beings were doing is it's red rite, and so what they were doing. Okay, and I'm going to answer that too from Echo Leaf. So what they would do is a high magician, a guy who was a sorcerer. I'm not even more than Crowley. These guys would just destroy Crowley. Like Crowley was an amateur compared to some of these people. What they were doing is when their body would begin to break down, they would perform what's called a red rite. And let's see if this sounds like the succubi incubi in hybridization program. When they were dying, they would take a woman, they would inseminate her with a fetus, and then in about a 4-month period, they would take that fetus for themselves and transfer their own consciousness into it. And so the idea was that I'm going to make copies of the same bodies so that if that body dies, it could just transfer to another one.
Continue to live on.
Exactly.
Right. Anyways, I'll stop rambling, but it's a lot like Mary's Immaculate Conception.
Echo Leaf mentions like Mother Mary's Immaculate Conception, right? So Immaculate Conception, it's not just Mother Mary. This is something that's been held in regard in many cultures. These mysterious pregnancies,
yes.
They can't explain, how they have occurred. They usually involve some sort of Godhead involvement or spiritual, intervention.
Right.
Births, prophets, births, all sorts of things, right? So
perception, it's
if that's true,
shared.
Maybe they walk among us now. Maybe we don't know.
Maybe that's the real hybridization program. And to me, I call it is an act of self-replication, right? And it's not just them replicating their species, it's them finding homes for their souls. And it's so interesting to me, there's a lot to it as well, but the more they can replicate, the longer they can stay alive. But then again, even if that is true, why, I don't know. I won't continue to ramble. You guys know me. I can go everywhere. So I got to kind of hone myself in.
No, I love the thought about
we
this.
both do,
It's interesting and it continues to exist. It makes you wonder, how there's always been a certain 1%. I'm not going too crazy conspiracy.
Who told you
here,
that?
but we talk about the 1% a lot because
Who told you that?
there is this 1% that has always existed, always a faction that seems to control the rest of us, right?
That's right.
So could they be alien in nature? Could there be a reason why they keep certain people, with a certain consciousness? Yeah.
Right.
Why not?
Right. It's it's like that one general. I forget his name now.
Oh my God, that's right. Yeah.
But so what we're dealing with consciousness that's possessing new bodies. You know what I mean? And a body that has the material image of what the apparition is. And so in that context, this is awesome. Literally, you have the father, which is the apparition that's in the son, which is the fetus. So then you start to get into oneness theology, monotheism, or literally, Jesus was God in the flesh. What?
Yeah.
He was the material image of the invisible. It's almost like there's this game being played.
Yes.
And we're in the middle of it. They're playing by their rules, and they have rules. We're still trying to measure the chessboard here. We don't know the rules yet, and we're that's what we're really searching for more than anything.
Exactly what we're searching for. Yes.
Then another comment from Echo Leaf says, did anyone else research into the fact that Jesus Christ, Mother Mary, was a student of the Egyptian mystery schools?
Isn't that, Rosicrucians go with the whole thing?
Sure, but it was the center of knowledge in the world for a long time.
Right.
The Greeks would travel there, Pythagoras, of course.
Got everything.
We have things like the Rosetta Stone showing the different translations between hieroglyphs and Greek.
See, we know things.
Yeah, I know you guys do.
So
I love it.
Epicenter of gnosis, if you will, knowledge, was Egypt for a long time. So maybe that's true. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into.
Well, it's a fascinating question. I mean, Egypt being the cradle of civilization for a long period of time, they had a philosophy of death. and it's also picked up, believe it or not, in the Bible. And people, I grew up in fundamentalism. No, it didn't. That's not true. It did. Believe it or not, it did. There was a lot of things that were incorporated in their traditions that they took from other religions. Anyways, the image of the invisible was a death ritual. And what they believed is that when a man dies, or a woman dies, obviously, they go into the afterlife, but they would need a physical representation of who they are over there. What?
Yeah.
This gets into possession. It gets into possession, guys, right? This gets into the need of a fetus, the need of having something that is, watch this. It's going to blow your mind. Now when I give you that context, your mind's going to go, wait a minute. Now you have the image of the invisible. And so this is the whole concept that okay, it's not enough for me to be conscious. I want to be seen. I want to have the ability to reach and to communicate and all this stuff. And so now the invisible has to be seen. So I have to have the image of the invisible.
No.
It's brilliant. So they knew that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think their gods were very real. Like, I think they absolutely were talking to
Oh, yes.
something, it could be aspects of one god. It could be just multiple gods.
And then you got to explain, like, well, who's the gods? Like,
Exactly.
it goes
We just
rabbit
know
hole. It goes,
them to be non-human entities, and they might be.
I mean,
exactly the same phenomena we're talking about when we talk about abduction experience.
Nate, you always talk about how the Sumerians, they were Babylonians, they made us from
Idols. Yeah, right.
Yes.
from Earth. Okay, well, who did that?
It's sympathetic magic.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's exactly right. Sympathetic magic. So, the Atreus epic, it says something really profound. It says that the ghost of a man is made from the flesh of a god. Well, to them, that would be the apparition. What?
Right.
Which, if that's the case, then now we know what these beings are pulling out of Betty Luca. Because if they believe that, they're not just pulling out consciousness, they're pulling out something that has a constitution to it. It has a tangibility to it. And let's go even deeper. You guys are going to be pumped up, man. Even deeper, they not only are they abducting that God consciousness, that the God ghost out of us, they're placing that portion of our existence in chairs to fly these ships. What?
Yeah. That's another
That's a whole other level.
It's a whole nother conversation. They're putting, this is extraterrestrials now. Abductees have said, we've driven the ship. Okay.
Or flying the
We're
ship.
flying the ship. Who told us that as well?
Oh, we've heard that story.
Bledsoe said that.
Yeah.
Said that, and a number of other experiences. Now, what's really interesting is this. Let's take this into consideration. You have somebody who was abducted out of their body. They go through the entire experience thinking they're in their body. And it's not until, watch this, it's not until they say that I became physical again, they realize that everything they were taught out of body. More than that, this is Betty Luca, more than that, when they took her soul out of her body, they had created a chair that was tailored according to the measurements of her soul.
Oh, that's interesting.
What?
Right? They know stuff. Why? Who are these people?
That had to be
Right.
The
Dimensions of the soul.
Crazy.
And now you have experience. You're saying, when I was on the ship, there was a soul in it. Whose soul? Is it possible it's one of the abductees that they took and never returned?
Oh, whoa. Oh, I
Right.
like.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Because
that's.
let's get into Betty Luca's case study real quick. I always talk about her because I think it's one of my favorite cases. But what happens a lot is they're pulled out of their body and they're being trained and they're even being told, now, you won't remember this later on. Then why are you telling me?
Right.
Well, see, right. What we're dealing with, though, is, again, they're not teaching these abductees in terms of muscle memory. Oh, my God. Think about that. They're not teaching them anything. They're teaching the soul how to do these things. That's why when they get back into their body, there's a war. My mind has no idea. My brain has no idea what you told me because it's not supposed to. But my soul remembers.
I forgot who asked, but
I like
somebody also asked, like, how many of the abductees that come back? I wonder what the percentage was of who remembers that. What exactly what you're talking about?
Yeah, that was Dr. Carla Turner. You know, maybe we're all being abducted, and maybe the only reason we realize what abductions are occurring is because there's a certain group of the population that are actually remembering it.
Mm.
And so, you know, but again, it does speak to the fact that and Beyond UFOs is an individual who got into a catastrophic car wreck. He leaves his body. It's a near-death experience. It's an OBE, and it's an abduction, all at the same time. He leaves his body, and he's in a ship. And in this ship, there are beings that told him, "You're going to die. Unless you get help from doctors, you're going to die. Your body's dying." And they said that right now, your doctors on Earth or wherever you are, they don't have the technology to heal your body. So you have two options. Either we help you and put you back in your body and you become our prophet, or you get killed. We let you die and we take your soul.
Goodness.
How many times has that happened to experiencers and we're not being told about it?
Right. We don't always know what we're going through. You know, when we sleep, a lot of times we have these out-of-body experiences. Astral experiences. And, we write things off as that was just some dream. But then you have that dream that it's like you remember it from your childhood. And it was so crystal clear. You realized you were dreaming. It becomes a lucid dream, like an astral trip. And there are things that can happen, events and whatnot. Like, for all intents and purposes, when you're in those states, that is the reality. That is your reality. You know, you're out of the body. The things you see, what you're floating, flying, levitating, encountering creatures, flying a spaceship. It's very real, right? Because to your perceptions. You wake up and just go, that didn't really happen, but we
and it occurred, you know. And when I was growing up in Christianity, there was a missionary that came to the church, and he was telling a story. This is, oh my God, and that's another. All right, Echo. Hey, that's what we're here for. That's awesome to hear. I love it. But it opens up so many more doors. This individual was a missionary, and he was back in the States. He was in the middle of a fasting. So he fasted for like 20 days or something. He was fasting and praying, and during prayer, he had an out-of-body experience. And in that out-of-body experience, he was in an African village, and he talked to a 12-year-old boy. And he told him in this out-of-body experience, you need to get saved, you need to go to church, and what I want you to do is I need you to go to the United States, you need to get an education, right? And so God wants to use you. And so 20 years later, he forgot all about it. He's in New York City, and he runs into that kid. And the kid tells him, so-and-so, do you remember when you talked to me that one day in the village? No. He's like, it was a prayer. I thought that was a vision. No, you were there, and we had a community. We talked. So, yeah, but it does seem to be that whatever these beings are, they know all of that. They know all of that. And they even told, let's look at this. Bob Luca was preparing for bed one night when Betty was walking into the room. He's on the edge of the bed, putting socks on. Suddenly, boom, he's in two places at once.
How is that possible? How do you like know that? Your brain's one, you know what I mean? One entity in its own, right? Well,
right. It's a very good question. See, he's in his body, and his apparition is screaming at her as it's running towards her. Right. You know, wow. Even with another abductee, she walked into a room and split into two. Like literally, there was something there in the room that as soon as she crossed the barrier, it pulled her out of herself. Let's go even deeper. Dr. Carla Turner had an experiencer who was threatened. She was refusing to comply with whatever these things are. And they looked at her and said, "No, do you?" He said, "Look in the corner of the room." And she said, "I looked in the corner of the room, and there was another body. There was a copy of me laying on the table. And they told me if I don't obey them, they're going to kill me.
Good, my God, imagine that.
And they're going to replace my body and send that body back." Now, how many of those people do we have walking among us?
Ooh, that's a good question too.
Right.
We need to get this all out there.
Right. Right.
We need people to,
I remember it a couple
you
years
know,
ago talking to you about like serial killer,
yeah.
Right.
victimology,
Good Lord, yes.
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it could be something rogue, just getting in the populace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's here, it's here. It's like the yeah, it's there's so much to talk to, man. It's so
Oh, I know.
amazing to be back with you guys, man. It's been a little bit.
It's been a
We
blast.
love having you on. Thank you. You just, you're our brother from another mother. So.
For sure.
Yeah, we need to catch up.
Yeah, we do.
We absolutely need to catch
Yeah.
up.
We miss you a lot.
I miss you guys too, man.
This has
We
been great.
appreciate you so
I-
much for coming on. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
Thank you for
Just want to
having me.
remind our audience,
Yes.
we have a donation button out on our Facebook pages.
Mhm.
Please, it's for St. Jude's Children's Hospital Research nonprofit.
Yes.
And if you donate more than $25, get a receipt. Message us that receipt or a screenshot or anything you do just to show you did that. And Lynn Monet will send you a copy, an ebook of her latest publication called Colors of Heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fascinating. We want to thank you, Nathaniel, for joining us.
Yes, thank you. And
This
we
has
will speak to
been
you later. Thank
awesome.
you so much.
Yes. Love you guys. Tell Jake I love him, all right?
I absolutely will. Thank you.
All right, guys. I'll see you.
Thank you. All right, so we're coming to the top of the hour here, and we've got another guest coming on with us
We have a
shortly.
huge lineup.
I just sent him a message,
Yep,
and
yep.
I know we could really use a quick break. What do you think?
Yes, we could use a break. Now, did we do anything for a break thing? Did we have like
We don't really have
just a
anything. to
background? Did
play.
Say be right back, or what's wrong with us?
I don't know.
My
I
daughter.
should have thought of this.
Yes, Elizabeth, we are live.
I should have thought of this. I put some clips in. I was thinking about it just before the show. Actually, I'm like, oh yeah, we should have put together some video clips. Well, we didn't. So,
Yeah, but
I
we
know
don't
I'm
wanna
going to
lose you
burst.
guys,
I don't.
so-
Yeah, we don't want to lose you guys. So,
Yeah.
do you want to stay with them, and you want to just take 5?
Can we take 5, please? Since I have to go check.
Seymour says, "LOL." I think I got a message from Steven. Can jump in as well.
Mr. Woodward, how are you? I'm still waiting for our pun shirts. After that message you owe us. It was a long time ago. It was funny.
Oh, you mentioned
Let's go.
his internet is
Shoddy.
not so good. Are you in the storm areas,
Ugh.
Steven? Did you get hit with that? I saw a post about tornadoes.
Yes. But just wondering, I don't want to. Well, if you want to go ahead. Just check on my child, will you?
All right. Well, I'll pull us out. We're gonna just take a quick break, and we'll be right back
Yep, don't leave,
with
please.
our next guest, occultist Ken Allen. Oh, we're just having a few laughs. Thank you for sticking around, folks,
Yes, thank you.
for our
Nobody dropped.
Screw
awesome.
Christmas. I want my Halloween back marathon
Yes.
special. And yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you. And I really want to thank our guests for taking
Yes.
the time to come on with us.
Greg, I will put up your link. I'm sorry I didn't. I made a note and didn't read it.
Uh-oh. Our guest just disappeared. He was backstage. He's coming back. All right, there he is. Let's see. He might be having some issues with his camera. I'm having some hair issues over here. Disappear. Let's see if we can bring him on. Occult Ken Allen. The glasses are going sideways. Ken, how are you doing? Can you hear us, sir?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ken. Ken, drop. If you can hear us, drop and join the link, please. Again. This is what happens when we're live. Hey, it's all
It's
good.
definitely a live show.
Yep, it's all good in the hood. And we are doing
I'm here.
charity. There you go.
There he is.
I was going to reiterate the charity.
All right. How you doing?
I'm up in this motherfucker. Good.
Oh,
You know what? I'm the song. Live, are we?
sweetie, are you there? Are you on camera? You have no front light. I don't know. You're melding into the background. It looks really creepy and cool.
You are always a cool
Sure.
looking
Can
one.
you,
Yeah,
So,
can you hear me?
welcome
I can
to
hear you.
Bigfoot and the Bunny Marathon.
Yes.
Oh, he can hear you.
I am glad to be here. We are live. Holy shit. I'm glad I didn't sing the song I was going to sing. Damn it, man.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about that
Holy-
earlier. So I'm like,
Holy
oh my god,
shit.
please don't say that online, on live.
Oh, that would have been bad. That would have been really, really bad.
Charity show, dude.
Well, it is for a good cause. I mean, of course,
Yeah.
we can be ourselves. But,
Yeah.
you know, we're hoping someone's
Oh,
crazy.
baby, not this song. Oh, by the way, I missed your birthday thingamajiggy. I got something for you.
That's okay.
No
Oh.
worries.
Oh, that looks awesome.
Wow.
Oh, come
Uh,
on.
I love it.
It-
I love it.
Oh,
It does,
man.
you guys that don't know,
Yeah.
we had a little kind of virtual get together on my
Yeah.
birthday a few weeks back. And for Kristen's idea, everybody was donning their
Instead of-
tinfoil hats.
Instead of party hats, we all wore tinfoil hats.
And
We-
Ken's has horns.
Yes, it's badass. And it, but yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, we appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Yeah, we had a good time.
Well,
I like the
you should have saw my husband's face when I said, "Can you make me a tinfoil hat?" I thought he was going to spit on the porch, but
I
then coming from you, I'm not surprised.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you for joining us.
Chrissy Baggett.
And for those of you guys that don't know Ken, you're a host of the Wizard's Table, and you're also co-hosting another show, right?
Hollywood Haunts with Brian James, baby.
Nice.
Excellent, excellent. And people can find that on Facebook. I know, 'cause I saw it. I don't know if you're on your YouTube as well. Hollywood
Yeah,
Haunts.
Facebook, YouTube. That's right.
Excellent, excellent. And Ken is involved in the paranormal and from an occult aspect, which is just fascinating. I think there's a role for this, for magicians, sorcerers, people with gifts, to talk to the spirits that are around us that we're trying to communicate with. You know, what brought this? Yeah, we're going to go back to basics, I guess, with the kid, because I know we've covered this stuff in the past, but
Yeah.
what got you going in you know, in the occult, in the paranormal specifically?
All right. So started with the occult and paranormal. Is
Yeah,
your question?
Yes. Are you having a hard time hearing us?
Um,
Because
There's a delay. There's a delay.
it's a tinfoil hat, Chris.
you got to adjust the hat.
It may be that. I just took it off. I just
Like rabbit ears. The internet comes in better.
so now
Kinda
it's
like Jeff.
crazy. Now it's coming. So
Your mom was Strega. Strega.
shit. My Stre,
She's
she was Sicilian and lie. She was Strega and her mother's mother, et cetera, et cetera. They
that.
exposed to the occult. True paranormal experience happened when I was about 5-6 years old. We lived in South Carolina, and I had an encounter with a jinn.
Yeah.
Conversation, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It was amazing. You know, look back on it now, it was fucking spectacular. But even as a kid, it scared me. In fact, me and him got into an argument, and I called it whore. You know, yep, Ken Allen, whore, you whore. But
I think we
yeah,
lost him.
we lost him. He's having a really hard time.
Connection is a little shaky. There's all kinds of things going on in the country.
Yeah.
We're having that to see Stephen Woodward in an earthquake area.
I just read that. My goodness, I'm very sorry. That's not good.
Glad you're okay, Steve.
Yes.
Hey there, Ken.
But
Any
yeah,
better
I
now?
don't know if I've ever told you guys, but I can give you damn near detailed description of what it looked like. So
Yes.
he was at the
Sure.
time he was short. He was short, and I think that has to do with you know, to come across, you know, my height at the time.
Okay.
A large, round, and he had these horns that started at the front, like almost like the head, and were close to the skull, to the back of the base of the huge cornrows, and they were like an off-white color with speckles of gold.
Sounds creepy. but then again, it does.
And this is the gin.
That's what I.
And you were 4. Is
This-
that right? When you were 4 years old when you saw it?
Yeah, between the ages of 6, roughly,
Okay.
and 6.
Okay.
He's been with me ever since. So.
And he appeared to have like
and-
cornrows and like was there horns coming? Oh, I'm sorry, I broke up a
His
little.
horns went across his head like.
Corners. We've heard the story before, so we're elaborating with you because you keep getting stuck. So
Right.
it's okay.
No worries.
We're all good.
It's all for a good cause,
Yes.
friend. So what is
Anne Marie.
what is new in your world, Ken? What is going on?
Oh my God, dude! I've got some crazy shit happening in my life. But so, say too much about what's going to happen. I'll tell you guys privately.
Okay.
And the reason I don't want stealing this idea. You know how somebody will fucking steal that plus or what? It's stolen.
Yes. Ideas get stolen. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Don't
We
give
get that. Don't
Exactly.
give
So
them
don't
away.
give out the goods.
I've done that before and it sucks.
That's why our
Yeah.
phones listen to
So
us,
starting.
Go ahead.
and our Alexas
Don't even get me started with that.
are listening to us to come up with steal our ideas. Perhaps.
All right. He's coming back. Here we go. It was weird. Some people were having a lot of like different connection issues.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of
That's-
tornadoes in the south.
Yeah. It's
Having
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah, did you hit with any of that bad weather, Ken?
No, we weather today, but
shuts off his video and his just voice only. Do you think that'll help the family?
I don't know if it'll work.
Ah, Reggie, thank you,
Reginald's ready to go.
Reginald.
Says hello, Ken Allen.
I'm glad it worked out. So basically, January 20th, I'm going to be involved in what's going to be like a paranormal traveling.
Traveling.
Traveling caravan.
No, that huh? That
I'm sorry, we lost it.
Traveling-
It was paranormal traveling, and then you cut out.
a show. Shit.
Yeah,
It's okay.
it's all right. You know,
Yeah,
hey,
we've
you know,
got this. You know,
if the internet doesn't agree with us, we'll be okay. We just love talking to you, man.
You know, I want everything to go smoothly, and therefore I'm a perfectionist.
he understands.
We're all a little
We're
bit
all-
like that.
Yeah,
We're-
feed out with that.
you get crazy with it. That's how we end up.
Like a
with
paranormal traveling. And
Like
if
a road-
it, like we want it on January 20th, yes, a road show. Something that's going to be quite often and everywhere. Basically, haunted bars and doing what we need to do. Haunted. That's really
Different. Like that.
very different.
Yes, I love that. We love that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So it's going to be traveling. Do you have a
People
plan?
love the paranormal. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Are you going to be going like on a sort of kind of a tour kind of thing? You have things booked? Are you heading up the East Coast? Are you going to be in this
If
area?
everything works out like it should on the 20th, we will be touring.
Very
Awesome.
cool.
Florida will be first,
But of course, dear.
and we'll basically, you know, from there.
That's awesome.
Cool.
That's
cool. Well,
wicked
we
cool.
would love to come out and see you. And you,
Well, my mom lives there, so we are eventually going to
Yeah.
see you.
we are
We
going to
have to.
make our way down that
You
way.
are our brother as well.
And we'd love to.
Yeah, I'm ready for you guys to come down here and kisses and all that good shit. Hell, I'll even kiss Chris.
Hey, hey. I don't want. Never mind.
Hey.
I'm spoken
Hey.
for. Pretty
I
late.
can't wait to meet Kevin.
Well, shit. Because I'm going to make sure that he makes y'all some good old-fashioned Southern food, baby.
Yes. Oh my God! Please, yes, yes, yes. I would like some fried
You
okra
got it. You got it.
and some homemade pinto beans and some corn pones to go with that. And yes, please. So he better start cooking way in advance.
Oh yeah.
You better start right now.
I'm
Do
starving.
you know what, Kevin? He loves pickled pig's feet. Have you ever had that?
I will not touch those, but yes,
I've
I've
seen them.
my mom's side of the family did eat that. I would not touch them. No, thank you. What do you think about those?
I don't like the way they look. Delicious. They're
Are
great.
they good?
They taste great.
Gotta say,
If you
I've
can get past the way they look, it's great. It's good.
I can't get past that.
always-
How about chicken's feet? They cook with chicken's feet as well. I'm like, but they step on things. No, but yeah, I get it. I know.
Remember, you know, you're cooking that, so nothing survives the cooking.
It's true. It's true. I cook with a lot of like,
Love oxtail. It's actually it's
oxtail.
and its origin is African American, but everybody down here in the South pretty much eats oxtails, baby. That's some good shit.
I haven't experienced yet. I may.
It's good, especially with some pinto beans up in it. It's almost like a soup, you know, in it. Eat it. And it's
Don't put that on the menu when I get there, okay?
some black pea, green beans, hog jaw, fat back, head hog cheese, collard green, sauerkraut, and some okra.
I love you. Thank you. Yes. God, I missed that. Oh,
that sounds wonderful.
Southern
if
cooking.
nobody knows my mom's
And
text,
see, my husband, she is Southern as fuck.
yes.
Her name is Theta. essentially theta means like I can't remember exactly, but it's like hell. Something else is what the name.
Oh man.
Lady, the epitome of it. First time I ever heard. Man, she said, "You ain't country, you ain't."
Oh my God. My grandfather used to say that, or he'd say, if you ain't Texan, you ain't shit. Shit. And I'm like, oh my. I actually got him a sticker one time that said, because he was all into this. Well, he dropped.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Good. Thank you. If I'm from Texas, what country are you from? Yeah. That went over well. My mother got mad at me because they used to be their own, entity back then.
And we have chicken's feet up here too. I see
We
in the
do.
markets occasionally.
You cook with them, baby.
That's a big dish in Jamaica as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah, here we go with our
Is that right?
udon
The
and
chicken feet?
voodoo and udon. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
They look crunchy.
See, we know things. They look crunchy. I can't get past them.
Now,
Do you
now,
them? I don't know what.
I mean,
Well,
I'm in the South. I'm in the South. My husband's in the South. We're all Southern, whatever. My accent comes out every now and again or whatever. And we eat all that, but we won't eat no goddamn possum. That's fucking disgusting.
No, that to us that's roadkill, but to some of our listeners,
There's a county
it may
about
be
2 hours away from a county 2 hours. Walsall. They have the annual possum.
Come on.
Various dishes of possum. I'm not kidding. They will eat that shit.
Well, I'm sure our ancestors ate stuff like that too. So
Oh, because they had to.
right, exactly.
Hell, they.
So I think
Yeah.
it's down.
Yeah.
But it's understandable. So we went from paranormal to bloody food. This was great. We love you. And not one of our
You
listeners
never know.
dropped. That was great. Oh my goodness.
You never know
So-
what you're going to get. No.
That's
You
right.
never know what you're
Especially-
going to get.
That's right. Especially when we're all together here. Oh my goodness.
Wait until we meet. Wait till we get together in person. Oh my gosh.
For the energy. It's gonna be wonderful.
It's going to happen, baby.
It is. It is. It really is.
Let's see a few comments out there. Hog's Paws, Echo says. Joanne says,
Yeah.
that's right. You live in bumfuck nowhere. You know you're in the country.
I love you,
That's
Joanne.
right, baby. That's right, baby. She knows.
Yes, she does.
Yeah. Original says mashed potatoes, pot roast, macaroni and cheese, etc. Well, yeah,
Well-
that sounds kind of traditional.
That's a thing. But also, Southern food is so much different than that. That's why we're
Southern food is like soul food, baby. It's very similar.
It is. I miss
In
it.
fact, we got a soul food restaurant in Tallahassee.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Well, if Kevin can cook, we won't have to go there. So
If he can cook, if he can cook everything that I like as I'm half Sicilian as a Sicilian man, then he can fucking cook, baby. Trust me. There's some complex shit. I'll be like, Kevin, they made this way or said.
Oh.
He can go to the dollar store. Everything that shit.
What do you like to get for soul food?
Me?
Some human souls?
Ooh,
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah. Well, for me, yeah, definitely souls, baby. I mean,
Oh, Barbara. Bye, Barbara.
you know me.
what have you been working on in the sorcery realm? What's new? You're doing any new path work? Things of that nature.
I have been doing the demonic ritual of the pentagram. Yeah.
Yeah,
You might find that interesting, Chris.
That sounds cool as fuck.
I do.
Do tell.
I will send you the ritual. You will love it. It's
All right.
similar to the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, obviously, but it's the demonic ritual pentagram, where you invoke, you do everything you do. Of course, the pentagram is inverted. When you make the sign of the pentagram, it's inverted. Lucifer in the east, Flurius in the south, Leviathan in the west, and Belial. It's very powerful, and I do that before any.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna love that. Tissue.
Now, do you do that for like protection, like you would a lesser banishing ritual? To raise
Is a
energy, or both?
protection element, is energy, and to call directions, specifically Lucifer, because I am a Luciferian. He's with the Satanists, but that's okay. Some overlap. There's some overlap. It's
Eclectic.
against forces that would try implementing this map and to concentrate that power to push the map.
We lost them again.
We're so sorry.
Having some internet issues,
Just some gremlins.
and I just want to let you guys know
Again.
about the donation button. Of course, you know, it's on all our Facebook pages. Please give if you can. If you give $25 or more, send us a receipt, message us, and Lynn Monet will send you a copy, an ebook of her latest book,
Colors from Heaven.
Colors from Heaven.
And everything goes to, all the proceeds go to St. Jude's.
That's
Children's.
right. Who is like one of the few charities. I know that they really don't waste money. Some charities will have a lot of overhead and
Yeah.
that sort of thing, and St. Jude's is really good about
We
it.
were going to do also Crohn's
Yes.
as well, the Crohn's Foundation, but we couldn't find one that wouldn't, because that's what Jacob has, and that's where we're going with this today. So, but yeah. So
If it,
please,
you know,
St. Jude's,
cancer touches everybody.
it does. My father passed away from it. Yesterday was his death date. Anne's got a story as well. Her mom's birthday is,
Yes, I lost my father this year to it.
and
So.
Chris. Yes.
And my mom, and most of my family. In fact, it's a miracle I'm still here.
It's a blessing you're
Hello?
still here.
Hey, we've
Hey,
got you.
hello.
We're having
So
a
did you guys?
double.
Okay,
count.
I'm sorry. Did you guys
Wow, right?
control the pentagram?
All right, we got some of that. I'm not sure if you sent it to me. I'll
Oh, he's
check.
got the tinfoil hat on. All right.
I love the hat. Yeah, he's got the hat.
Yeah, put your hat on. Maybe it will do something for the internet. This is awesome. Thank you.
How do you feel about
So now what?
a point of like
Go
you
ahead.
know, so Anton LaVey, there was a lot of psychodrama in the Church of Satan, and it would act out rituals a lot of times, kind of dressed for the occasion or undressed, depending, on the ritual. It was usually somebody naked on that altar. How does it play out into your own work? Do you find do you use psychodrama as an element to your sorcery?
I use sauce magic context because, yes, when you're practicing chaos magic, almost any fucking thing works. Absolutely.
Right.
Created invocations, god of war from the game, or Kratos is the character's name, for various things, protection, etc. And it has the power has. So yeah, but as for Anton LaVey was I think he was fucking brilliant. Look, for those of you who are Bible, it really is a brilliant work of art. It is a great. It's not a religion. It's not really a spiritual path. It's a philosophy. It's a hell of a lot of sense, and I would say I agree with like Bible. In fact, I bought a. I hate to admit this, but a $400 leather cover of the Satanic Bible off Etsy a couple months ago. But
Oh, is that right?
That's
it's a
awesome.
collection.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think I've
That-
ever seen one of those.
that's really cool.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I think.
I thought
And I
atheism.
think it was well.
a theme in the Satanic Bible. If I recall, it's almost an atheistic perspective. Yet there are elements that Anton, where there are books where there's ritual and there are these sort of practices. But if you were to just read the Satanic Bible by itself, you might not even think that existed.
Exactly. If you was to read it and it wasn't labeled the Satanic Bible, everybody out there would agree with what's written in that. I promise
Yeah.
you. Everybody would agree with what's written in it. Get rid of the Satanic Bible, anything Satan, everybody would fucking be daughters. I have actually posted passages from the Satanic Bible on Facebook. People, Pentecostals and shit. Oh, I like it. Oh, I agree with. Bitch. I bet you do.
Sort of like politics. Anyway. Really?
Politics, man.
I don't. We don't do
They
that.
can't dick, but they can't do it right, huh?
Right. We agree with you.
Yeah. So I think
yeah.
the Bible, it's kind of,
Go ahead, Chris. I'm
Something
thinking about the delay, brother.
it's not, yeah, no worries. We'll get through things. The entities, if you will, like there's no real devil. And that seems to be the point of a lot of that book, right? It's different than, say, theistic
Right.
Satanism, where you're talking about a real entity that you are, worshiping or calling or invoking.
Yeah, it's
working.
it's non-theistic. It's atheistic Satanism. It's obviously, read that shit, y'all. For real, read that. It's non-theistic. But even in theistic Satanism, I have fucking hordes of books about theistic Satanism. There are aspects of non-theistic and theistic Satanism that I have taken. I'm a person who likes to write my own fucking shit.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
the results are fucking spectacular. Fucking epic shit. I'm recording when I do these rituals, you guys, for real. I need to start showing this shit on the Wizard's Table, Bigfoot in
Yes.
the Bunny, Hollywood Haunts, whatever. I need to start doing that shit. But yeah, it's shit. I done forgot what I got caught up in my shit.
How you do something once, just once you were filmed, and that was for a documentary.
Mhm.
And we did
Yeah.
see that, but we didn't see much of it. So we would love to have everybody. You've got to do that to have everybody see a little bit of what, because I don't actually show Chris much of what I do.
So for the documentary, that was
You opened a portal.
if it's the one I think, if it's for Paranormal in the Funhouse,
Yes.
right?
You
Yeah.
opened a portal. Yes.
Okay.
With some good footage.
But I'm also in the movie. Thank you. I'm also in the movie. It's called well, anyway, it's
Yeah, type that
Bigfoot
movie.
Hunter, and he's a paranormal investigator.
Yes.
Okay.
Very end of the movie, the Skunk Ape Experiment movie.
All right. Was that through Outcast Paranormal?
Yes.
Outcast Paranormal.
Yes.
The very end of the movie, the very last scene, I'm doing a reenact.
We did see that.
We
I did this
see
shit for real, but
Yes.
and yeah, that right there. You should have seen the camera guys.
Imagine.
It took
know,
every.
As I said that to Chris, I said, I bet you they're shitting their pants right now watching him do this. Trying to film it. Yes, I did.
That was
Some
cool.
of those dudes were crossing. Some of those dudes were crossing themselves, and they're not even Catholic.
Oh, boy.
Maybe we
I
should
did.
plan to do some sort of ritual thing. We do a lot of ITC experiments, like on Thursdays and different things on our show, the Dark Horse show.
But
We
they
kind of
never
go
really
outside the box and just
hear,
doing interviews. We try to do some other stuff, perhaps a ritual, mutual ritual, or something.
Not about what people think either, like
Might be-
dark forces or
might be
whatever.
interesting.
It's what Nathaniel was actually talking about earlier. We call upon whatever force it is to come and help us. That's all.
Well, I mean,
Well,
I call upon Lucifer all the time, and people think that Lucifer. I don't
Right.
subscribe to the absolute. Subscribe to the absolute. An entity of light, an entity of enlightenment,
Mhm.
A light bringer.
power, and of course, sorcery and witchcraft all fall under.
All of that. It's under the umbrella.
So
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
We got Hecate over there, and you and I have talked offline about that. And
Mhm.
we could work something out. It might be interesting to do an experiment and see if we can affect pain.
Yes.
You know, it may affect-
Goddess actually out. How did goddess seek me out? Play makes it sound like you. I don't mean to, but I had a goddess seek me out several years. Anyway, it was Isis. I sat.
Oh, I love ISIS.
So many signs kept showing up. It was insane. A friend of mine who was on probation for cocaine, fucking idiot. He shouldn't let nobody knew. But anyway.
Did you say fornicating?
I think you said cocaine.
Oh, cocaine.
No, I
Okay.
said-
Only because
Maybe both. I don't.
We're gonna be both. We were watching Salem, the show from a long time ago, and they put an F on the guy's branded his face for
Oh yes,
fornicating.
Isaac the fornicator.
Yeah.
Great show.
It sounded like fornicating. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Please go.
You're a little giddy now.
I
I used to know a guy who snorted cocaine off of another man's penis. If that's close to fornication.
okay. Here we go with what I said. It's lie. Please don't say that. On live.
You can say whatever the hell you want.
No, I'm kidding.
It's all for a good cause.
It is.
You know,
I'm
we're
sorry.
trying to help
but-
out some kids.
Yeah.
No, it's
I
not
done
what
forgot what I was talking about. What was the
We talked-
question?
You know,
I don't even know anymore.
well, we were talking about doing a mutual ritual. You mentioned being sought out by ISIS, and then I had that experience
Yeah.
with Hecate, where I
Yes.
like she kind of like intervened. I wasn't looking for her. In fact, I
Right.
didn't even buy into the Hecate as much more than like a teenage girl. I don't know,
That's what you
hocus
were
pocus
saying.
type thing. And then
Well, that's what it felt like for me. And the guy,
Cool.
anyway, that's right. The guy that got in trouble, he poor bastard was condemned to work at a Christian bookstore, used bookstore. So they, etc. And he would always contact me when they had anything in that would interest me. So they got this book about ISIS. This was a pagan, strictly pagan workbook about the goddess Isis.
Mhm.
I'll take it, whatever. A few weeks later, more signs showed up. ISIS this, ISIS that. And then
That's what happens.
for that self ISIS something several years ago. So anyway, all these things kept happening with ISIS involved in it. So I started working with her. Anyway, I worked with her for a few years. It ran its course, and then she.
Oh, sorry.
Sometimes that's the way it is. Sometimes you work with these, and they move. You don't all your life thing.
right.
Right.
And it shows you that this stuff is real, and it's not just like the spirit of a discarnate spirit. There's something else there.
It's something more powerful than us, basically.
And we got into a little bit of that with Nathaniel, and we talk about these kind of alien kind of things that some of the phenomena we might be calling abduction phenomena, maybe some other sort of non-human entity. And when you feel or see the power of these beings, right? It's not what you're haunted house type thing. It's like, whoa, this is goddamn serious. Like physics can change and that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Right in your
Yes.
own environment. You had
100%.
things happen in this room that just were mind blowing.
I told Stephen Woodward, he was like him and Ann are like the only people I told. I was like, I still can't believe what happened.
Yeah.
I was messed up. I was so screwed up for like 3 days of what happened in this room. I'm not kidding you. It was really messed up.
Yeah, we've been
Right,
privy
yeah.
to some pretty amazing stuff, and the gods are real, the goddesses are real. There is something there, and whether that is a phenomena people experience alien abductions. I don't know. There's a lot of things out there besides dead people. You know, I feel like
Absolutely. They're entities. There is very used to call them gods or deities, fucking powerful entity. I don't. Oh well, that's a god, devil. That's a powerful. At the end of the
Right.
day, they're all
The
they're
same.
all deity like. Kalima. Exactly.
Kali Ma.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're ancient. It comes down, like I was saying before, ancient oral traditions. They're all from ancient cultures, way beyond us, way before us. You know.
I think a lot of
Yeah,
people
before.
just think like
Sorry, I'm typing.
these cultures just made these things up, like, and pulled it out of their ass. Like, all right, we got a god of this, and it's just, you know, they were getting some feedback. You know, when you work with these with like a jinn or what we call demons or gods or goddesses, and you get the feedback, you get a response,
Mhm.
the real thing, you realize, well, there is a lot more to this. You know, I think a lot of people feel like
Yeah,
the
these
magic is their hands, and they're just
These ain't-
using energies for things. But when you start to involve outside energies,
Thoughts.
it's a whole new playing field, right?
Yeah, baby.
You broke up
I guess-
a little bit.
Oops. Sorry, Ann. Ken,
Can
hear us now?
can you hear us?
This page is
Yeah,
full of
I can
stuff.
hear you. I'm here.
All right, cool. Well, we know you're having
Aw.
some troubles with the internet.
I hate you, man.
We just appreciate you coming on, saying hello, because we love you, man.
We really do. We love you so very much, and we cannot wait. Cannot wait to go. I know, right? I was gonna go up and get mine. It's on the top shelf.
Love the hat. Awesome job.
I tried to make the show that night, but I had something come up. I couldn't do it. But yeah,
Nah, no worries.
That's okay. Thank you, though. We
We're-
appreciate.
We're
you.
always here. We're always here for you, man.
Yeah, you know. Send Ann a link, please. And
But we appreciate it. I think the best places to find you, Ken, would be I mean, help.
Table and Hollywood Haunts.
Hollywood
ATZ. Hollywood.
Hollywood Haunts. Put it in the chat, please. I'm trying to talk here. Live.
It's okay. How long have you guys been on tonight?
Far 2 hours. No, a little over 2 hours. Oh,
Almost
almost
three.
3 hours.
Almost
Well,
there, but we took a break.
Yeah, we took a
As you
good
know,
7-minute break.
we were chatting before we came on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an hysterics. While we're
What
at it.
else were you guys before you came on?
Oh, well,
What goes on after the show?
is
Oh.
yeah, it's not-
Send me some
Oh.
pictures of that shit.
We've got a
Oh
few.
my goodness. Actually, no. You know what was really bad is I actually have,
Mine.
and I gave my phone to Jake the other day, and I said, "Oh my
Oh,
God,
God,
give me
no.
the phone back."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was
They
on,
go-
I was on the phone with my mother, and this
I
one
had-
comes in naked with
I-
just a hat on,
I had this hat on.
and I was on the phone with my mother. Sorry, Mom.
She's talking to her mom, and I just got out of the shower.
I'm sitting right here, and I'm talking on the phone, right, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I don't know what she's saying because I'm in total hysterics."
I'm dragging it across the floor.
So I'm like, hold on a second. So I'm talking, I put her on speakerphone. I am so sorry, Mom, if you see this. Good Lord. Thank God she doesn't have the internet, but her friends do. And yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. And no, we weren't drinking. It was in the morning. Oh my God.
Well, mornings are the best time.
It was very funny though.
Because
See, so there you go.
you know that shit.
Yeah.
Well-
I'll send you the picture if you'd like. No.
Yeah, please do. I love that.
Yeah, no.
She
It looks
sends-
great, bro. You should wear that shit more often, dude.
Well, I think I actually wore this for our Halloween show.
You did because it was kind
And
of
we did that
surprise
with
for
you. You and Saucer's Cagliostro.
Oh,
So,
that one, yeah.
a hell of a show.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
definitely recommend
Was-
people go back in the archives
Oh my-
or wherever
was-
watching this and watch that because we talk a lot about sex magic. We talk about
We could fly.
all sorts of things.
magic, blood magic, demons, etc. She is such an amazing. I need to call her. I have her phone number. I need to contact her.
Absolutely. Yeah, she is the real deal. I've known her for a number of years, and she is the real thing. She's cool. And a really nice person as well. So this has been great.
Yes,
People
thank
can
you.
find you on Hollywood Haunts,
Hollywood Haunts and
the Wizards
the
Table.
Wizard's Table. 'Cause
Wizards Table.
we always sing to each other. You see,
Bigfoot and the Bunny.
when everybody's on and you see me typing in the Wizard's Table with like little notes on it, that would be why. Because we're singing it. Well, thank you again.
Awesome,
Please
Ken.
tell Kevin we said
Thank you for
hi.
joining us.
We love you.
Give our best to Kevin,
Thank you for the hat. That's so cute.
and we'll talk soon. We'll catch up.
It's like this. And like that. Chew, chew.
Guys,
Yeah, that's right. The evil eye. Get rid
Yeah.
of that evil eye. Have a good night, Ken. Thank you so much.
later, guys.
Love you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. And that was
Yes.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right. It's too bad about some of the internet troubles. And a lot
Yeah.
of you guys having some
Awesome.
troubles out there. There's all kinds of things going on in the country. We'll do it again. I can't wait to have Ken back on, and maybe we'll do a ritual experiment. I kind of like that idea, Kristen.
I do too, but I'm how I am with involvement and stuff. So
Yeah.
do my own thing.
You do your own thing. I do my own thing.
Do my
But
own
somehow
thing.
we make it all
Actually,
work.
Ann and I could do that together. We could have our
Oh,
own
see, you're
thing.
comfortable with Ann, but me, you don't want to do shit.
I am. I do stuff with you, but not like that, and not like that either.
Oh, we have done stuff like that. Let me get the magic marker out and draw a sigil. There
Oh
we
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Yeah.
That Jesus, I'm Norse for God's sake. Can do that too.
Oh, you can read it well.
Scandinavian. Yeah. But anyway,
Yeah, Scandinavian ass. That is so. I
Scandinavian ass. My Prussian ass, my Romanian ass. That's all. Okay.
Our next guest is the
Oh,
one and
great.
only Anne Marie Young, and we're going to bring her on right now.
Oh yes, she's got a treat for you.
Hello, Anne.
Hi, beautiful.
Good evening. You're listening to all our dirty talk.
She's- hit it with yeah.
It's
Oh.
different to have men. You need women around to get that right energy.
Oh,
A man is completely different from a woman. Sometimes you need the combination. Depends on what you're looking for, what you're heading for, what you need.
That's right.
yeah, I like that,
That's right.
that combination.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a winning combination.
System. Okay,
She's going to put me in my place.
I am. I always do. We're women.
But yeah, some good comments out there about Ken. And he knows his shit. Joanne says, and yes, he absolutely does.
Yeah.
And
He's awesome.
he's a great guy. We love talking to him. He's real and down to earth, and one of our favorite people out there.
Yeah.
So tell us
Yeah.
about yourself a little bit, Ann, for those of you
Please.
who don't know you.
Well, I run a page, Rising of the Phoenix, and I'm pretty much just about trying to get everybody to help themselves.
Mhm.
You know, I'm always posting stuff to help both, build yourself up. I also, every once in a while, will draw cards for people, friends, family. Well, actually, mostly my family's friends. And tonight, if anybody wants a card reading, I've got Earth Magic.
Excellent.
Nice.
Yes, we're
I
hoping we
like
could get into a little spiritual card reading with you. Oh, I like that. Messages. Is that messages from your spirit guides? Is that what that's saying? Very cool.
Yeah,
Very cool. And how long have you been reading cards for?
Oh, nuts.
Oh, I thought I froze for a second.
Yeah. It's okay.
How long have you been reading cards for?
I have gotten different decks for, I'd say, a good My first deck I probably got was about 15 years ago. I was walking through a store, and that's what I went looking for, and it fell right at my feet. And the lady next to me was like, "That was meant for you," and I'm like, "Oh, I think so." And I picked it up, and it was Llewellyn's.
Wow.
We don't have it out here, but it was Llewellyn's Tarot.
Hmm.
I brought it home, and I read it all up, and things just kind of connected, and it made you feel like, there was more to this. I was meant to read this and meant to do this. And
A synchronicity.
There you go.
Yeah.
yeah, and I had a few friends that, they'd have questions and stuff, and I would get a good feeling of what needed to be said. But if I took the cards out and I showed them in the cards and I showed them the meaning and what the book said went with it, it always matched up.
That's awesome.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, I know we've been talking about maybe building a show around this
Mhm.
this card reading, and that this is a great place to start. And we're rooting for you. We're excited. We already got some people out here. Joanne Stewart says, "I will take a card if you will." So let's take
First
a step back.
or Earth.
I'm sorry.
I've got the spirit guides or the earth magic cards.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it would be your preference.
What do you feel, Joanne?
Oh, my earplug just went out.
She says Earth. Is that
Alrighty.
Good choice.
all right? I think we're
usually
gonna pop out of here, and we'll rejoin you in a little bit. We'll let you run with us, and we'll put up the messages as they come in.
good. I usually just keep shuffling until something pops out, and that card that's usually meant for you, meant for whoever's. And we got one. The dragonfly emergency. And what this tells me, sometimes you have to go change. I know the dragonfly has a lot to do with angels and guides, and sometimes we have to sit back and we have to listen. Things are changing, and we have to go with the change. You need to emerge as the new, and in order to do that, you got to let go of a lot of the old.
Looks like it might be a little frozen. Why the internets are not
Hmm.
agreeing t's There you are.
Yeah, I disappeared. I don't know when it disappeared because I wasn't looking at the screen.
Well, you're back now.
This dragonfly card, and it means, sometimes we got to go into darkness and bring out, come back,
Change.
change. It's all about changing, and you got to emerge. Shows a woman under a bridge, trying to make decisions what way to go, and you just got to follow your own instinct. Nobody else can tell you how to be, and you just got to be you.
Excellent. Excellent. Our friend Reginald Randall says, "Do I dare ask? I'm afraid of a card reading." Okay, Ann, give it to me. Kristen says, "Do it."
Do it. That's because our group chat. Keeping her. Okay.
All right, Reginald. Ooh, we got a flipper. Oh, we got more than one. It's time to reflect and go with your instinct. Ah, that's perfect for you. Winter solstice. Let's see if you can see it. Reflection. When everything comes to the end, we're getting ready for the sun to come back out. And follow your instinct. It's all instinct for you. We all know it. Everything's going to work out good, see? The reflection is like some birches looking back to see where you've come from. And know that it's all good. The wolf standing by the river in front of the mountains. You got mountains that you've climbed. The wolf's heading away from it, heading for its new. And even though you might reflect on certain stuff, you can't stay there. You look at it, you deal with it, and then you move on. I think you're going to be pretty good, Reg. I can't wait.
That's excellent. And Reg, I'm sure you appreciate that. We get another victim out there, Ion.
Don't call him victim.
Echo Leaf
Yes.
says, could I get a card if there's time?
Alrighty, let's see. Most of the readings I do always have meaning for myself too. It's kind of funny. Kind of like taking your own. People ask questions. And you reflect on it. It's funny how you need to hear it too. Synergy. The Green Man. Synergy is connecting, getting more of a reflecting on everything. Synergy is the air, all the different earth, air, putting it all together, putting your direction in one thing at a time instead of if you are in too many different places at once, you don't get nothing done. You need to sit back and reflect using everything at once to guide yourself one way. Stop trying to understand everything at once. You got to take little steps and everything goes together. Trying to see what. This is reading. I haven't got the book. There is also a synergy between your spiritual awareness and your personal self, the ego. Be aware of the various idiosyncrasies of your ego and do not take any of them too seriously. Know that your highest self is always looking out for your best interest. In this cycle, tune into that guidance, however it shows up, and you will find that you move through life with greater ease due to synergy, balance, and forces expressing themselves as you. So yeah, what I said was pretty much what it said in the book.
That's what it meant. All right. All right. And Echo says that's me. Great. Thank you.
Goosebumps.
Goosebumps over that. So yeah, fantastic.
I'm waiting for a reply from somebody.
Oh, we just got one, I think.
Excellent.
Kimmy Wells. Shall I dare?
Yes, Kimmy, you shall.
Muhaha.
Oh, Kimmy got a flyer. Oh, celebration. It's time to dance. There's a woman dancing all out on her own. Yep, the celebration. You've done some hard work. Now it's time to celebrate. Get ready to get going that flow. Don't matter who's watching, just do you. Sometimes you want other people to stop and listen and just celebrate who you are. And there are a lot of people celebrating with you. They're happy for you. I know I am. It's time to dance. It's everything you've done is it's working out for you, and it's going to work out for you. So it's time to celebrate. Celebrate. That's what I got for beautiful Kimmy Wells.
Excellent. Excellent. This is some good stuff.
Yeah, it is, and
I like it. Kimmy said, thanks. So on point. Time for Kimmy.
you missed us
Celebrate.
in the background. We were dancing with you, Kimmy. Really.
Reggie says, I used the word dare. Now everyone is afraid.
I'm not afraid. And you know me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kimmy says, whoop,
Whoop,
whoop.
whoop. Oh my God, I say that too. Whoop. Let's see. Would you like to? I love that Earth deck, and it kind of resonated with me. So, may I have one, please?
Sure. Let's see what flies out for you. Kimmy's literally like flipped out of her neck and fell on the floor.
I know. That's awesome.
Yep, they pop out.
A flyer.
We got a flyer. It's just
I like that.
They wanted to dance, celebrate.
I don't mind how bad it is because we already know. And they are beautiful cards. She's right. Excuse me. If I was to read cards, I would read those or a deck that Chris has that kind of resonates with me.
The tarot's more, you have to do a spread. You can't just do a pulling of a card because it's lost all by itself.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
it's got to have all the cards around it to tell a story, to explain it. Otherwise, you're just kind of like, huh?
Teach me, girl. Teach me. Chris has been trying.
Teach you the ways.
Teach
I have,
you.
I have a
there's
flyer. Yes.
The flyer going the other way.
I got a flyer.
Oh, passion
Yes.
and veiled. Veiled means you're in a fog. You need to get out of the fog.
Okay. I agree. You agree?
The fire will burn that fog. Your passion, you need to stop thinking about all kinds of things and work on one thing. Sometimes the fog is good because you got to wait for it to be lifted. You got to sit in it and understand it and relax and wait for it to burn off to a new beginning. Things will start new, afresh
Okay.
when the fog burns off. And you got a lot of passion to do that. You need to stop worrying. Look who I'm talking to.
Good. I'm a squirrel. I can't help this. I've got so much to worry about.
You do, but you need to take that time and be in right now, not worry about everything else around, sit in that fog with what you need to do, so that way things are better later. The fire, will burn that fog off and you'll have a new passion, but you have to take care of things now. You have to sit in the fog and take care of business. Everything will be all great when it's all done, but you have to just be there right now.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's excellent. Get out of the fog, woman.
Yeah. Well, I gotta sit in the fog for a little while. Remember?
I think you've been in.
Sometimes it's good. It's you to
I
let
have.
everything else go and just relax, and then let the fire burn where it sends you.
As you know, I have been sitting in the fog, but there's a reason why. So there's a
And
bunch of reasons why it's family stuff. So
Your guides are telling you you're doing the right thing.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll take one of those, if I may, Missy.
No. Oh, you got a rebirth card too.
Oh,
Look at that. Spring equinox.
Yeah,
Ooh.
the spring equinox.
Ostara, baby.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. That's about rebirth, and that's about when things are all starting to get going new, which is kind of funny because things are starting to all go new, and that's what this is talking about. This is a new rebirth, a new year. We're starting over. We're going to do great things.
Yes,
There
we are. Yes, we are.
It's got the rabbit, which is abundance.
Yeah.
Of course, it has the freaking bunny.
Beginning of the month, I wish abundance on everybody, because if everybody else is doing good, we don't have to worry about them. We want everybody to do good.
That's right.
Yeah.
Everybody. Yes. See?
Yeah.
That's excellent. I know some of the people in the audience don't know what we're talking about, but we do. So
Tell us about Rabbit, and the first of the month.
The first of the month, it's an old tradition. When I was in high school, this woman my friend's mom taught us, she used to say rabbit coming down the first of the month. As she was coming down the stairs, she'd be rabbit, 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 rabbit. I asked her, why do you do that? And she said, it's a luck to bring.
Oh.
crap.
What we don't have in abundance is internet bandwidth.
Yeah, we don't understand what's going on with this.
Rabbit, give us a goddamn internet. Stop messing with our shit. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So she walked down the stairs. She said, rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. And you asked her. And she said,
And she said it was an old tradition that her family always did for abundance for the month. Rabbits mean abundance. Rabbits have a constant abundance of everything. I know rabbits have to do with rebirth, and every day is a new rebirth. And after your new rebirth, every month you start anew. The first of the month, your bills are all due again. Everybody, you get your paycheck and it's all gone already. She said, but this is a thing for luck. And then years later, I had forgotten about it, and my cousin Joey I noticed on Facebook, he did it, and it rang in me. Oh my God, I remember that. So then I started it, and this was 10 years ago. Well, as of last month, I've counted 20 different people that throughout the years that have followed me or been on my Facebook that now do that same thing. Rabbit, rabbit, every month. They'll either do rabbit, rabbit, or white rabbit, or rabbit, rabbit, rabbit.
I saw the white rabbit on somebody else's post too, and I was like, oh, that's cool. That's different how they do it too. I love that.
One pill makes you smaller.
Yep. And on it again. Am I there?
You're here.
Yeah.
What?
We got
Do
you.
I need to go find my tinfoil hat? I know I still have it around somewhere.
Ken's was the best. I love the horns on there.
well-
It's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Mine's up there somewhere. I'm gonna have to go get it because I hit it again. But yeah.
Hit it or the cat got it. When you have a cat that just loves
Oh
tinfoil.
yes, that was my story. I could not get my hat done because of his cat. I had like 5 minutes to do my hat, and he's like just sitting there trying to get the tin foil. And I'm like, no, stop, hissing at me. Shit, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry.
It
But
might
the
be
rabbit thing is really cool because I've seen other people do that, and that's why I had asked you because I knew you did it. And I asked you one time, and that's really neat. I like that.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
like
Yep.
that.
I
But
want everybody to have good health and good wealth and
Right.
happiness. And if everybody was, I wouldn't have to worry about it. I try to help people help
None of us
themselves.
it's right, you do. Yeah, you do.
Reggie
Mhm.
says Anne-Marie Young is such an amazing soul with such an amazing heart.
That's right.
So is he.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
all doing stuff. It's really crazy.
I was going to give you a kidney, guy. There you go. We all were.
Yeah, my kidneys are no good. I've had to go through dialysis myself.
I remember. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was glad to see that she
That-
got that kidney
yeah.
like, rather quickly.
Most
Yeah,
definitely. I was
good. We were all praying. We all were lighting candles and our energy focused on.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All
And that was
Would anybody else like a reading from Anne Marie Young?
We have a very cool little paranormal family.
Yeah, we do.
That's the
Yeah.
good.
Good Lord. We
I-
always say that.
I love our chats.
I do too. I love, like I was saying to Greg earlier, and he does the same thing, obviously, is sometimes I'm gone for like an hour or two, and then all of a sudden I'll be like, wow. And I'll look, I get the notifications. I look, I got like 126 or 132 read messages, and I'm like, wow, what are we doing now? What are we talking about?
Dan Reg, but I'm
It's a lot of fun. It
That's
is.
cool, and we help each other out.
Yeah.
I know you and Reggie were working on his computer.
Yeah.
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 Getting that ready for his
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for him. His guys are in the background jabbing, and yes, it's like every other word you hear Reggie.
A little while ago, right? A little while ago, Chris
Yeah,
turned
I heard
to
Reggie.
Greg, and it said bloody. He said it said Reginald. I heard Reggie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm like, I looked at Chris. I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Did you just hear that?
He does appear to be a kind of a magnet.
We know he's watching.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. An amazing person, amazing soul, but so are you, and we appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, we do.
And I'd love to have Eric, my cousin, come on since I know you're watching, and ask Anne Marie for a read. We miss Eric. Right, Ann?
Oh, you guys have history together, and you could let our audience know that.
Nope, she's stuck.
For those of you that haven't
You may have to drop and come back, okay?
met Anne before.
Take that off.
All right, let me try something.
Okay.
Am I there now?
Yeah, you're good.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us all right?
It's been working fine. On.
It's Gremlins. It's okay.
That's crazy.
It happens. It happens.
No,
So Ann and I've known each other for a
No.
very long time. We went to high school actually we went to middle school together. And what was weird was my cousin, my oldest cousin, married her sister. And that's just synchronicity in itself because like I said, we've
Okay.
known each other. And then we were like, we went somewhere to a party one day at my cousin's house or whatever. And I was like, and Ann's there. And I'm like, wow. And we were little. I was like, wow, and she's like, that's my sister. I'm like, come on, get out. I'm like, that's my cousin. And the only thing that we didn't know, because we didn't talk much, because after that, you went to a parochial school, or was it a different school, a high school than me? Instead of going to Cape,
Diamond.
you went to Diamond. So
I went to Diamond in Fall River.
that's
David didn't want me at Kate's.
yeah.
I got into too many fights in middle school, if you remember. They asked my parents not to send me to the high school.
You know what else was weird? Was my stepsister. After a while, she lived down the street from you. Do you remember that?
What was her name?
Becky Chalk. She lived right down the street from you. At the same time as all this is going on, my father, married another woman. She had 5 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Not even gonna go with that, but she lived the street over from you.
I think I remember now. I can't.
And
Yeah,
I was always there, and I'm like, oh my God, Ann's here too. You can't, it's a synchronicity thing.
it's
Couple
like
of troublemakers.
I was not a troublemaker. I was a good girl. I keep trying to tell you that. He doesn't believe me. I'm an innocent looking, angel.
always found
You're an angel.
I am. I was.
As Len Dorman says, hello, Kristen
Len.
and Anne Marie. How you
Len,
doing,
that was me talking to you the other night. I'm sorry.
Len? We did want to talk to you about having you on some time, talk about your show, Southern Fried Paranormal.
Yes, Southern Fried Paranormal.
And thanks
Just
for
talking about
dropping in.
Southern food with Ken Allen.
That's right, soul food.
Soul food.
Yeah, it went with the soul patch that
Oh,
I
yes.
no longer
yes.
have.
Okay. Anyway.
I just blew a hamster to my chin, and
And
we'll go with that.
Len as well, because
Yeah.
we watch his shows. So.
I was glad he helped Greg out. Greg asked me if I could help him last night, but I was like, I couldn't. I was
You were sleeping. He woke you up. He said,
it's
Yeah.
good.
"It's okay.
Yeah,
We understand."
we totally get it. you
Yeah,
know.
we.
Like naps are a good thing.
Yeah, but sometimes
No.
guests do drop. They have to go, and you got to find somebody else doing live, shows. We understand that.
Oh yeah, in Greg's situation, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Len
it's
Bob-
really bad. Not
Uh,
bad, but
which was cool. And I got to watch it back. I went to go see Silly Rabbit last night. No, that was kind of fun. My old
he's sweet.
90s band.
He says he's always there for Greg Haas.
He's always there for Greg Haas. Yes.
Greg's awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah. And Greg's there for everybody else too.
Yeah.
That's what I love about him.
Yep.
He's
Yep.
such a mild-mannered, nice gentleman that you can just listen to, and he just
And knowledgeable as well.
knowledgeable, right?
Very. Yes, he's fun. Hey, Len, would you like a reading from Ann? Anne Marie is reading tarot tonight. So, Ann, is it tarot or tarot?
Tarot. I always call it tarot. Tarot.
Yes.
Or
You-
tarot.
You call it tarot or tarot? Both of them.
Both of them.
I have a
Sometimes it slips out of my mouth as tarot, and other times it slips out as tarot. It's really odd.
That actually no, we speak about this a lot. There's different words that have different sayings, like different. It's the same meaning, but we say it differently.
Yeah.
So we've spoken about this a lot. Oh, Len said, "Please, Ann, go ahead.
Just go ahead. What do I need to do? Well,
You just
Len?
sit there."
I could give you some
Len.
really arcane instructions right now and take advantage of this situation.
All I need
Go to your refrigerator, take a carrot.
and
Carrot 3 ways. Make a triangle. No, you just got to sit there. I'm just kidding.
Sorry, Ann.
it happened. It's really good when people like I already know or I've seen.
So,
Otherwise, I can pick up on their energy, and it comes usually pretty quicker. When it's just somebody that I don't really know, I got to think about them and feel it, and then I usually just let the cards fly as they go. Depending on.
that makes sense though. When you know people, you've
Mhm.
seen them before. That does make sense. You can read energy, so.
I got focus.
Mm.
It's time to focus.
Crystals. I like that.
Mm,
It's a beautiful card.
cheers.
Kristen Am I back?
You're back. Yes. Says crystals.
Crystal clear. You need to focus on one thing at a time. I think I had a card similar to this.
It was
Sometimes
like-
we get so out of whack that we can't focus. You need to just settle on that one thing and work on it. This is also like you're facing mountains. You're heading for something really, really big. And if you want to get there, you have to have clear focus. Stop letting other things take you left and take you right. Different energies. Every crystal has a different energy.
Mhm.
Does it feel
And
like big
sometimes-
challenges ahead for Linda?
Sometimes you need that extra, that crystal of that coincides with whatever it is that you're looking for. It helps guide you there. That helps give you that focus. You know, like if you're looking for protection, you grab a black onyx or a black tourmaline because you're looking, you're focusing on protection. So that's what you use. If you're for healing, you'd use amethyst. For cancer, citrine. There's different things that, focus on one thing using. You can use crystals, you can use whatever it is use to allow yourself focus to get up over that mountain that you're getting ready to climb. That's what that tells.
That's excellent.
It's wonderful.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Ken Allen says, love Anne Marie Young.
Yes.
I love Ken.
Ken, Mr. Ken Allen, would you like a card read? I've
Also, Reginald says, synchronicity, all the Chris and Kristens in my life. And guess what, Anne Marie Young? My wife's name is Christina Marie.
Oh, come on.
So there you go. Little
Well,
blend.
I don't know if you noticed, but I've been talking to Christy lately. So, Reggie. So I was,
Is actually my whole first name. I have a middle name, Lorraine. Anne Marie is ANN-Marie, but Facebook doesn't let you put a dash in.
Oh, no.
no,
No.
I know they got down on the names a few years ago.
I was,
Yeah.
I was telling you that because my daughter's name is Elizabeth Ann, but with an E, ANNE, and it's Frances after her grandmother, and she has to go by Elizabeth Ann because the Facebook is all like over that.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I remember that's when Corvus Nocturnum became Eric Berner.
yes, that's right.
And also, that name Marie came from my auntie Marie, who died of cancer. Talk
Oh,
about
goodness,
synchronicity.
goodness, right?
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, she was my first real death. And what was that?
Reggie asked if you said Lorraine, and you did.
And yeah, I had a cat named Isis as well. He did too. So we're all it's all synchronicity.
It is. It is. Well, holy connected.
What are your spiritual beliefs?
All right. And now somebody's messing with me.
Who's messaging you? Who's messaging you?
Sorry, Reggie. Sorry. Can't hear nothing. I'm gonna go out and come back in. Go out and come back in.
I'm gonna kill our connection. Ken, just I don't know if it's affected anyway. I doubt it. That's good. We can return it. Echo Lee says echo.
Echo.
Well,
Oh,
it
you hear
sounds
an
like
echo?
something happening. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Audio is messing up.
Sounds like Optimus Prime.
Come on.
Dude,
Well, you
it's like-
might have seen the show.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
assuming you did.
Yeah.
Are we still echoing? You hear an echo? We're not hearing it in our headsets. Let's bring you in back on. Hello, hello.
Hello, maybe. Hello, maybe.
We hear you good. There was some talk, some banter out there in the chats. It said I was echoing, so I don't know. It seems like the internet is all a little crazy tonight.
It's a little shaky.
Can you hear me?
Not be
Can
one
you hear me?
person. Oh, we can hear you.
We
Can you
can
hear
hear you.
us? We
Yeah,
do
there's
hear
a
you.
delay. Yeah, there's a delay.
Sorry, I don't know if we should drop. I don't know what we should do.
We can't drop it. I don't know. Maybe we can.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think we did that once before.
Echo says all better.
Good.
And a hawk just landed on
Good.
the railing.
Nah.
Oh my god, a hawk. Ew. So yeah, we
I'm
were talking
used-
about
I'm
spiritual beliefs. and-
Yeah, I was asking you what your spiritual beliefs were. Do you
Yes.
consider yourself Wiccan? Do you have any particular set of beliefs? Are you eclectic, like Christian?
I am too eclectic. I'm eclectic. Different things come in my path and it resonates. And I just continue with whatever comes along. But that red-tailed hawk, that is a son of my father when he passed. People, hold on one second. I get it. This echo.
It's okay.
No problem. Take your time. And folks, I just want to remind you that this is a charity marathon, and if you have the means to do so, please, click the donation button on our Facebook pages for St. Jude's Children's Hospital and research. It's Kids with Cancer. I know that's a well-organized charity. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the charities that seemingly have a lot of overhead.
hmm
And from what I understand, St. Jude's is one of the best. Getting the money to the actual people.
Nonprofit.
They never charge the parents to stay there with their sick kids and that sort of thing. So I think
It is.
that's beautiful.
And if you give $25 or more,
That's right.
you will get a copy of Lynn Monet's brand new book, Colors of Heaven. She'll send it to you. Just send us your receipt, like a picture of it or anything, and or something like that. Yeah, and let us know, and she will send that as an ebook.
Yes. When you make the donation,
Please.
and we started the show off by making one, there is an option to get a receipt. So, just forward that to us. Lynn will send you the ebook, and we'll be talking to Lynn a little later.
Then
Tell
drop.
us about that.
Wait, she is. She's in our chat as well, our group chat. We have a huge lineup, as a matter of fact. So she's one of them.
Well, there's somebody coming on. My internet is all.
It's okay. We got you because there's stuff going on.
Awesome.
So
Yeah, Echo says he bought 2 copies the other day. Excited to receive.
seriously,
So that's great.
excellent.
Thank you. Glad to hear that. We support Lynn and
We all do. Yes.
Reginald,
and
all
you.
you guys, because this is our para family. We love you guys.
Yes. Thank you.
I did a copy myself.
So I think you have maybe a show in the works
Yes. When do we want to get this started?
whenever you're comfortable. Yeah.
Of course, when you're comfortable. Look,
I myself like to just be in the bed. But sometimes I want to help out. I know there's healthy that need guidance and just need somebody to and I'd love to.
boy, do we. Ken Allen says, Bigfoot and the bunny.
Oh, I have to sing that. The Wizard's Table. See, guys.
See? This is what Para Unity is about.
That's right.
You know, we love the stuff, and we've met the best people along this path.
We have. I can't say that more. I mean, my God.
Echo says hawk talk.
Don't even get us started with birds. We love our birds.
I love them. I love them.
Anne does too, right? We all love our birds. It's amazing.
Ann,
Issues.
what do you want to
Issues.
call
Is fine
your
for me
upcoming
because my family is- my
Ah.
family is-
what do you want to call your upcoming show this Ann? People can look out for.
I think we had discussed. Talked about messages.
I think I asked you
Messages.
yesterday.
We did.
I loved it.
Oh, no. What are we called? I'm sorry, Ann. I think you broke up a little bit.
Yeah, this ain't work. This ain't work. This you guys are all echoing. My internet's all echoing. My internet's all coming out.
I don't know what it is. Our energy is crazy tonight, and the internet's are full of hobgoblins.
Hobgoblins. Gotta love that.
Stupid goblins. They want Reggie. They want Reggie. Come on.
See, I noticed. I don't. Not even say
Reggie
it.
says, Lorraine was my first wife. Kristen and Rachel.
Good
was the
Lord,
second.
Reggie.
Christina Marie is my third time a charm. Well, there you go.
That's fine.
Sometimes things come in
That's
threes.
fine.
So, your new show that we're going to have is called Spirit Messages with Anne Marie Young.
Yeah, we love that. We love that. So
It's awesome.
I just
Yeah,
have to have somebody to do it with me. They can do it with me. I don't know. I'm kind of not liking being.
Listen to me. I've already told you this. You're doing great.
oh,
You're going to be fine. My God, you're beautiful. And that's that. Now, hurry up and get over here. I'm not kidding. We love you so much. We really do. You
We
are
love you.
like part of
We
our
love you.
para family, and you know that. And it's just, you're going to do great.
Yeah.
You do great.
Yeah.
You are wonderful at this.
Thank you.
Well, you were born
Thank
for
you.
this. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
We're very excited, and we're excited that we're putting that together.
And by the way, I love the sign behind you.
You
Is
say
that the
which
witch?
the bad thing. The bad thing.
It's weird because I actually have one too. I've never noticed that in your house.
Of course you do.
Of course. Of course.
On my little bottles. On my little bottles.
Oh, we've got them. We've got them. It's uncanny the synchronicities that we have going on. Boy, they must
Yeah.
be busy, huh?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I think what we're going to do is take a short break, line up our next guest,
Oh,
And,
yes.
return.
I'll
and
be-
we got some pizza
I'll
on the
be-
way.
Yeah, we have pizza on the way. What'd you say?
We
hon?
got to feed the kids.
I'll be watching. I'll be watching.
Of course.
I'd like everybody to stay with us if you can.
Yes, thank you.
We got plenty more guests to go.
America.
Do you want to say the guest? Do you want to wait a second? We're gonna wait. We're gonna surprise everybody
Surprise.
with with all the guests.
And that'll give us 5 minutes to maybe go out and partake in our bad habits.
Not only that, we have to feed the children, like you said.
All right, I pretty it up by saying
Feed
feed the
the
children, but I just
children.
want a cigarette. Well, actually, I'm not kidding.
Son.
Yeah. It's a little of
Well-
both.
Asking. Asking.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're gonna have a great show. Always.
Reggie says it sounds like synchronicity again. Me and Anne Marie are both nervous. So you're not alone.
Reggie, I keep telling you, stop being nervous. You're you. You're doing great.
You guys are both awesome.
Both of you are. He knows.
No worries. We got this.
Good Lord.
Give me some thanks. Thanks, y'all.
Gimme, don't leave.
So stick around.
Stick
All right.
around. We have another guest too. We have guests lined up all night. So thanks again.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure.
Always.
All right, folks, we're going to just do a little timeout, have a quick, 5 minutes, and we'll be right back with our next guest. Good evening.
Good
Nice.
evening.
Good evening.
Welcome back.
I'd like to thank everybody. We'd love to thank you guys for sticking around through our charity marathon. Big special thanks to Mr. Greg Koss. I see you have donated to the St. Jude's. We very much appreciate that. And I am sure Aline Monet will be sending you a book via email soon. So, without further ado, well-used statement in the podcasting world.
Podcasting.
Yes, without further ado, let us move on to our next guest, our next victim. Welcome to Bigfoot and the Bunny, Dr. Michael Lynch.
Hello,
Good evening,
everyone.
sir.
How are you? Oh, I'm getting the feedback. I'm getting the feedback. Oh
Are
no.
you getting a little feedback?
Oh no. Yeah.
Kind of one of the problems we have
Yeah.
with like doing a show like this is we don't get a chance to really check our audio.
No, check out
People-
my melody. Yeah.
I see
People
that.
join.
I see that.
Well, you look good. I love your background. You're looking really dapper tonight.
Yeah, I
sir.
was just going to use that word, dapper.
I'm the Jerry Lewis. I'm the Jerry Lewis of this telethon event. So I
Thank
gotta-
you. I've been sending
Thank
you.
pictures out.
And we love that idea. Jerry Lewis brought this home as we were growing up, where you'd see this room full of operators, people on a
Telephone.
corded telephone with cords everywhere and a notebook writing down people's information and giving to charity. And I thought it was a beautiful thing. It was a great sentiment, and I'm glad we could do it in some small way here on the interwebs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we
sure.
really appreciate you
Yeah,
joining
sure.
us tonight.
That's me.
This is great. Yeah, it's
Great.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Great idea. I am going to mute myself and then come right back and see if that works.
Okay. Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem.
Okay, so it's Michael's side. Echo's side.
Okay,
Where-
let's see if that works.
Oh,
No, it didn't
YouTube.
work. That's all right. No, it didn't work. Delayed.
That's all right.
Totally delayed.
Got a little delay. It seems okay on talking to you, but I don't know how it sounds to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Echo-
echo chamber. Echo chamber. Yeah. But I'll
Yeah.
plow through.
Cheaper. It's hard.
It'll just be slightly delayed. Not as good as last time. So those that don't understand consciousness or cannot find it or totally disillusioned by the data, it is behind me. It is behind me. So over here is the nucleus or the central matrix of the consciousness, the soul, the mind. Okay,
Mhm.
this one right down here is the overall photographic picture of the orb itself. And then on this side is the diagram, which we use as a general reference point. Yeah, let me
Okay.
see if I can move out of the way. I'm going the wrong way. I'm sorry. Going the wrong way. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
No
Okay.
worries. Take your time. We'll let you
With the
present
orb, behind me here, you have this light layer, which is electrons. It's just electrons in the atmosphere associated with the orb. Yeah, and then there's a corona effect that is on the outside of the membrane or the energy membrane of the orb. And then on the inside, you have the membrane, and then you have the energy from the consciousness tapping into the membrane to collect data and information. And this is all done through still photography. That's how we found this. Now, if you want to get into video, you have to go frame by frame. And then you can get a steal of that video, and you can blow it up. and you'll get exactly the same thing. And you'll get exactly the same thing from your video. Yeah. The difference within the video is that it travels hundreds of miles per hour. And so a digital still will make it freeze frame. So this is when I was talking about the Canon SuperShot 30 and the Canon SuperShot 40 and 50, I think.
Dr. Mike, I'm sorry, I just need to interrupt you just one bit. I did play it back. We're getting some comments at this echo, and I played it back on my phone just to hear how the stream sounded and muted us. And everything you're saying is getting repeated. I'm not sure if you want to drop and rejoin because.
Yeah, I'll drop. I'll come back. I'll come back.
But it is definitely in an echo cycle.
Okay. I'll leave and come back.
A lot of times that fixes it. All right. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for letting us know. Like I said, we're doing this without sound checks. It's a live show.
Check out your melody. Anybody?
Is what you get.
I'm not going to even say the band. Check out my melody. You got to see the bloopers for that from our documentary we're doing.
Biscuits and gravy.
Talking
about that southern food a little earlier.
Oh, yes, we were. God, I missed that. It's pepper gravy.
Oh, yeah.
White
love that.
pepper gravy.
White pepper gravy.
Good Lord. That's another staple. Thank you.
Corned beef hash.
That too. Homemade is good, though.
That is the way to go.
We again went from a paranormal show to a cooking show.
Yeah, I know,
My
right?
chair again. Slowly
Fix
going
that
down.
chair.
Yeah, get duct tape. It fixes everything, right?
Let's see how that is.
Okay, let's do a test. No, it's still doing the same. No, it's still doing the same thing.
You need to plug me in, please. You hit it. Thank you. Thank you. Live. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're still getting echo. Let's
I hear that. I hear that now.
I don't hear it through my headphones.
I just did. Hear it? That
No,
was
we're
from
not
him
on any
3 minutes
speakers there,
ago.
right?
Goodness, what is up with the internet tonight?
I know.
I just did.
Bubblegum.
Hear it? It's like 2 minutes.
No, we're not on any speakers there, right?
See, it's like 2 minutes of delay.
Well, that's part of that problem.
Goodness, what is up with the internet tonight?
Go ahead and speak, Mike. I just want to.
Yeah, I'm looking here. I'm looking here, and it seems to be. Still the delay. I have the echo cancellation on.
You need to drop and rejoin.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it again. I'm sorry about this.
No, not you. I think
We might do it and see if that helps.
Oh,
Why don't you stay on? We'll drop and rejoin.
yes,
We'll
please.
see if that.
I hope this works out. I can't hear myself at all, so I'll just wait right here. Twiddle my thumbs.
Okay.
How we doing?
How we doing?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Check out.
Check.
Check
I
out.
don't have my headphones, so I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh,
Can you
okay,
hear
good. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Did I help, guys?
Echo said
Yeah.
all good. Thank you, Echo.
In our audience. Yeah. All right. No echo now.
And we've been on for a very
Cheers.
long time, so it might have been.
Excellent. Yeah, very good. Okay. Well, with what remaining time I have left, I want to commend everyone for being on the show and participating in this charity event. And I hope that there are more for other things. And that's this is a great thing. It's when the community can get together, express what they know, and do a great job and entertain the folks at home. Then we're doing really well, I think. So, so anyway, getting back to what I was talking about, is the central matrix, is the acorn, the nut, the walnut we cannot break, but it is the central mass of consciousness, is the central nucleus of consciousness. If you want to put this in biological terms, is a nucleus. The thing right below it is the entire sphere of consciousness. And angels will look like this, humans will look like this, pets will look like this. Everybody looks like this. Okay, until you get enough electrons and memory, energy to recreate a full-bodied apparition. Now, if you want to talk about tachyon focusing, it's when you focus on your body, what you remember your body, and it reappears. Because the universe, as we understand it, in all laws of physics, is compliant to your thoughts. It is compliant. So that means if you focus your attention on something, guess what? You're going to get it. Whether it's good or bad, you're going to get it.
It's like a
So Dale Carnegie, the Dale Carnegie Institute said, if you want to be a millionaire, you put a plaque or a sign or a piece of paper above your headboard when you go to sleep. And if you read it, it says, I'm going to be a millionaire before you go to sleep. And then when you wake up, you say, I'm going to be a millionaire. You'll go out through your life. And eventually, over time, you will be that millionaire.
Well, we're doing that tonight then. Thank you.
Because you're reprogramming your conscious mind in order to focus on something else. Now, this is like called The Secret. It's called manifestations. We have a bunch of different terms for it, different ideas. But what the physics is, I'm sorry, I gotta bend over. E equals I. And E equals I in that simple equation is that all of energy, no matter what it is a form of information. And it is going to communicate something either to your cells, to your psyche, to your chakra points. It is all explained in the paranormal. E equals I. Energy equals information. That energy, when it's in the tachyon field, like a focused energy, like tachyon consciousness or consciousness, it then can virtually change the environment. And it corrects the reality that we're in order to focus on it so that you can have it, so you can maintain it. Okay. And we, in the medical society, it's called spontaneous healings. We have spontaneous healings. They can explain it. They don't know what it's all about. And it's because the patient has focused on their sickness and their body hears it and totally corrects it. And if you can't fix it that way, you can give yourself a lot of drugs, or you can go into the super subconscious, deep into the programming of your mind, and then change the fundamental thinking of that. And then the super subconscious will go into your body and tell the body to start correcting itself. This is all done through the psyche, all done through energy. There's nothing here that's in a magic bottle, magic elixir, or whatever. This is the machine. Right behind me is the machine of consciousness. And it all works out of that. Now, let's get down to some brass tacks. There's 29,500-ish and 90 different wavelengths in the human body. It's all created by this thing behind me called consciousness. There's 20 inside that ball, that orb is 29,590 different frequencies, all on a different frequency scale. Over 9,600 and some odd are just in, maintaining parts of the body, but there's almost the same amount outside the human body. So inside the human body, there's 29,000. 9,691 are outside the human body, picking up environmental cues and energies. The sun will hit my skin. What does my skin do? It tans. It has melanin. It starts to tan. That information is coming. I don't even think about it. I don't even think about my skin tanning. You know what I'm saying? It just happens because the information from the sun tells my skin to protect itself. Okay, that's the simplest form. Everything else is done with sirens and whistles and stuff like that to get out of the storm or dodge a tornado or whatever. But but we can do it psychically or physiologically. People talk about, oh, I know when the storm's going to come because I feel it in my joints.
Yeah.
People say, oh, my knee's acting up, my bad knee, my trick knee's acting up, so it's going to rain.
Yep.
They say all these things, and that is correct.
At like 50 and over, I don't know.
Oh no, 50 over, even younger kids. It
depends on their ailments, but yeah.
The native Eskimos, when they had a big storm come in, their hearts would like palpitate, and they could feel it in their heart.
Come on,
the
that's
storm front. And now we're not talking just about barometric pressure or humidity or whatever, but all these old wives' tales are telling us long in advance of something that's going to happen to us. Thunderstorms, tornadoes, hurricanes.
Oh, thunderstorm. Do you want to hear something really before you go?
Sure. Sure. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Stop that. Thunderstorms. I am extremely afraid of lightning. I know why now.
Mm-hmm.
It's because my grandmother was struck once, and she was pregnant at the time. And when she gave birth to my uncle, he had a star, like from where the lightning hit him on the top of his head. My mother's been struck twice. Hence why when I was born, I've always hated lightning. And it's the frequency. I will wake up 45 minutes to a half an hour before the storm even comes to us. And I have chills. And I'm like, oh, what the hell is this? Goosebumps. And then I'm like up and I'm watching TV or something. I'm like, oh, I get it now. So it's weird.
No, it's not weird.
It is to me, though.
Our bodies are designed to be self-sustaining. So they're looking for danger. Our bodies are always looking for danger.
Survival mechanism.
Exactly.
Survival.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Whether we get it whether we get it psychically or whether we get it physically, there is a reaction. But your skin, your joints are reacting to something that hasn't happened yet.
Right. Your whole body knows something.
That's the point I'm trying to make here. Yes. Our bodies are in a psychic field telling itself there's danger. For your survival, find a nice place to hide. You see what I'm saying? Okay. It's not like it's just going to present itself. The lioness who's looking for food for its pack is not going to just jump out and say, hi, I'm here. You're my dinner. They're going to sneak up on you in stealth mode, and your son goes out. Like I said, it's 20 minutes ahead of everybody else. Your subconscious is already 20 minutes ahead. So when that lioness is there and you feel like you're being spied on, you'll turn around and go, whoa, that's Rupert Sheldrake's experiment. I just got spied on and I'm aware of it. Okay, that's panpsychism. Okay. And so it's ingrained in us genetically for thousands of years. That's how we are here today. We are the best hide and go seek players of all time.
I love that.
Right. And
we are the winners. I mean, besides Bigfoot.
About this with Nathaniel earlier, about how like a non-human entity might take information from a person to fit into some kind of role that person can accept.
Absolutely.
And they have
a deception. A deceptionary entity. Okay. We've all watched the movie Contact.
Yes.
Sure.
And in the movie, the girl's father appears. Okay. And then they say, I'm in this image, not to deceive you, but it is a deception. He says, this is the image that you would understand. If I came to you in like pure energy, you wouldn't understand that because you're just not there yet. Okay. But this is where it can be a delusion or an illusion created to trick us, or an illusion in order to pacify us so that we don't freak out. You see what I'm saying? So it could go either way. But I'll tell you what, in many near-death experiences where the person is revived, or death experiences and the person was revived, as soon as they leave the body, they become telepathic. They're reading all the people's minds inside the surgery room, the ER, they're reading all the people's minds out in the hallway. And then they go on, they get called by an angel and they get invited to go someplace else. So the point is that as soon as we get out of this biological buffer filter container, then this energy is free flowing. Okay. And you can put in electronics, there's something called a resistor. And a resistor is just slow down the electricity in it, because this other device can't accept all that energy. So the resistors resist the energy, okay, in the electron flow, right? And then that's what the human body is. It is the resistor, the buffer that is slowing down the information so that internally we can understand it. It goes through our brain, it goes through our bodies, our heart, or, it just all of those things just kick into high gear. And that is what the body is for, okay, for that experience. So if I looked over here and I said, oh, well, there's 29,000 different frequencies in consciousness. Well, a lot of that's for emotions. It's for sight, it's for sound, it's for hearing, touching, tasting. It's our senses, okay? But everything else on top of that is emotional. Okay, your relative will die across the nation, and then suddenly you don't feel very well because it's so related to you, and that energy of that accident or death or whatever has now reached you. Okay, almost simultaneously.
It's almost genetic in a way.
Right, exactly. It's genetic.
That's like super subconscious that you mentioned.
Right, the super subconscious, right. Okay, now we have 3 billion pieces of DNA. We have the spiral. So we have all this 23 pairs of DNA. There's almost 3 billion pieces to that puzzle. Okay, all of that connects like breaker switches to connect, to repair itself when it dies off or breaks down or modifies itself in order to mutate, in order to survive. So it's, again, the sun is hitting my skin. If I'm going to survive in the sun, I've got to tan. Okay, my skin cells kick in. If I cannot tan, I can't be in the sun, you see. Mm-hmm. And that is how we get our vitamin D, is from the sun. So you have these people who can't be in the sun because of a disease or illness or whatever. So what do? They stay in the shade all the time. We call them like trolls. They live in the basement, play video games. They're like trolls. But anyway, so the whole idea is that our society breaks down, our survival capability breaks down or is amplified by the ability for consciousness to go into the body and cure itself. And that is exactly why consciousness, it has so many different variables to it, is because it's trying to heal everything it comes in contact with. There's a Chinese doctor who does, it's not Tai Chi, but it's something like Tai Chi. And he puts you in a hypnagogic state where you're totally relaxed. He lies you on the floor and he just lets the body cure itself. And we've had people addicted to heroin, people that, who've had major diseases, and the body cures itself. After 2 or 3 sessions with this doctor, the body is totally cured. And then he says that aging can be reduced this way. It's our thoughts, it's our emotions, it's our perspective. All of it comes from this little machine behind me. And this little machine is only the size of a softball.
What are we looking at exactly?
I swear it's our brain.
What these are, but what are they pictures of? Are you using them as sort of a an analogy for this?
No. This diagram over here is the lump sum total of the diagram. But these other two are actual photos, and what we have done is just zoomed in on the orb in enlargements.
What orb?
It was just an orb from a photograph. I just have a photograph. I scanned it in. We ran it through not Adobe Photoshop. We just ran it through a very simple editor and just altered the colors so that we could actually kind of see through this outer field effect, this energy field, and get really done in there. Now, this is a 5G camera, 5 gigabyte camera. They come out in 12 gigabytes now. And they've changed the flash, so you may not get this overall detail. But every time we went through it, we had to alter the contrast and brightness. That's all we were really doing, and some color in order to get the resolution deep enough into it that we could actually see.
Wow. Yeah, I love the picture. That's
Yeah.
That's
It
what
reminds
so-
me of our brains, though. That's what I was thinking of.
Pardon?
It reminds me of our brains.
Yeah, well, that's what it fits into. That's
Right.
It fits into the entire body. But yeah, that central matrix is right in our head. It's in our brain. It is going down your central nervous system. It is pumping your lungs, starting your heart. It is the energy of life. Okay, it's the energy of life. This is what everyone is looking for. That's why the physics behind this is so complicated. But E=I explains a lot of it. It's energy that has information, and the information is what we are. We are data, we have energy information. Okay, so this gives us another step closer to this whole why it's the way it is. Okay, because of the standard model, which we have, it fits in every part of the human body. Our minds, our spinal cords, body structure, which gives us a loop, which is a feedback. So if I hurt myself, it hits my brain. Okay, so that loop is the nervous system, which this thing is monitoring 24/7. While you're asleep, it's highly more active than when you're awake. Okay.
Yes.
So because why? The energy is then displaced through the rest of the body into your muscles, into your feet, giving you feedback, giving the ability to have cognitive awareness, be able to learn, has memory. It remembers. You see, this is what everyone is like guessing about. It's like, no, it's not a guess. Just go out into the field and find it. So this whole thing boils down to, okay, in the human body, for sight alone, you need 650 different wavelengths, non-competitive wavelengths, in order to generate the color that we see with our eye. When people have a near-death experience, they see in 365 degrees. They say, I become a star, a blue star, or a star, multiple colored. Okay, they can't do that if they're just looking linearly in one direction. And what's the best at 350 degrees? A sphere. It just, and in our dimension, this is the most common shape. That's why the earth is round. That's why the sun is round. That's why the moon is round. Because in this dimension, being an orb is the key. That is the key to the whole simplicity of it. So if you're looking for a full-bodied apparition, you'll find it, but it'll take so much more energy and memory in order for it to happen. So the central matrix is the center of your brain. It's the center of all consciousness. The orb structure has a north pole, has a south pole, has internal workings in order to sense the reality and data behind it. Most orbs are the size of a hardball or softball, and then they will grow from there. But they are all passing through our atmosphere, which is creating drag on the electrons. Nothing passes through our atmosphere without the electrons being manipulated. And so that's what creates out this white outer field. It's an outer field effect. And we have to slice through that. You know, I wish I get one in an MRI, but I don't think I'd see anything. So it's all done through photography. And then that's how we get one step closer. But you have to realize what you're looking at. And okay, so here's an analogy. There's a haunted house. I go over and I investigate this haunted house. If the house is haunted and all I see is orbs, then logically based is it's haunted by orbs. Okay.
Assuming
And I
they're
see-
not dust.
But
Yes.
are they intelligent?
Right, but they're intelligent. Yeah. And the whole idea is that they're turning on and off the TV, they're scratching people, and I have photographs of that. I have the photograph the orb on top of the guy's arm that is being scratched 17 times.
Right.
These are very, I mean, this consciousness is very close to microwaves. And we associate it to microwaves for a very long time because it can send out frequencies and radiate information that goes through the skin, subdermal. So if I put a glass of water in a microwave and I hit boil or press it high, let it go for a couple of minutes, it'll boil that water. Okay, so a microwave oven and a cell phone and all this other stuff is along the same lines. It has a similar effect. It just has to reach that frequency. You see? So it's not like it's ambient. It is well focused. And this consciousness, this diagram behind me, can go anywhere in the universe. It can go into the afterlife. It can come from the afterlife. It's it's the energy of God created for you to be you and be all you can be without any interruptions.
There's two questions.
This is the only way. Okay,
There's
give me a question.
One from me. Please define God, and then I'll get to Howard's question.
Okay, the definition of God is the same thing I had when I was back in the Religion 101.
That's
and I hate to say
question.
that I gave the teacher pretty much hell. But anyway, the whole point is that God is nothing but energy. And it took hundreds of eons, trillions of eons for it to become sentient. And it could only become better if it tested itself. And how it does that is it looks at your DNA and it takes from itself the energy that matches your DNA and then puts you into it.
Okay.
You fill up from the inside out. And that is the definition of the creator. It's not God of the Old Testament. My God.
Right.
It's horrible. It's the creator of, it's the creator of everything. There are 50 known universes in the afterlife. They look like little black pearls. And inside each universe is the life forms, thousands, millions, just like us.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 of the universes are being explored. They can't go to the 6th universe because the laws of physics will just destroy everything. They're being investigated not by us, not by humans, but by extraterrestrials that look at this science as a way to perpetuate their civilization.
Oh, that's very.
No, wait a minute. We're not done yet. Okay, I got. Give me one more question, then I'll summarize.
Howard Petrie.
Howard asked, and it's actually quite a few comments here to go through.
Yeah,
I'm sure there are.
But
Lots of stuff. He asked you to define orbs.
Please.
Yeah, the definition of an orb, which was not my slang, was given by Dave Oyster. Dave Oyster, who collected the stuff, and he said it looks like headlights or round globes, and he said that's an orb. Okay, orb, glowing globe is an orb. Okay, how do I define it? It's the energy of consciousness. It is consciousness, your mind, your memory, everything. And when you die, this leaves your body. This behind me, right here. No, not.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, this one right here. That's what you look like. That is exactly what you'll look like when you leave your body. Coloring and everything. You'll be like a rainbow.
Lots of people that have NDE experiences, and apparently Echo is one of those people, report that they see colors. And we talked about this with Lynn Monet as well. Colors of heaven. Colors that aren't natural to our world. They're like they have trouble describing them because they're extraordinary and unique to the other side.
Only the consciousness can see those colors. Because why? Our eyes are not designed for many, many different reasons. They're barely functional in daylight, let alone nighttime. So our eyes are very limited to narrow spectrum of light.
I think we use 33% of our eyesight.
The light spectrum.
The light spectrum.
Yeah.
Not
even that.
If anybody's watched the show before, I have a big thing about this.
But it kind of goes with survival too.
I understand about the survival.
If
I
we
understand
saw
about the rays. And
5G and Blu-ray, or I'm sorry,
really
Bluetooth frequencies, like it may be hard to even navigate your living room, right? Because we're getting hit with radio waves.
Right. All the time.
Microwaves, actually, and yeah.
You can. Okay, if you have an old FM AM radio,
yeah,
put your dial on AM. drive under a power line at a stoplight, and if your station goes, that's affecting your brain as well. That energy from that power line is disrupting that AM signal, and it's also disrupting your brain.
You got to think about the AM band after that.
Talk about roadway rage.
That's
You are affected at every stoplight. And why is it at every stoplight you get angrier and angrier? Because your brain's being riddled with micro.
Not only that, you're stopping at stoplights and you don't want to. You need to keep going.
No,
So
no.
it's, you know.
It's part of it, though.
Okay,
yeah.
let's okay.
My grandmother had road rage. She got struck by lightning. So here we go. Go ahead. I love this.
There was an old joke that someone was born underneath a bridge with the radio on static. That's how much static is in their head. But anyway, so the whole thing is we're integrated into this reality through energy, and it's bombarding us 1,000 times. Right now, you're getting bombarded with 80,000 cell phones signals. When you're in an airplane, it's over 200,000 when you're in the air. You have to go up so high that you almost have to be in space and then but you're still getting satellite transmissions. You're getting all that data being forced right through you through satellite and microwave. And that's the same thing. It's the same thing. We live in an ambient energy society, which is not really healthy for us.
No.
It's not really energetically healthy for us.
I have another question.
Okay.
You know about the Schumann resonance?
Yes, 7.5. Yeah.
Okay. So how come it measures CMEs, but excuse me, lately there's no CMEs. There's coming in at the same time, but the Schumann resonance is still something is pulsating and they can't figure out what it is.
It's the earth itself.
Serious. Yeah.
This is your panpsychism.
From up above the earth, though, and coming down, and it's not a CME. If you look at the Schumann resonance, there's pulses coming down, not a CME. Usually it is when they but now lately for the past year or maybe two, they have been coming down, and it's not. I don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is, but it's not a CME. So why is it registering as one?
Well, we get two reasons. One is they've tried to upgrade the satellite download scale, because it was like C through something, but they put an X on it. They increased the scale so that they could monitor the stuff, but we're still not sensitive enough equipment wise to understand what all that is. So there are tons and tons of ions. And now I look at the sun almost every day.
More radiation.
Not outside.
Where is it coming from?
Yeah, well, it's coming from ions in the air. And again, it's manipulation. It could be from the sun, a manipulation from the sun, or it could be from some external force.
Right. It's coming from space. It's not coming from space. They did
determine
that.
But like I said, there's a lot of stuff in space. And there's Earth-sized ships orbiting our sun on a daily basis. So, yeah, they can transmit. Why not? I mean, they do it psychically as well as, beam people up and down. So, they're, it just depends what function that they are. Are they just a neutral form of radiation coming through our ozone layer, which is incredibly thin and just hitting us? Or is it something that is through a higher level of transmission? Captain Kirk didn't use a cell phone to call the Enterprise. He had a higher form of walkie-talkie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he did. I mean, he's like, hey, I'm down on the surface beating up on aliens. I'm having a great time. Kirk out,
Kirk out.
So his device was, a subspace situation. But
Echo says dressing up as a Faraday bag for Halloween. I like that.
Yeah, that is totally useless. It's totally useless. But anyway, go ahead.
Need to do that.
Got to block some of these things, right?
Yeah.
Tinfoil hats aren't working.
Steve, it said studies shown certain frequencies will create rage, sorrow, and many other physical, psychological changes. Music is one example, but other frequencies we're not even aware of. I think that's true as well.
Yeah, there's a whole
Secure out
study.
there. Go ahead.
Hi, Irene. Again.
No worries. Go ahead.
There's a whole study out there about flickering lights in front of you, flickering lights, and how people are like, it wakes up their brain somehow, creates illusions and optical illusions and different sensory parts of the brain. And for people to relieve stress, they use these flickering lights. And I put 2 or 3 videos on, they're from YouTube, on my Facebook page. It's this flickering light study where people lay down, they listen to some music, probably some alpha wave or beta wave music, and then they flicker these lights and they put people in like a subtle hypnagogic state so that they can relax, so their mind can turn off. They can go into different things. And this is the whole idea of the illusion of the reality. It's like Plato's images on the wall. What do we think reality really is? It's just flickering at 60 cycles per second. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We can alter all that. That's just physics.
Because we don't see
It's
things on
supposed
the
to be
level
7.8. Yeah.
that you're showing, like behind you in those pictures, for instance. We don't see that with our eyes. We don't interpret that, the atomic level reality that's going on around us at all times.
No, we don't. We don't need to. Our bodies are designed for the bare minimum. Bare minimum.
Yeah, I believe that.
And what you're seeing behind me in the diagrams and the photos, that is a wave packet of energy. It's a multitude of different waves, all coalesced into one packet, and that serves a purpose. That was created from energy into a singularity, which is consciousness. And that consciousness goes into your body from the inside. Okay, the moment you're born. And there's a lot of people, don't understand about SIDS and don't understand certain things about people who come back from a near-death experience. The consciousness has to acclimate and accept the body. The body has to acclimate and accept the consciousness. There is consciousness rejection. So when you're talking about sudden death in especially young children, you're looking at a rejection of consciousness to the body, or the body rejecting the consciousness, because there's not enough DNA. There's not enough DNA, and the energy wavelengths are so convoluted they can't make, and then the neurosynapses breaks down, and then it cannot maintain itself. You see what I'm saying?
So it's very mechanical, and kind of it gives a little credence to things like simulation theory in the way you're describing it.
It is absolutely. I can prove it. I can prove it's simulation theory. We just happen to be all working at the same frequency level. So your body and my body is working the same frequency level. That's how we get the illusion that nothing else is real. But it's retarded, because we know cell phones are real. Satellites are real. My television works. It's getting a signal from someplace. Electricity is in my house.
Yeah, but
I plug stuff in. I plug in my fan. My fan could be human. So let's plug my human in to the central matrix, the consciousness bubble, and then see if that human functions. You see, you don't need to know where the tachyons are really coming from. You just need to know that the energy for consciousness works in unison with the human body, or the Pleiadian body, or the reptilian body, or the Orion body, or the Hyperborean body, or the Andromedan body, or the squid, or the fish, or the plant. If you can't have panpsychism without including everything. The sun, the moon, correct, the stars, we all shine on. I mean, we're embedded in this energy.
Yes, yeah, it's all tied together.
There's no doubt about it. We're all connected. We're all tied together, and it's all because of E equals I. That's why when people turn to me and say, "Oh, I have faith. I have faith in an afterlife. I have faith in God," and I said, "Have you ever met him? How can you have faith in stuff that you don't even believe in?" I said, "I don't have faith. I have facts. The facts are 30 years into the field, and I got physicists making $2 million a year and they can't find this with both butt cheeks. And the deal is because they never went ghost hunting.
Are you sure that physicists make $25 million a year or whatever? I don't
know. They lie about it, but I can tell you they got some Swiss bank accounts I'm aware of. I mean, David Dare just got $3 trillion to go out into space and build a space station.
Well,
so it's like these guys are not okay. You're not going to go anywhere off world until you learn this. This is the fact of reality.
So you're saying we should leave. We should leave our planet and
no. I know. Yeah. Okay. If we want to go and look at other planets, if you want to go look at other planets, this is the way to do it because it's free. Anyone can go. Ingo Swann proved it. Major Ed Dames said it. They found angels. They found targets in time earlier than what was actually presented. So they have shifted through time, through technical remote viewing. They understand that. Okay,
time doesn't matter.
They've technically remote viewed Mount Shasta. Okay, they technically remote viewed a bunch of other stuff. Okay, well, find the next planet that we can survive on. Find the next Earth. This is the way to do it. This and a star map. It takes a dowsing. You can have dowsing rods. You can have dowsing rods. You can have a pendulum over a star map. I can pull up Google Space. And with a pendulum, I can actually find the next Earth planet for a budget of next to nothing. 35 minutes with a professional psychic. That other psychic, I forget his name. Man, I wish I remembered. It was not, I'm going to say Chuck Jones, but it wasn't. But anyway, it was the other psychic that worked with Major Ed Dames and Russell Targ and those other guys. He was retired police officer. He was the best because he had what they said, a gut feeling about everything. He was using all of his perceptions to see everything in 3 dimensions. And then he would try to draw it in 3 dimensions. Okay, so if they could do this, if we were trying to beat the Russians through psychic ability and we developed Stargate, well, then Stargate really didn't close down. They just changed it. But this is the physics that we're working with. This is the exact physics that we're working with. Okay. So people say, well, why don't I receive it all the time? It's like you do receive it all the time. You just have to match the frequency of reception.
Right. And I think that's where a lot of people get lost, right? So we were talking about the frequencies, the vibrations, and this sort of thing earlier.
Meditation, prayer, understanding chakras, understanding pressure points, understanding a good lifestyle. Okay, that is how you alter the frequency. It's like tuning in a radio, tune it in, and then, I got a station here. I don't know how that happened, but anyway.
McGonagall, that's who you're talking about.
Oh, Joe McGonagall, is that who you?
Thank you, Echo.
No, not Joe. I know Joe. No, not Joe McGonagall. It was what's his name?
He also teaches
Pierce, something like Chuck Pierce or something. I forgot. Anyway, he was a retired cop. He's dead now. But he was the best because he was using a gut feeling. So he'd see something and go, "Oh, is that right? Yeah, that's right." And then Joe McGonagall, he got the Russian submarine correct, where they were building this Russian submarine and they dug out a channel, flooded the channel so the submarine could sneak out, and that was the Typhoon class. And you see that in The Hunt for Red October. How they were building these big Typhoon classes inside buildings because the satellites. And we did the same thing with the SR-71. We actually built a mock of the SR-71 and put it out at Area 51 so the satellites could come over. At first, we were hiding it. But then we made another mock and released some bad press and said this was our new super thing. Well, the Russians couldn't figure it out. And even though they came over all the time. I can rent satellite time to take pictures of Area 51 or the Kremlin or wherever I want. Look for look for gold, look for oil. Satellites are the key. The satellites are the key to everything. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got off.
No, it's okay.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
So what I'm saying is,
an orb can manifest into a full-bodied apparition.
Yes.
That was
that's correct.
I didn't think you were not saying that. So
No. It has to first. This is the first stage. The next stage, it gets bigger and more energy. And then the memory comes back in. And then the memory goes, oh, I was a guy that looked like this. I don't have to be. I can look like anything I want. So I can look like a beautiful woman. I can look like an ogre. I can look like anything. Because why? It's just energy. It's just malleable energy projected by the mind to you so that you will either be happy or sad or afraid or whatever. Discombobulated.
Love that word.
The math of all of our physics and science will never get here because they're still dealing with materialism and quantum theory. I'm telling you, this supersedes it. There's no math on the planet that does this. I'm the closest we've ever gotten. If you have any doubt, throw that out because this is the facts. This is the afterlife. This is where we're all going to go. And I have talked to civilizations, that perpetuate these laws of physics in order to maintain the survival of their civilization. You want to talk about reincarnation? Let's just talk about this. There are civilizations that breed, clone perfect specimens of biological units like us. They'd be perfect. They would live for thousands of years, not 800, 2,000 years. They will never break down. They're not going to age. They're not going to get any other diseases. They will have no diseases. Okay? Because they've been genetically altered and manipulated in order to be perfect. Okay?
It sounds like the Sumerians' king list.
Bingo. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's my evidence right there. But then when the
is
bodies
that evidence or is that data?
No, that's data. You can that's also evidence, but that was because their lifespans on that planet were totally different than the ones here. But anyway,
so you think it's like Planet X or Nibiru with their
it's Nibiru. Yeah. What's his name? Got it right. Stitchin got it right. We found it. But that's going to be thrown out.
Zacharias.
Pardon?
It's Zacharias Sitchin.
Oh, it's Zacharias. Yeah, Zacharias Sitchin. Yeah, but that's all thrown out because the Anunnaki have now the equipment to produce a wormhole at the South Pole, and they can come through anytime. And the last time... Pardon?
In Antarctica?
Yeah, in Antarctica. Yeah. Yeah, they have a whole installation down there. It's 9 acres. It's 40 feet tall, 9 acres. It's one room, 9 acres, totally black, with glowing symbols. The whole building has AI. And that's the base that Linda Moulton Howe talks about all the time. Yes. They left that base totally active because whenever they come back, okay, the last time Nibiru came around, okay, they were intercepted by another group and they said, okay, how much gold do you need? And the Anunnaki said, we need so many thousands of tons. And they said, here it is. Don't go to Earth. Don't mess with our plans. Just take the gold and go home. Okay, that's how we missed the bullet. That's how we dodged the bullet. Or you would get these Sumerian Babylonian kings coming back saying, oh, you've missed us? You know, we're the gods. We're the Elohim. We are the powerful ones. We are the ones that are going to subjugate you and create a pyramid scheme where we get all the gold at the top and you get all the pain and the bother at the bottom. You see, man needs to grow up. We need to throw out all the suspicions and the the fear of all this stuff. This is your destiny. This is your afterlife. This is the way you're going to end up, period. And then in 100 years or more or less, you get to come back. There's a lot of paperwork involved.
Paperwork.
So if you, so the whole paperwork is you got to sign off on it. The promise. Ask those angels. I don't know. I mean, they got
literal
stacks. It's like you got to, here's what you're going to experience through this life. Okay, you got to sign off on that. Oh yeah, I'm going to graduate high school. I'm going to go to college. I'm going to have a job. Okay, I like this one. I don't like that one, but I like this one. Well, we can't change it. So we're going to take your consciousness. We're going to put it in that body. And this is what other civilizations have done. They've created perfect genetic receptacles for consciousness. And if the consciousness doesn't go into the first one, it will reject it. And then they just send the body down the assembly line, but then they find another one and they have the, okay. If you've ever seen the movie Avatar and they get into these little boxes and they go off into another body. Okay. That's a very similar type of device, what I'm talking about. But so that body that's in the box is in stasis. The consciousness is in another body fighting whatever, going out and doing whatever.
Experience. Yeah.
Right. So there is you can have a transfer. This is reincarnation. It's resurrection. Let's use the term to all Anglicans out there and pseudo Christians understand. Resurrection is what these guys are doing. They are taking dead people, died in war, died in a conflict somewhere, and then they take their souls. They call their souls back to a body, so none of that knowledge is lost, and they put them back into a brand new body. And that body is about 36 years old, 32, 28. As soon as they need it, they pull that body out of storage because they've been growing it for 28 years. And then that consciousness goes into it. Okay, that is resurrection. That's flat out resurrection. If you want to talk about Jesus, yeah, he was pulled out of the grave. He was beamed out of the grave because the shroud shows that. And then he was fixed in orbit, brought back down, beamed back down. The gravestone rolled off. He wandered out. They didn't fix him entirely. They didn't give him a new body because he still had the holes in his hands and his feet, or the wrist, or whether you're talking about stigmata.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then what happened next? Well, he was pulled up by a tractor beam into the clouds. So why in the world did Jesus need a UFO? He didn't. That's a tractor beam. He was mortal. He said, Thomas, look at my wounds. Put your fingers in my side. Okay. That means he was mortal and his wounds had been healed. And then all of a sudden he flies off into the clouds. He ain't Superman. Dude, he was a Pleiadian hybrid. And his father, Gabriel, who was the angel that told Mary that she was going to have a son, artificially inseminated. But the whole idea was, it was set up, man. Because why? The human brain could not fathom what I'm talking about. That's right behind me. And that is why we will never have warp drive. We'll never get off this planet because we are out of sync with our own consciousness. Okay, that's all the time I got tonight. Sorry, folks. Oh no, just kidding. Give. Because why?
A lot of information. Just make one think. We are just kind of bees in that hive, right? Like worker bees or something. Like how important is the body?
You have to ask the creator on that. You have to ask the creator because I have no idea. We, in this body, in every form, whether you're an octopus, a fish, a whale, a dolphin, is struggle. It's difficult.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. And especially if you have a neurological disease or if you have a poor identity in yourself, then it is going to decay this faster. Okay. And that is what the pharmaceutical and the FDA want you to do. They want you to eat bad food. They want you to take poison drugs. And then they wonder why you're not getting any better. It's because they're not looking at the mind, the power of it, the existential power, the ability for this thing behind me to talk to angels, for this thing behind me to talk to the creator. They used to say, when I pray to God, they call that prayer. When I talk to God, it's called prayer. When God talks back, that's schizophrenia. Well, maybe we should be. Maybe we should be schizophrenic in order to listen to what is really happening behind us. Our bodies captivate this energy, and This energy is what makes us run. The synapses in your head, the muscles to move are running by an electricity, which is looped back to the circuitry of that central matrix right there. Now, you may call it the hypothalamus. You may call it pineal gland. You may call it whatever. It has inconsequential things. The reason why we're not telepathic is because certain lobes of our brain are not been amplified. Come on, man.
So
they made us this way. They made us
right.
this way.
They get you to the government. Why did they put like fluoride in everything? You know, it's
432. 432.
Yeah.
They changed it because why? It affected everybody's consciousness and the way you felt it. What do you think old LPs got back into style? Because it sounded warmer, sounded better. You know, if you listen to Tibetan bells that are done at 432, and you just sit there with your eyes closed for 15 minutes, I'm guaranteed it's going to drop your blood pressure. Guaranteed, it's going to drop your blood pressure.
I can actually attest to that. So
yeah,
I do.
So we are missing the point. That's what I'm saying. We're just missing the point. This science behind me is revolutionary. It can take you anywhere in the universe. It can take you to the throne of God, or it can take you to the angels that protect you. If you believe in those things, if you don't believe in them, this is the facts. This is the facts, not the faith, not a hyper reality or multiple dimensional Doctor Strange. This is it. This is it. It passes through every dimension, every wall, every ceiling, everything. I've never seen a ghost yet, or this consciousness behind me not pass through a very dense. So
what do you think, in respect to things like panpsychism, the difference is between, say, to Carol's comment, isn't the body just a meat suit, to these meat suits that we're carrying around, and a level of consciousness versus that of a plant? Is it just less of those that make up that consciousness? Is it the grouping of these sort of tachyon energy fields that allows for a greater level of consciousness?
Okay, I'll explain it like this. You can grow a plant just like you can grow a child, and you can sit there and curse that plant. You can take 2 bottles of rice, put them on the shelf. One you will curse, the other one you will commend.
Yeah.
The plant, the rice, and the child that you've cursed will die.
Good Lord.
But the rice and the plant and the child that you commend will thrive.
Yeah.
Because it's the way the energy is focused.
And we've grown some very good plants.
Good. They must like you. They must like you.
Yeah.
So they are intelligent. There is a form of intelligence, and they know when you like them and when you don't. Animals will walk up to one person, not this other person. Maybe the way they smell. Maybe it's just the vibe they give off.
It's the vibe.
See what I'm saying? Animals will know. Plants know. Rice knows. Cooked rice.
We've seen that with water.
Water.
Or the experiments with the frozen water. And
okay, how is the water able to receive that type of mental impression?
Exactly what we were saying way earlier in the beginning of the show.
It is because of tachyons. It is the field which all thoughts will go to. Water absorbs those thoughts, just like the human body. I am 97% water.
Yes, well, it's 75.
75. But
sorry.
No, I'm just saying. No, so if you pray for me, guess what? The water in my body is going to respond, just like the snowflakes in that water. Dr. Mito worked with the secrets of water. Look it up on YouTube. My body will respond to your prayer, whether I know you're praying for me or not.
And that is
Dr. Morris. There was a book by Dr. Morris that is called The Power of Prayer. Power of Prayer. So these prayer lists work. So does voodoo. So does voodoo.
Yes.
Why? They're praying so that you will be destroyed.
not that.
or
but
you'll be cured. It's the
Yes.
same thing as laying on of hands.
and it's
Yeah.
thought,
And then
but
maybe
it's our
other-
thought, and you have to think about
Focused
Exactly.
thought.
Well,
Focused
exactly.
thought.
And that's why
Okay,
witchcraft
not-
pivotal
I'm not-
label works.
I'm not arguing with anybody, but if you have a fundamental philosophy that is telling you that there are limitations, that philosophy is wrong. It's not even a pseudoscience, it's just somebody else's opinion. I'm telling you because I'm a scientist. I'm a fact finder. That's what this is. That's what this is all about. If you're looking for ghosts, you're looking for yourself. When you look for yourself, you're going to find it. You're going to find it. This is the quest right here. And not everybody can do field research. Not everybody can analyze photos. Not everybody can shoot video and
But
capture
we all have different
entities.
things.
We
That's-
all, right. Because why? That's the tuning of our, not only our DNA, it's a tuning of our mind that gives us scotomas, blind spots that I can't see everything. I can't see everything, but Chris can see everything. I mean, he sees stuff. I have to rely on Chris. I have to rely on Kristen. You see what I'm saying? We have to take this data.
I think to
And-
that point with the witchcraft that you're making, like why that could be different is because you could also, beyond your own focus of energy and your collection of cells or, energy, electricity within yourself that you're focusing, you can also rope in the consciousness of others, other maybe perhaps non-human entities.
Well, that's what a seance is. That's what a seance is. When you're holding hands, you're getting the collective energy of the group, but you have to have that group focus on that. Okay. And that's not the way it should work, because that's just burning up energy and makes people exhausted. That if you're in the flow and you understand the flow, you will say, have mercy on me. Please go to that person and heal them. Have mercy on them. Have mercy on me.
I have a question, and this isn't in the chat. Somebody else just popped up with it. So in a message.
Yeah.
Excuse me. A friend of ours asked, ask him how things like voodoo can be blocked.
Well, you just tell your angels to block it. It's like the story of the technical remote viewer that was remote viewing me. I just told my angels, block this guy out. Tell the creator I don't want to be spied on anymore. And the creator just made me invisible. Just blocked him instantly.
So it's like what Chris and I say. You just let it go. You say something and just let it go.
Let it go.
Put out there.
Mm-hmm. You
And
only have to
think about that anymore.
If you have to repeat it over and over and over again, that's just an echo chamber in the afterlife. Every Sunday, you'll sing a certain song or you'll say the Lord's Prayer, right? The whole idea in that is just repetition. So you don't have to. You sow the seed one time and it will grow. You don't have to keep planting the seeds. It will grow on its own. The energy of that seed is the same energy of everything else. Now, you can call it whatever you want. Gaia,
True.
Energy, love, earth. It's not. It's just communication. Communication. That is what makes the world go round, is that communication. Is that seed knowing that you want it to grow.
Excellent. Well,
okay, what I'm saying? You kind of get my gist? So equals I, and what's behind me is the facts, not the faith. There's no such thing as faith in my world. I don't believe. I know
It's
for
a lot
fact.
of it is shared consciousness.
Maybe tuning to
I
a
was
frequency,
gonna
the faith could
that,
bring you,
but-
maybe bring you closer to something because of the focus of it and perhaps the chemical reactions that happen behind the scenes.
Yeah, what is that? I really want to know. I love science and about the
What now?
chemical thing. Chemical
The chemicals?
reactions. Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, basically, it's electrolytic. But then you can take a mushroom. I can take LSD and a magic mushroom or whatever.
Why do you have to do that though?
No. What I'm saying, it messes with the chemistry of the brain.
Yes.
It's not sending you anywhere. It's just either adjusting these frequencies behind me in order to either get more data, to lower my buffer, my filter, to get more data. And then, like ayahuasca, everyone goes, "Oh,
I should say that.
I should have done that." Why? Because you start becoming a communing with this energy consciousness that's out there. And sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. But everyone has a bad trip because you can have nightmares. If you have nightmares just by going to sleep, then your brain's not working out the problems correctly. So if I take ayahuasca or a magic mushroom or whatever, it's going to have the same effect. It's not my electrolytes, my DNA is not designed, or it is poorly designed, so it does not work with these problems correctly. Look at Jung and Freud. They said, well, it's all your mother or your father's problem. And it's like, no, it's not. It's in your subconscious. It's in the dreams. The dreams are trying to warn you. Again, it's a survival mechanism. And your subconscious is getting this data, and the data is not being translated correctly. So
why? Why is it?
Okay, why is it some people went on the Titanic and other people said, no, I'm not going to take this trip? They received the data correctly, and
Your gut instinct too.
That's right. There's some type of instinct that we have to develop, understand, harmonize with, adjust the frequency of this consciousness to tune in this information. That's all we're doing. We're tuning in the information. But if you corrupt the electrolytes in your brain, you're not going anywhere. Either you've lowered your beta wave to where it's all alpha, or you just corrupted it so much that anything you do will be hallucinogen, and just be an illusion. It's nothing. It only happened. Why? Because it only happens to that one individual. I haven't seen 2 or 3 people go into ayahuasca and come out with the same entity. Oh, I saw this entity. Oh, I did too. I saw the same entity. Well, no, never. No. LSD's, it's whatever entity is supposed to communicate to you, to reach you a higher guide and a higher plane of existence. That is happening 24/7. That's why I don't understand. When you go to sleep, on your way down into sleep, ask a question. And when you wake up, there'll be a voice that will say, here's the answer.
Or in your dreams that will. Yeah.
Yeah. And it'll come to you in your dreams. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for being on our show.
Yeah. Somebody be proactive. Be proactive. That's what this whole thing is about.
I love the construct.
You have to come back later on.
Well, whatever. Yeah. Anytime you guys want me. But I'm just saying, I've got, volumes of this stuff. It's all, you go into my YouTube page on YouTube and just type in Michael Lynch. And I do this in several different shows, but I try to explain it to you that this is not the end of the road. This is just the beginning of understanding this energy. But when I have physicists, and especially theoretical physicists, who never want to go ghost hunting, well, then hell, they don't realize they have a problem. The first step of the scientific method, you have to find out that you have a problem. I don't have a problem. I'm so happy with the information that I've got. It's just, the only way to go is up. Consciousness and the human body, and make sure there's no rejection, is the key. That's the key. That's the whole thing. That's why we were made this way. That's why this energy flow is in us. Now I'm just going to tell you one little story. Vietnam surgeons, when a person was about ready to die, they would take the injured outside in the sunset. And if the person died at sunset, they'd actually see this purple smoke come out of their body. And they were so amazed because it happened every time.
Why purple?
Same. I don't know. Because of the UV rays coming in.
Okay.
And then you read 300 spooky stories like I have, and they see the ghost in candlelight, or at sunrise, or at sunset. So there's the frequencies of light that are required to see entities. Okay, you look that up. That's halogen frequencies. And then you can go into infrared, which that's where I went. Infrared. And I got a lot of data on infrared. So what I'm saying is, what I'm telling you, this is a science. It's based in fact. I'm not selling you a philosophy or a theological debate. There is no debate. This is it. Deal with it. Thank you for watching. Hope everything goes well. Thanks for inviting me. Come back. Invite me back anytime. It's like I'm a vampire. I stay away until I'm called back. Until you invite me back in.
Welcome to Cross This Threshold.
Absolutely.
Join our show.
I hope somebody's found this entertaining, and I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do. All right. Well, this has been
Thank
great.
you very much, Chris,
Thank you
Kristen.
so much. We love you.
Have a great night.
Have fun tonight.
Have fun. Yes, I'll still be listening as the next guest comes on, and if there's more guests.
I hear your party going on upstairs. So.
Oh yeah, that my daughter just came in from Canada, so we're
nice family.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, she works in the film industry. She works in major motion pictures. She worked on Pinocchio.
Canada.
Yeah, and you gotta sometimes get a good job. You gotta go outside the country, but she's doing really well. She loves it. She's enjoying it. So
that's awesome. A lot of we've noticed that a lot of movies are made in Canada.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going up there myself. If it wasn't for the snow. I'm looking more like Key West, affiliated office in Key West. That's where
There you go.
That's where I think I'm going to
want to go there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you have a great time with everything. And like I said, I'll always have the pom poms to be your cheerleader. So there you go.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you so much.
Really appreciate
it. Thank you. Have a great night. I'll see you guys later.
All right. You as well. Thank you. And that was Dr. Michael Lynch. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Kind of the constructs of consciousness.
Yes.
We're broken down now.
Kind of went down with Nate.
Yeah. It kind of aligns
to
some of the other things we talked about. Is just looking at it, I think more in just like a building block basis. And I like it. It kind of helps us fit all these puzzle pieces together. Our next guest, and I just want to remind people that there is a donate button on our Facebook pages to donate to St. Jude's Cancer and Kids, and try to help them out. If you donate $25 or more, let us know. It'll give you a receipt through Facebook. And our next guest will send you a copy of our latest book, Colors of Heaven. And her name is Lynn Monet, and we're going to bring her on right now.
Hi, everybody. I'm in Columbia tonight at Bill's house. So,
oh, wow.
I'm sitting with my foot up on a chair still. I can't hear you very well. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you good.
Fine.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I can't hear you very well. Let me see. Can you hear me now?
We can. Yeah.
Okay. I can hear you better this way.
We're echoing. I actually thought that was going to happen. We're echoing a little bit.
Just a little bit, but it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I can go back in with the microphone part is better.
Don't go anywhere.
No, I'm trying right here. Let me try again. I don't know why I can't hear anything on my daughter's earbuds. I had to borrow them because I forgot mine.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for joining us and offering our audience a way to get a free version, a copy of Colors of Heaven.
Yes, actually, they can have their choice of Omnipresent, What Happens Next, or Colors of Heaven, and it will be in an ebook form. So $25 and over, it's going to a great cause. You would end up paying almost that much for especially Colors of Heaven that has just come out. If you want to wait a little bit, and we can identify that you were on the show, I have another book coming out, and I can't hear a thing, but.
That's okay. Go back to the other way then.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem.
Okay. I have another book that's coming out the end of January called The Gap, which is not a paranormal related book. It's a book about what your adolescent and teen should know. Talks about everything from stinky sneakers to what you do if a condom breaks. So they're all important things. It's true. You know what you need to do.
Freaking awesome.
Yeah, well, kids today at all ages, I mean, they come up to their parents and say, hey, I'm ready for some condoms. And the parent says, no, it's a big mistake because they're not asking permission at this point. They're making an announcement that they're ready to do it. So the parent either has the choice of helping them and be successful and protect their future from having children too soon or not. So if the groundwork hasn't already been laid before they get to that point, then you're a little bit late on it, but at least you can help to do something for their future. So that book will be coming out the end of the month if you'd rather have something more on that line. It talks about healthy boundaries, talks about human trafficking. I even have pictures of how to get in and out of a trunk or a back seat into the trunk, and how to grab the crowbar and whack somebody with it. So it's an interesting book that way as well. Yeah.
It
So
covered a lot of
Crowbar.
bases there.
Yeah, I think it was
Well,
new to me. So that's awesome.
well, there's so much new stuff for kids that they have to deal with, with in this electronic world, even your first date. I talk about leave your cell phone turned off. You don't want to have two kids there on their first date and both of them are sitting there looking at their phone. So it talks about stuff like that. Hi, Len. How are you? Carol. Hello, everybody. But it is actually a counselor, several counselors, there are friends of mine that are therapists that knew that I wrote, asked me to write the book because they've been looking for books with this gap. There seems to be like a gap between good touch, bad touch, but nobody says anything about suggestive touch, which is a whole different ball game. That those subtle touches that then turn into more. So it talks about that too. It talks about this new gender evolution movement thing. It talks about all kinds of stuff that way. So it should be a good book for people pretty soon. But yes, I'm offering Omnipresent, which is the first book that I've written in the Omnipresent series. Omnipresent, What Happens Next. Again, they're all an ebook. So when you have your receipt, you'll let Chris and Kristen know. They'll notify me, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy them in on the copies that I send out. But you need to be verified as somebody that has donated on this program to get that. So that's double verification that it has been sent out to you and that you've received it. So, and there is a safety feature on it. So when it does come over as an ebook, you do need to download it to your computer or whatever. It will only let you go back and reopen it 3 times to read it. So you want to make sure that you save it somewhere in order to have it to go back to it, because it'll lock you out after those 3 times.
Oh boy.
Oh, good.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you so
We
much.
appreciate you
Len.
offering
Oh my
that
God.
to our audience.
Yes, thank you.
And great to have some options there. So Omnipresent, we read this. I
didn't actually know that. So
Scary as hell book. And
Omnipresent
your-
2 is just,
what happens next?
yeah, what
Well,
happens.
So they're all awesome.
My mom is like so ready and raring to to read that in the colors from heaven.
Well, actually, I just sent Chris for his birthday, The Colors of Heaven. So the ebook is there. Please feel free to share it with Kristen and also your mom. I will send her a book when they come out.
She
I
doesn't
thought
have the internet. My mom has no internet,
Oh.
no cell phone, no nothing.
Okay, well, I thought I sent her the second book. Did I not send her the
Sent
second?
her, the paperback. Yes, thank you. Yes.
I will. Did I send her the second book? I
No.
sent her the first one.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying.
I will.
Thank you.
I will
We-
definitely.
we appreciate
She's always asking every
No,
time I
that's
talk
okay.
to her every week.
I will do that. I will make sure to get the address from you again and send that out this week for her.
Thank you.
And I'll put it to Kristen's mom on the package, just like I did last time.
She loved that. She's like, who is this woman? I'm like, that's like one of my best friends.
Yes, we're family. That's for sure.
Yes, we are.
Kelly's got another daughter. She just doesn't know it yet. So anyway, but I'll make sure she gets all of them that way. So your mom sounds like a really cool lady. But I really, really appreciate you having me on. I want to say I was listening in on Dr. Lynch's part and a lot of very, very good information, very interesting. I would love to sit in a room with him for hours because he's got so much knowledge in ways that complement mine. There's nobody wrong here. We're all right. And what I'd like to say too is, some things will resonate. Some things that I have to say may resonate with people, and some people it may not resonate with. So, pick the pieces of it that you feel apply to you, because not everything is going to apply to everyone. So, but again, there's nobody wrong here, and there are pieces to the puzzle and in every way. So, yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for
Thank you
joining
for being
us.
here.
We truly appreciate it. And we love your conversation. So that's really interesting that you could find parallels in your experience with the afterlife as Dr. Mike did as well, and he puts it in this sort of I'm going to use the word again, building block kind of construction pieces.
Yes, he does. More scientific. He's more of a thinker. I'm a little bit more of the emotional feeler part of it. But yeah, definitely one complements the other. And I agree with a lot of what I heard him saying. It does match up a lot, intention and your thought patterns. And not only that, they talk about things too with the even emotions, that you have to keep your emotions harmonious, because sometimes, especially, it's hard for females because we're more feelers than thinkers. But you have to keep your emotions harmonious, because your emotions will emit out into as an energy even before it becomes a thought. So and our thoughts are so powerful. We draw things to us with our thoughts, and so it's important to be responsible for what you're thinking, and just that's some of what he was. That's what I took from what he was saying, and I appreciate that that he was sharing so much with everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
He's amazing. I've listened to him before, and I've had to even go back a couple of times and listen, because I'm like, I want to make sure I got that right, So
right.
I've actually done that myself too. I'm like, what? Wait, it's like, being a moderator and stuff. Sometimes I can't multitask.
Yes,
That's a lot of information.
But I've done that, and I'm like, wow, scientific. I love the scientific as well. Point of view.
Well,
but,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'm definitely with you, as you know that, because I'm like you. We are like you, Ann and I, and all of us are like you as well. So the approach to it is different in a way.
It is, but like I was saying too, is the rule of energy. Energy can't be created or destroyed, so it has to go somewhere. And that's another thing too that we talked about with the book, The Colors of Heaven, Beginnings Never End, where people were talking about seeing loved ones come in, and talking about when I saw my mother cross over and leave her body, and about the souls that came in to collect her, that some of them even appeared galactic in a way, because of coming from other places. So, it just, like he was saying too, about the different embodiments and things like that. I mean, there's so many different solar systems out there that have planets similar to ours, that might have similar human type people living there. Maybe not. Maybe, you ever imagine, maybe it's dogs walking humans around or something like that.
I've seen that Rick and Morty video show. Yeah.
So you just never know for sure, but there's definitely something different. I mean, I've made when the spirits came in to collect my mother and the room had thinned out, there was that one extremely tall, white, luminescent haired being that was just magnificent, that stood with the angels. And the angels had the wings, and the other being did not have wings. So, it's all connected. It is all connected. We are all pieces to the puzzle. Nobody's wrong here. We're all learning, and what everybody has to say is valuable, for those that are learning. And again, you take it as you can. Sometimes you may not be ready to hear parts of it because you're at a different stage in learning, but eventually we all get to the same place. So, and people that are watching this program right now are seeking. So that's very important, that this information is being gotten out there.
Absolutely. We definitely agree with you. That's why we have our platform.
Lynn, given your experience with working with the afterlife, what are your thoughts on reincarnation?
I believe that there is a form of reincarnation. That there are the three different kinds of death. There's a natural death, there's sudden death, and there's near life death, and NDE. Sorry, near death experience.
Yes.
So and the thing is the things that I have learned that my mother has talked about, like for instance, somebody that has committed suicide, that they end up being, they don't get to go and visit with the loved ones afterwards. They kind of stay with one spirit that's been sent in, but they are schooled. They are brought through their, going through the Akashic records and things like that to see the missed opportunities and to see, the goals that they had set for themselves, and also to see the rippling effect that it makes across the board when they cut a life short. Now, this does not include medically assisted suicide. That's very different. It's seen very different on the other side, because, or somebody that's having extreme problems with mental illness or accidental drug overdose. Those are seen differently. They do get the reception. They do, get to meet people, but they're also schooled and then sent right back in. So kind of like the vessel changing thing that Dr. Lynch was talking about, they are either sometimes sent into a vessel, they can be sent back through as a baby vessel, coming back through and going through a lifetime again, coming back to that point and not, committing suicide and ending their life short. What people don't realize about, say, for instance, suicide is it's never, ever supposed to be an option, because like Dr. Lynch was also saying, that we do have a contract here. We do draw it all out with that. And when you talk about, and I may be pronouncing this wrong, the Akashic or Akashic records, when you go back there are veils over some of the cubbies, and those are missed opportunities that could have either made it easier or harder. So you're still going down that same path to get to the end that justifies the means, so to speak, but you have a choice of whether you get there easier or harder. So it just, it's one of those things. And so it's kind of like what he was saying too. But I do believe that there is reincarnation. I feel like at some point that we stop, but we don't always reincarnate to this earth, this planet. Sometimes we reincarnate to a planet on a different solar system. So, depending on what we need to do. And I also believe that there are the paralleling lives also, because I've learned with with my mother, who's on the other side, that I am in contact with frequently, as well as my father, who had a near-death experience, and some other people, that there are those paralleling lives with the dimensions in between, because you can be 6 places at one time. So, and that's both on...
Right.
Okay.
And that's an interesting thing you say.
Yeah.
For people that maybe haven't heard you talk about that before, and I know we talked about it last time we were on the show together, but being 6 places at one time, let our audience know what you mean by
how
that.
is that possible? Yeah.
My father explained it to me when he came back from his near-death experience. He was talking about how when he went through his near-death experience, he went into the tunnel that had all of this, the glistening light about him. He was aware of other spirits that were passing on both sides of him. And he said that he was brought to, there was a spirit that he met with. There was more like a voice, but it wasn't that there was an actual physical spirit being. It was more of a feeling and a voice kind of thing. And he was allowed then to peer into where he was able to be with each one of, he had 6 children. My sister crossed, she was already on the other side. So he had 5 remaining children and a new wife. And he was able to equally be with each and every one of us, because there are times when you have a near-death experience that you are given the option and the choice to come back or stay. When your contract's up, but there are different areas in your contract where you do have the option to exit if things are just too much for you. But if you pass that time where you can exit, you have to wait until the next exit. But when the final time comes, that's it. You exit, if that makes sense. But
It does.
So he was saying that he was given the option to either return or stay. And he looked at each one of his children individually, the 5 of us that were remaining, and he knew we would each be okay. He even told me that the shirt that I had on a pastel striped shirt that was my favorite shirt. It was soft. I wore it all the time. It was my favorite. And he had never seen it before. He was in a different state. So, but then he was also with my brother, my other sister, and his other 2 children from another marriage. And when he came in, and he knew that we would all be okay, that his kids would be fine. But when he came in and looked at his new bride that had only been in America for 6 years, didn't know how to drive, balance a checkbook, run a computer, nothing. He decided to come back in and finish up those things. He realized when he looked at the rippling effect of his leaving now would create for her, he came back and finished up. And also because prior to his death, he was a raging alcoholic. He was an physically abusive man. And he also wanted to come back and make an amends with that. So when he returned to this earth, he was a very, very different man than he was before he passed, crossed and had that experience. He quit drinking. He came and he apologized to everybody, and he even came to me and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't been the best parent, but I did the best that I could, that I knew how to do. And even though it wasn't the right thing, I did love you, and I'm so sorry." And, then our relationship kind of restarted over at that point. And he needed to do that. And he ended up living then until he was 93 years old. And so, and he, it was a long time. That was about 12 years past that near-death experience that he had, because he was close to 80 when he had the clot problem and passed away in the recovery room. So, yes, I do believe in reincarnation.
Interesting. And how do you think that works with something that may be of a lower consciousness, if I can call it that, like your cat or pets?
Oh, pets
Or
Pets are not a lower consciousness. Actually, they are a higher consciousness. Your dogs and your cats and things like that, they have, dogs, they love so unconditionally, and cat, they love so unconditionally, and we just, as humans in human bodies, we love conditionally. A lot of times there are strings attached, or there are expectations placed on something. Dogs and cats don't do that. As long as they're fed, let out to pee, and hugged and pet every once in a while, they are happy. So they're actually higher beings, and they do cross over also. So you will get to see your pets again, and don't be surprised if you have an elephant or an emu coming up to you, because that might have been a pet from a previous life, because those are there too. So, you might be shocked to see how many kinds of pets that you actually have on the other side.
I'm giggling because I did a animal spirit meditation for a very long time. I did it, and it was just 3 times it came out to me. My animal spirit is actually, I want to say, it's not a Komodo dragon. I think it's a monitor lizard. You know what the thing about that was? All 3 times that came to me, I've never had a monitor lizard, but I do like lizards, or a Komodo dragon. I'm pretty sure it's a monitor lizard, but it had a white veil on its neck, and that's all I could see. I couldn't see the rest of it, and I don't know what that means. But
you will when you cross over.
Gee, thanks.
You will know what it means. I
run out and actually get a monitor lizard now in a Komodo dragon, so I could just put a little white thing on there, because I saw a little white thing on there just to see. So,
wow, that's amazing. I had a past life regression done, and I had buffalo. So that an albino buffalo, and that should be interesting to see someday when I cross over.
I know as well too, because they're very.
Yeah, an albino buffalo. I did.
Yeah.
So it was. So I'm anxious to see. I hope, and the thing is too, they are up there. When we do cross over, I think I'd mentioned before that we do have homes there. You can choose to stay there as long as you want to, once you finish your things. But really, once you finish your thing, heaven kind of turns into like an airport with terminals. So you are off in other areas doing other things. This planet is the worst. It is the hardest planet to survive on. We all know how hard it has been, but we are almost seen as heroes on the other side when we complete this lifetime, because it is so difficult and the contract is completed. The angels, as Dr. Lynch was saying too, they sit down with you and you go through every fine detail of what your contract is. And I've always said, when I'm done with this lifetime, God, don't take me before my 14-year-old is 18. After that, I'm good to go. So
I'm right with you. We have our children are the same age, so
yes. So I'm like, I won't be afraid to leave at that time. I'm not afraid of dying at all. I've seen people die. I've seen them leave their bodies, and I'm not afraid of it. But I don't want to come back here. And of course, when you're away from something for a while on that other side, they might convince me to come back. But I don't want to come back. I've told Bill, I said, we're going off to another planet somewhere else, and gonna meet up, and just go. So anyway,
the consciousness ever change? And I guess what I mean by that is, does the emu or elephant that transitions over to the other side ever come back as something else?
You know, that I do not know. I've never asked the question, and I do not know. I know that we do have like different souls that enter in at different points in our life to kind of bump us and get us into directions. I mean, including the old lady on the interstate getting on it at 40 miles an hour, and you're honking and cussing at her. Sometimes those are angels placed there at that moment, or they're used at that moment the same way as animals are. And people have talked about too.
So you don't have an accident or something, and
right, to prevent something from happening 5 minutes ago, to keep you on your path. Exactly. So you need to embrace the little old lady, tell her thank you, and keep on going, because you don't know in that moment what she prevented for you, but you have your life review, and you will come back to that moment where you were doing the opposite, because you got to realize, like Dr. Lynch was saying too, those mental, she's picking up you're cutting at her from behind. On the same token, so, you will be brought back to that and see if it made her nervous or stressed at the wheel, or something like that, and it'll also make you understand why she was going so slow, was to help you, or maybe just nervous driving, so that you have more compassion and understanding.
A lot of us could be in trouble then, because
Yes.
Road rage is a little contagious.
You got to understand too that you didn't know, so it wasn't like some things, you have that aha moment once it's pointed out to you, but in the moment that you were doing it, you didn't really realize the full of it on a spiritual level versus physical level. Yeah, I mean, it felt good to do it on a physical level. You're flipping this lady off because she pissed you off, and makes you feel better for that moment, but
Right.
on the spiritual side of it, it's going to make you feel pretty yucky when you realize, what the true effects of it was.
Even though, like, you might have prevented an accident, somebody probably did get in an accident. So bad things can happen to good people. And
That's
like,
true.
how is the feeling on the other side about that?
I'm sorry, ask me that again.
About bad things happening to good people. Meaning, like, so like maybe the old lady slowed you down and you didn't get in a car accident, and that, I don't know how many times that's happened to me. I've thought, oh, thank God I didn't leave 2 minutes earlier. I could have been in that accident. But that accident did happen, but it had other people in it.
But those people,
like good people.
Those people were supposed to be in it for a lesson that they had to learn with it, which was, I mean, you just, and again, that's part of their path, part of what they've written out in their contract before they've come here. So, they timed out that accident, but maybe they needed to have that accident because they, at that time in their life, needed to stop drinking, because maybe the person in the accident was inebriated, or stopped taking medication, or simply they needed to have some kind of a deformity, even for which isn't not everything is perfect and ideal. So maybe they needed to be paralyzed from the waist down to complete the contract that they had originally written for themselves, and not just for themselves, but the rippling effect that it also was teaching the family lessons on other levels, having to deal with somebody that's a paraplegic, if that makes sense. There's everything happens for a reason. So, it was if they got that accident, they were meant to be, because if not, an angel would have been placed there to slow you down in some way.
Well, like you said, that maybe this was like a contractual thing, and that I know we did talk about that before, that people go into this life like knowing the outcomes and the bad things that are going to happen, but ahead of time. They have the story, and that's like, maybe that's a cause for, premonition or premonitory dreams and thoughts, because you actually know the outcomes.
Yes, like I had a premonition before I could bring my change of clothes for this thing, and I walked off and I left there. So here I am. So you just, everything does happen for a reason, even some of the bad things. I mean, you don't know what kind of a debt you're repaying. The people, they talk about, somebody murdering somebody and things like that, but you don't know if maybe you murdered that person before, and this is kind of a karmic payback thing, and I'm not exactly sure of how all karma works. I'm sure there's some scientific angle to it as well, that I'm not aware of, but as far as the spiritual things go, and when the finalization of that contract is up on this earth, it is up. So if you don't take those little get off ramps in between.
Yeah. That's fascinating. I think we mentioned earlier about when we said the colors of heaven, that there are colors people just cannot interpret in this 3D form that people see on the other side. And I think I brought that up to Michael, one of them.
Yes, you did.
One of the people, and it's something we had talked about. And
Mhm.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? I've heard about NDE folks, and we've got a few in the audience. Seeing colors that they have trouble describing them because they don't exist in our world.
Yes, actually, I have had the honor of seeing them myself, and the thing about it is you would need at least a couple of different color wheels. I mean, the colors, and it's not just the color. The colors themselves are vibrant. They're almost like they're alive when you connect with them. Will you please stop that? Sorry.
Okay, I tried.
No, not you. No, I can't. I'll tell you after the show's over.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
You got this.
No, so somebody was doing something distracting in the house over here.
Oh, okay. There's something distracting in the comments. So.
Okay, yeah. So I was talking to you, but I was about ready to crack. Didn't want to crack.
Synchronicity. There you go.
Yeah. So what was I saying?
You asked a question, Chris.
I asked about the colors.
Oh, yeah.
Colors.
I apologize for that.
No worries.
That's fine.
As everything is on the other side, when you connect in with it, it's not just a matter of looking at it. There's an energy about everything, including the colors on the other side. Everything is energy. So when you connect in with that, you resonate with it and you almost feel the pulsating of the color, if that makes sense. My mother had made mention of a beautiful white flower on the other side with some it has like a coral color and one other color there's no name for here. And when you look into the flower, as with all of the plants, they're including the blades of grass because they're all energetic, you actually connect with them and can feel the life pulsating through them. So the colors are the same way. They are truly living colors.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Anne Marie said like neon, but brighter and mixed and changing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And they pulsate. They pulsate. It's just it's hard to even describe it with words that we have here because there really is no words to describe it. There's no feeling that can touch it to even fully explain, how they are.
Do you think things like psychedelic experiences, we talked about ayahuasca a little earlier, maybe help peer into that side?
People that are under the influence of medication, a lot of times like diet pills or, which would be called speed or amphetamines and things like that. I don't know about psychedelics so much with mushrooms or things like that. But yeah, they do it does kind of bring them to a level. They talk about things that they can see between the veils a little bit more. I remember myself as a younger person, I used diet pills before, and I remember taking those pills, and they actually I was able to see more spiritual things while I was using those than when I was not. So, and now I see them all the time anyway, and I'm not taking anything, but so yes, I think that there are some energy alterations or chemical alterations in your brain that can efface some of those filters.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, the psychedelics are often called nature's medicine or spirit medicine by the shaman, and it is for good reason.
Well, and even marijuana, can put you in a state that's a little bit, in those dimensions as well. So depending on what you have in marijuana. Oh, anyway.
I'm not necessarily encouraging the use, but
no, I'm not encouraging it.
You have to think about that, though. Judge. It's like ceremonies, though. They have ceremonies. So the shamans.
Yes.
and Native Americans and other Native.
Yeah, and those cultures do have
cultures.
pretty good insights into the afterlife.
I don't know. You know,
Think a lot about it.
that pipe and all of them seem happy to me.
Right? Right.
Yeah,
But
I'm
That's
not.
a-
However, they're going to be legalizing marijuana. So, I'm not talking about taking drugs. And when I took the diet pills, they were prescribed to me. I wasn't taking someone else's prescription or buying them off the street. So,
right.
Hmm.
I took diet pills and it make me feel like that, but it was a wicked long time ago.
it might be like a long time ago.
Yeah.
I've seen some pulsing colors, but maybe not from diet pills. I'll be honest.
Oh, I didn't see it. The pulsing colors from the diet pills, more spirit forms with the diet pills, the vibrations. But when my mother crossed over and I was sitting in her room with her, I was allowed to see those things. And it was part of the reason why, feeling all that elation and love coming, I was smiling from ear to ear, even as my mother passed away. And we'll talk more afterwards.
Yes,
But,
please.
Be in trouble here when I get off this.
You're not going to be in trouble. Goodness sake.
So anyway, yeah.
Oh.
It gives us hope to hear the
What's that?
story.
I'm sorry.
I said it gives us hope to hear your story about
Yes.
a certain comfort level, because a lot of people do wonder, is there a life after death? Does it just end? Does somebody just hit the switch and it's over?
In my experience and what I've seen, I believe that there is a go, not exactly that is biblically, because the Bible's been rewritten so many times. Books have been left out of it, that there's so much more to it than just book. So, but I know what I've seen again and again, and I know what I've had patients see prior to death, even a year in advance, talking about family members coming in because of the way that the filters he face. Even children come in without the filters they build over time. They also, how they form over time also depends on how they're nurtured by their family. If they're, because all of us have these gifts. Everybody has these gifts, but it depends on how you are raised and how, your family says, oh no, you're not seeing ghosts. There's nothing there. Yet the child's standing there looking at it and saying, yeah, there's a man standing right next to you. So it is that nurture. It's automatically a nature thing because we all have the ability to do it. But the nurture thing really, really comes into play of which direction you take with it, whether you become afraid of it or not, or you nurture it. My children, I left that door open, and they are all very, very gifted, all empaths. Each one has different gifts. Some of them can see, some of them can hear, some of them can do both. My son, he's so psyched. It's off the charts, and it actually stayed for a while after we lived in that haunted house for a while. But he's and my daughters are too, but he's the most. So, but I never ever told them that what they were feeling or seeing was not real, because I could see it too at the same time. So, I actually encouraged it and nurtured it for them. So now they're adults and they have some beautiful gifts.
I definitely agree with you. I was shunned as a child, I'll say, because my mom, of course, my dad would never believe that. My mom, she tried, but my kids, when it comes to my children, being like you are, and familiar with these things, every one of my children have something to deny it. I have 5 kids, so to deny it, they don't want to know that they block it out, whatever. But all, the rest, the 3 of them, oh my God, they have so many abilities, and I'm like, wow, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I would never do that as a mom. No.
Yeah.
And my mom says to me now she's 75 years old. My mom's like, every time I talk to her 2 or 3 times a week, she's like, I am so sorry. She's like, I should have listened to you. I knew you were seeing these things. I knew you were experiencing these things. And I should have said something to you because she's experienced them as well. And she said, I didn't want you to end up like I, like me, I didn't want to see these things. She tried to block them all up, but I'm like, what, 50 something years old. And here I am, and I'm learning things almost every day. Well, every 3 days from my mom when I talk to her. I'm like, why didn't you tell me this when I was a kid? Why didn't you tell me this when I was 20? Why do you tell me this now? And it's just, it's really bizarre, but thank goodness, I, like, both of us came, you and I came out and said, and even Chris, go tell us, you see something, you hear something, just tell us. We're good with it. Jacob, like I was saying, Jacob hears his name called in my house constantly. It's not me, but it's in my voice. So it's just weird.
Yes.
It's just, I'm like, don't acknowledge them. Don't, because I don't know what they want. I don't know what their intentions are. So, we're just going to block it all out. That, yes. Just, go on with our merry day, so.
Yes, absolutely. And can you imagine you and I would be today if we had parents that nurtured our kids?
Yes. My God, I don't know. Like Reggie said earlier, well, in our chats another time, he's like, we all be levitating.
What? So true.
Yeah, we'd all be levitating because it's like we know, and we wish we were nurtured like our children. So I don't know, but yeah.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about our group. All of us come into this group is that we were meant to come in at this time to support one another and to help each other blossom and to learn from one another, because we're all at that point that we're ready. So, it's a good thing. So, and I'm happy to have my new, so that's good.
I'm still kicking myself in the butt for not doing this since I was a kid, but thank you to Chris who brought me into this, because I understand now.
How much do you think is genetic and how much is nurturing?
I think we just have that ability. I don't know if it would be called genetic. It's a spiritual thing. But every single person has the ability. Everyone does. So nurturing is huge. The nurturing is huge. The nature part is there, but the nurturing is huge. We're so molded by society and by religion and by, other people, by not wanting to be a weirdo or being seen as the Joneses, and then get into all of these ego things where people, they want to be the people seen as the rich people with expensive cars and, or they, the list goes on of things that then people get involved in. And then, of course, we get involved in the daily life of just trying to survive. And then you're around more people that, maybe because of their own fear base, they don't agree with that. And you want to fit. So, especially when you're younger, I think adults, we don't really give a shit. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Okay. If anybody were to walk up to me and say, oh, well, you're weird because you see ghosts. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? So it's different than when you're like in middle school or high school where, what your friends think is so much more important. And that's such a period of time right before you become an adult where you're so greatly molded. And children, as a matter of fact, in the very last chapter of the book, Omnipresent, I talk about, how to tell if there's a spirit in your house on your own. So you don't have to pay somebody or call somebody.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's about when children come up to you, never, ever, ever tell a child that something is not there just because you can't see it, especially if they come to you more than once talking about the same thing. And never, ever also tell them, oh, gee, well, that's your guardian angel. That's your aunt so-and-so coming to check on you. The question should be, is it making you feel uncomfortable? Is it telling you to do things you're not supposed to? Those would be the questions that I would ask. And if either there's a yes to either one of those, then it's not your guardian angel or your Aunt Lulu coming to check on you. It could be it could be a lost soul that has a very negative energy about them. It can be a malevolent soul. It could be a demon. It could be not only that, their Aunt Lulu, if it was their guardian angel, come shaking their bed and pulling their covers off, scaring the bejesus out of them in the middle of the night. So
Right.
it's important not to say, oh, there's nothing there. If you tap in that moment with your sensory and your ability, even if you don't believe in ghosts, I promise you, you're going to have goosebumps somewhere. And if you got goosebumps somewhere, you're now connecting in with the same energy that your child is seeing. So give them the tools to say, go away, leave my room, start humming something that represents Amazing Grace if you're spiritual that way or something, but empower them, because this is something that they're going to have to deal with their entire life as a spiritual being, and being able to tell things to leave them alone and to know which things are okay to have come forward, and to make those decisions. But it is important.
Gary.
Yeah, and I forgot that you included that at the end of Omnipresent, and without letting all the cats out of the bag.
No.
With that, what do you recommend somebody does that thinks, well, maybe I do have a ghost in the house?
What I suggest is like, for instance, before you rent a house or an office or buy a house, I always you get a 35 millimeter camera, and really now the pixels are so great on the cell phones. Sometimes you can pick them up with those as well. But I usually take a 35 millimeter camera. I go into the house before anybody else has walked through, so there are no dust orbs or anything like that. And I know that, they talk about orbs. Yes, I travel as orbs because I've seen them attack people. I've also floating. I don't see them coming back in a human form, like an embodied form, but they do come back in a ghostly type form. But, and I go through and I take pictures along the ceiling line, where the ceiling and the wall connects, around fuse boxes, any type of stone fireplace. The stones have energy in them that spirits can resonate with that, and any place that they can be near that will energize them. So, and then you may not see them right away. Then you take them back, put them on your computer. The difference between the dust orbs and the orbs that are spirits are the spirit orbs are more opaque. They're not clear like some of the other ones look like bubbles. The dust ones look like bubbles, but the orbs, sometimes you'll see eyes on the bottom, mouth on the top. They're inverted. You'll even sometimes see hair color. I actually have a picture of one in my second book. It was a woman that had red hair, because her red hair was on the bottom. She had blue eyes, and then the mouth was at the top. And that's how she was flying through in the crease of the ceiling and the floor. Plus they like stairwells. They love hallways because there's not a lot of them around there. They can be more consolidated there. And I mean, that's how you tell that you go back and you see. And really, it's not a good idea try to avoid moving into a house or an office building that has active orbs in it. Spirits that travel with orbs, they become comfortable in the place. It's just like we are creatures of habit. They're creatures of habit. We're embodied ones. We all get settled in a place, especially if there's a feeding ground or whatever. You get a person in there with depression or alcoholism or, some kind of drug addiction or porn addiction, and it gives you something to feed off of. They like staying put where they're at. They like having to move. They like being comfortable, and staying long term. So it's better to avoid moving into a place with that kind of activity in it.
How do you know though? Like
when you
move.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When you move, you don't know what you're getting into.
That's why I go in and I take pictures first. I go in, I ask everybody to stay out. I ask the realtor if I can come back and, look at the house like an hour later or 30 minutes later. And then I ask everybody to stay out, because if you walk through it, those dust orbs are going to be all over the place. And you want to.
No, don't you think like people like us who are, how do I explain this? Knowing, I don't want to give labels or anything, but that we know, all about this, or, a little about this, whatever. Don't you think we attract them? Because I think they do. In my heart, in my gut, I think that a lot of them want help.
Yes.
Is where yes. So it's not just like moving in a place. They're coming with you. They're going to seek you out, I believe. Oh, well, that's my opinion.
They our light is so huge. I mean, I'm attracted to us, and they do follow us home sometimes in that case. So what I'm talking about is for like the lay person to be able to tell whether there's spirits in the house or not. We're haunted already, and in a good way. It's just
Yeah, we would agree with you there.
I mean, we can't get away from it because it's always there, but they do follow us. My son actually, he was driving the other night with actually one of the young men that were in my first book, Omnipresent, the one that was laid back into the fireplace with the illuminating triangle over his head. He was over visiting, and my son and he were in the car, and they're both very in tune spiritually, and they're going down the road, and they see a picture of it, and I'll have to share it with you. Saw this entity kind of coming across the street. Well, all of a sudden, there's an orb in their back seat. They got a picture of that. And it was the spirit riding along with them in the car. And
Wow.
they had trouble getting the spirit to get out of the car after they stopped and pulled over and said, you can't ride with us, you need to get out. But both of their lights were so bright that this thing was drawn to them. And that's why even, I think you probably have the same thing, Kristen, like if you take a walk and you're walking past a cemetery, just taking an exercise walk, all of a sudden you've got a fan club kind of following along with you.
Sit there everywhere.
Mhm.
Like, I've told him that too. I'm like, oh man.
Well, they think
Talk about being haunted because we do have, such quote unquote luck with our ITC work and getting EVPs and that kind of stuff that it almost seems unfair. But it happens. It really does happen. And we can't just think it's just the places we go. We think some of these places have to be things that are around us all the time.
You were talking about schizophrenia earlier. My aunt was
We're just schizophrenic.
No. And my aunt was schizophrenic, and she kept telling me every time she saw me, she's like, you have a whole bunch of people around you. And she said it's like we're on a talk show is what she kept saying to me. And I'm like, this is silly, but I felt it, but I can't see. So yeah, that's what she would say to me.
Yeah. She wasn't schizophrenic. She was
No.
but back then
I agree. And my cousin Eric agrees too.
Yeah.
And does too. Yes.
So many people that have schizophrenia have done, and I'm sure you remember going through your rotations too, your psych rotations, and that's really a place in the psychiatric wards that they will follow you around. But there are the people there with the drug addiction, things like that they have those Arconian looking backpack things on them. But then
for 1 second, there's a reason why they have a drug addiction as well. Some of them is because they can't get rid of what you were saying, those mental images and people talking to them and spirits talking to them, entities talking to them. They can't get rid of it, and they are gifted.
Yes, they are. And so many people are falsely diagnosed with schizophrenia, and they really medically don't have an actual diagnosis for it. So they kind of tucked it under a bracket of a broad area of mental illness that could be anything. So, and I really think that if people, when they're admitted to medical facilities or, that sort of thing, if they had some kind of a person like a spiritualist, like you or me, actually, for that matter, that can see the things or have the feelings about the things to say, no, this person needs to have a problem detached or whatever, as far as that goes, that there would be a lot less people being admitted to facilities that way.
There was a doctor, Dr. Terrence Palmer, God rest his soul. He's one of the few doctors that actually saw this and was making a hospital for these people to help them.
Oh, wow.
To remove attachments. He was somebody trying to get on the show, and we shared a few emails. He passed away. There is interviews with him on Jeffrey Mishlow's wonderful Thinking Aloud show.
Yes. New Thinking Out Loud.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning him, and I love.
I think all of us should get together and do something like that.
I agree with you.
I would love to do that.
Me too. Me too. To help people. That young lady, the one that I mentioned in one of the books, and the claw marks all over her. And the fact that after the fact that she had them taken off, I ran into her in a Walmart like maybe 8 months to a year later, and I didn't even recognize her. She looked so different. I mean, her depression was gone, all of her issues were gone, and I was literally squatting down looking at candles in Walmart, and I could see these two young women down the aisle, and they're both talking to each other, and they're looking at me, and I'm thinking, what, do I have toilet paper stuck on my shoe? I'm thinking, what the hell, was my zip? And they just kept looking, and all of a sudden I hear one say to the other, I know that's her. And I thought, oh, well, maybe they read one of my books, type thing. And this young woman came over, and I stood up, and she's looking at me, and she looked kind of familiar, but not, she looked so different. I mean, her hair had grown out, and the color, and she had lost weight. And I mean, she looked so different than the young woman that was in the facility having get it with the claw marks all over. And she said to me, she approached me and she said, are you Lynn? And I said, yes. And I'm like, how do you each other? She says, no, you were the nurse in the hospital that came to me and told me that when I got out of here to find someone to help me remove my attachments. And I did. And she said, and now I am off all of my schizophrenic medication, and I'm only on something for anxiety now. And she was going to school to be a dental hygienist. She was enrolled in college. Her future was so bright for her. Otherwise, she was going to end up in a facility with so much medication that would make her drool on herself almost. When they talk with all that medication, it's like their tongue is too fat for their mouth. So it's hard to even understand them. They're so heavily medicated. And of course, she wasn't hearing voices anymore, but she did understand whenever she did hear voices, how to differentiate what was actually hers and something else, which was something I, had mentioned, are you hearing any voices at all? And she said, no. She says, just, once in a while, because she was also gifted in acknowledging her gifts as well, that way. But it was nothing. The schizophrenics, they'll tell you to do things that you're not supposed to. So, and she wasn't having that anymore. And she had bought herself a car, and she was, tickled to tell me that she moved out on the roommate and how well she was doing. So it really turned her life around. And it was like, man, if that could happen for more people than just her, because, and one more little story. I remember going into one of the areas where people were permanently living there because they didn't have families that were willing to take them back home, or they didn't have families, period. Maybe they were older people that's family passed away or their child passed away, so they didn't have anywhere to be placed. So they had this whole separate section for these people that were basically stuck there forever until they passed away. And I remember distinctly seeing this woman sitting at this table, and there were 4 chairs. She was sitting in one. It was a round table, and she was talking to people in the chairs that nobody else could see but me. I could see them. She was actually talking to spirits and actually talking about having Danish and coffee, because she had her coffee drink there. And would you like some coffee? And would you like some coffee? And she was acknowledging these spirits, but because nobody could see the spirits but me, they assumed again that she was schizophrenic, but she wasn't, because there were people, actually spirits sitting with her that she was talking to. So that's another thing, too. It just really, the mental illness, there are so many people that are misdiagnosed.
Yeah.
We agree with you. Most definitely.
Another person, I think we mentioned them before, that was also involved in that was Carl Wicklund and his wife. And he wrote a book called 30 Years Among the Dead. And this was in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. He would go into asylums, and his wife was a psychic. I forget her first name, but they would work together. He was in the mental health field to remove attachments and free those people of some ailments. And it's a very controversial thing because some people are not just hearing voices; they're outright deranged. Can you just remove that and everything's okay? What if they've killed people or something of that nature?
Right.
Pretty.
It's lots of voices tell them to do that. You know what I'm saying? And they almost mesh with them after a point of them being attached for so long. So,
Yes.
and they're not talking about, like, granted, there are some people that come in and they're talking about pink elephants or bugs on the wall or water running down the wall. Those people legitimately have chemical imbalances that aren't connecting with their brain, where they do need medication balance and be, but they're not talking about this other stuff. Even these people that are deranged, I mean, they have things there that are a lot of times telling them to do these things. And that's why with children, I've always said, don't tell them that there's nothing there. Ask them, is the spirit frightening you, or is it asking you to do something that you're not supposed to do? It's so important to differentiate what it is.
Right. We mentioned
what
serial
do you
killers.
feel is what I asked my children. What do you feel?
Nathaniel earlier today, and victimology. There, there's a thing there where possession may well be a factor.
Yes.
In some of these serial killer crimes. Well, that's all right. You can get your hair on it. I don't mind.
Anyway, sorry.
There's an author, Murdoch. She's recently put out a book. It's called Jumpers and a Shot of Tequila, and she was a bartender in a bar, and she said that there were spirits in the bar also that didn't want to cross over, because she would offer to cross them over, and they'd be like, no, I'm good. When a person doesn't cross over, they still maintain their addiction, their cause of death. They still have mental illness and all of those things until they cross over. But she had made mention in her book, which is another great book to read, that there was one man in particular sitting at the bar he was drinking like a tonic water or something and just kind of relaxing from the day, and was kind of there, I guess, for whatever snacks or whatever they had on the counter for food. And she said, see the spirit behind him kind of trying to press in to the back of this man. And she said that she came back over about 20 minutes later, and all of a sudden this man's asking for a shot of tequila, no salt.
Fun.
Yes. And she said she could see that even his facial appearance changed, his whole demeanor changed. And then after about an hour passed, when the soul backed back out of him, he was back to normal and didn't seem to understand whose tequila that was even on the bar. So, type thing.
That's interesting. They step into each other.
He calls them jumpers, and it's a very interesting.
I want that book.
Yeah, well, and I'll get and she would be a great person to have on your show too. Really, she's. Oh,
thank you. I wrote it. I wrote her name down. I wrote the book down.
Yes, yeah. It's a good book, but she has a lot. She saw a lot of that. I mean, it wasn't just with one person; it was with multiple people. And these jumpers, somebody all of a sudden would come in and be docile, and then all of a sudden these entities, would kind of try to replace, and then all of a sudden the person would become combative, and it'd be like, wait a minute. You were just fine. What made you get up and start that fight or whatever type thing? But you would see where they would what she called them as jumpers, and I've seen them do that too.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh.
Linda asks, what's her name and the name of the book?
Her name is Cisco Murdoch, and forgive me, I forgot the very.
That's right.
Her podcast is called Journey Through the Gate. And it's on Sundays and Mondays. I have Steve Stockton on with her on Mondays. I'll be co-hosting twice a month on Sundays. For coming up Christmas, I'll be on with her. I think I might be on with her coming tomorrow. But you can definitely get the information there, and I'll get the information as well and let you know, because it is a very, very interesting book, and it's a true story. So of all of these things that she has gifts like us that way, and also she has a large following, so it would be nice if you have on, because she's got a huge fan base. It would definitely give everybody more subscriptions and thumbs up on that, which is always good.
Thank you, and thank you for saying that all the time too.
Glad to hear you can co-host it.
Subscribe, please.
Share it out.
You're working on a podcast of your own.
Yes, thank you all. And I still haven't quite come up with the correct name yet. There are so many good names out there. I do such different, books that and I also am working on the third book to the Omnipresent series, which I'm on up to chapter 6. It's going to be Omnipresent 111, Becky Dodger, story about an apartment complex. It was a townhouse complex with 10 townhouses in a row that I lived at briefly. And of course, the first chapter is, oh God, here we go again. You know, who knew?
I don't need to laugh, but good Lord, we
Yeah.
understand. We do. We understand.
Yes.
Good Lord, here we go again.
Well, the thing is only this time I live in it and I had kids with me. Before I had someplace else to go and I didn't have to bring my kids back. You know what I'm saying? The issues were, but this is one where there was actually a ghost going from townhouse to townhouse, pulling down women's underwear in the middle of the night. And I have a picture of that ghost that I took myself, and they can't say it's photoshopped because I don't even know what that is. So, so, and it's the real picture, but it's an interesting story about how I had to, battle, but then the neighbors started coming over to get me. I had one, oh gosh, this one lady come over, she was in her towel and she still had shampoo in her hair. So, she's, oh God, there's something talking in my bathroom. Yeah. Before when I was in the process of moving into this townhouse, after I had gotten the keys, they reassured me that the townhouse was going to be cleaned. And when I went there, it wasn't. I mean, the refrigerator was nasty, the oven was nasty, the toilet was nasty. And I'm like, look, you need, I've paid you all this money. You need to send somebody here to clean this so that I can move in, because this isn't right. It was supposed to be, move in ready. Yep. And it turned out that the maid would not come back and clean my townhouse. So they finally gave her my phone number to call to make arrangements to come. And she literally told me on the phone, she said, you're going to think that I'm crazy, but please do not move into that townhouse. And I said, yeah. And I said, why? And she said, because it's haunted. Well, at that point, I had already seen the little girl ghost while I was putting my shoes away inside of the closet, because at least the closet was clean enough to put my stuff in. So I asked her, I said, is it the little girl? And she says, oh, yes, there is a little girl. And she started to describe exactly what I had seen. She said, but the little girl's not the problem. It's the tall, slender man with the black eyes that mumble. And I kid you not, I had heard mumbling that day. But of course, at that point, I had 5 days to move in. They were going to hold my money for 30 days. So I had no way to get my money, my first, last security, the deposit kind of thing, to move back out. And so, there was thousands on the line. So I ended up having to move in there and they would not break my lease. They told me that I would have to, stay there or they would pursue me legally for the 12 months. And I'm like, God, where is the lesson in this? I just don't get it. But it made me find a way that I could actually clear a house and seal them out. So, except for things that I wanted to have come in there, but these other wandering souls and things. But I had people on both sides of me. The entire building was haunted. And there was each individual apartment except one that was bothered. But the one that was not bothered had a young man living there, and his daughter, his little girl daughter was there. But the daughter would talk about seeing the man. And the father was one of those people that would be like, oh, no, there's nothing there kind of thing. But that's an interesting story in itself that'll be coming out probably around Halloween time.
It's a great story, but it just sucks that you had to do that again.
Right.
What the hell? But what?
I know. It's what I wanted to say. What the hell?
What kind of contract did you sign before this lifetime?
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's
really sign these. I mean, come on.
I hear you. That's why I don't want to come back again. I mean, like I said, we are all haunted. I mean, it's fact. There are a certain amount of demons, and I swear that even the demons know us by our names because they get so used to us. So,
demons, how do you refer to them as demons? I mean, because we go with the Christianity term. Mm-hmm. Is this, I believe it's something way ancient, but we have to give them labels. So.
Right. Yeah. Demons, entities. Let's just put negative entities.
Nefarious, love the word, entities. That's Chris's word. Nefarious entities. That's what we call them.
Good. That's
non-human entities.
Chaotic, non-human entities.
Yes, I'm going to take that word from you. Thank you. That's perfect. definitely. I'm going to write that one down when I get done. But no, there are sometimes too, and I've had to help clear so many homes for people, and my Bill has come with me and helped me clear homes for people, and it just unbelievable. And Bill's going to get a big spanking when we're done with.
In a doghouse, I've already discussed this with him. He's in big trouble. He's not behaving. I understand now.
Okay, good.
It's something Chris would do to me if I was on, Well, I had pictures, dude. I was
Well,
with my mom. Okay.
The moon has been full a couple of times, and he thinks
That's what he said. I'm so sorry.
And so I had to say, stop that. And then you thought he talked to you because he wouldn't pull his pants up. So, and I couldn't say that, but now everybody knows. So he's got a nice ass, though.
Oh my God, sorry. Oh my God, I always say that to him too.
That's why I show it to you.
So, but it's all, it's all in fun though. But yeah, it was very distracting. He's just giggling with himself because he thinks he's so trying to crack up mood.
I can appreciate the humor. Totally appreciate it.
I told him, I said, you get along with Chris so well.
Yes, they would. They would. They'd be like two peas in a pod, and then you and I would be laughing so hard watching the two of them. It would just be a fun time.
It really would. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
crying. That was funny.
Pull your pants up. Now he's doing it on purpose. Pull your pants up. I'm going to turn the camera.
You are in so much trouble.
Yes, he is. So anyway, here I am trying to, tell about my book, and yeah, I got that.
No worries. No worries.
No, it's fine. It was funny.
Appreciate the laughs, actually.
Yes.
Well, for the time he got up and he had, I don't know, it looked like he was in boxers. I don't know if he had shorts or boxers on, but he had a nice shirt and a sports jacket on with it. So it's funny. But,
well, mine came with the top hat, and that was all. So
there you go. There you go.
I can't believe I'm still talking about this.
Right. There you go.
I got to get as much use out of that thing as I can.
Guys, you got to know our sense of humor. So this is how we are. Well, you are. Not me.
Time. So
for God's sake, I was talking to my mother on the phone. Comes in like that. I'm sorry.
And a couple of questions in the audience for you. And
please.
we'll probably wrap things up because it has been a long night, and we really appreciate you coming on.
Reggie wants to go for 24/7, so let Reggie take over.
I need a break. I got to use the bathroom at some point.
I gotta pee too. I just really badly now because I'm laughing.
That's a
sorry, Lynn. It was just a mental picture I've got between both of them, and I'm like, oh great.
Echo Leaf Aston, is there a relationship to placing Epsom salt around a house to banish spirits and a dash of salt over the shoulder for good luck?
I do use salt. I use Epsom salt in the actual clearing itself. I use sea salt or black sea salt for. I say this because I'm haunted. So I have to use some heavy duty stuff. So I use like the sea salt and the black sea salt as my barricade. Epsom salt works for a lot of people. Sometimes it doesn't always work for me. So I do that. And I also use it in my baths when I take my baths, which should be more frequent than I've been able to take them lately. We've been so busy, you hop in the shower, you don't have time to lay in the tub for 10 minutes. You might fall asleep.
Yeah. Oh, I missed that. Yes.
Yeah, but it makes a huge difference. And throwing salt anywhere is a good thing. So if you put it over your shoulder, yeah, definitely.
Right? It's something people say.
Yeah.
And,
well, I don't use salt for
sure
cooking at all. Chris knows this. He does. I don't. But when I do what you do. I go, I don't know why. Then I do it the other shoulder too, just in case.
And we'll talk a little bit about black salt on the show before.
Yeah.
That's come up from other people as well. And it's something you don't see as often, but it is out there. You can get a black sea salt.
It is, and it's a little bit, you really only very, very fine pinch to sprinkle the sea salt. You use a little bit thicker, but the black salt, you just need a fine little sprinkle over the top of your thresholds of your windows. But the main thing is before you put in the salt, you got to make sure that whatever you want to get out is out, because if you put the salt around the parameters before you get the thing
It's gonna stay
inside. So yeah.
You don't want to trap it inside.
There's your thoughts are there for a reason. Your thoughts, your focus, everything. Thoughts put out energy.
That's right. And you got to listen to your gut when all else.
Oh gosh, yes, that too. So you need to do what you have to do. Think about what you need to get rid of. Like, I don't get rid of the spirits in my home because they lived there before me. So I always say something with that, and I always have something with that, and then I just like do the entire house. So
And you wonder why you're haunted. Anne-Marie Young says, Doug sat across from me the whole time I was on too. So apparently the guys have been playing some games.
Oh, really? Well, at least you're not mooning. Please don't moon her now.
Oh my God.
Oh my God is right.
Reginald says to carry a paintball gun. He will moon no longer.
Airsoft Glock. Thank you.
There you go, paint gun. That's a good.
Oh yeah, my son is into airsoft, so I got an airsoft Glock.
Even better, because
forbid if the cops come into my house and they see it, they're gonna think it's like a real gun.
There you go. There you go.
Linda says the salt is to hold the intention of your words.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, it is important to ask everything when candle burning, when you're aging, when you're using anything with the components or the energy, or even crystals. You need to direct it in the direction to go. You need to state your intention and tell it what it needs to do, because it's not, and it could do many things.
It's like a genie coming out of a bottle.
Exactly.
You have to exactly tell them exactly. And I keep stating this, exactly what you need.
Right.
And just what you want, what you need to happen.
Exactly.
Or they're going to give you something so totally out of the realm you don't want that. Yeah.
Right.
So. Yeah.
For a hamburger, and you ask for a hamburger. On a hamburger with nothing on it but cheese and meat, you need to say, I want a hamburger with nothing on it but cheese and meat. Otherwise, you're going to get the pickle, the mayonnaise, the onion, the ketchup, the mustard, the whole 9 yards.
Great analogy. That's awesome.
Yes. Have to be specific.
Yes. Very specific. Very.
Reg says, something behind Chris to his right is moving. Is that Jacob? No, it's not Jacob. He's in the other room.
Nope. And it's actually, I think that might be the...
Something reflecting back there.
Yeah, reflection.
Not sure. That's what he's saying.
It's Bill mooning. I'm just kidding.
It's what?
It's Bill mooning. No, I'm kidding. That's funny because I
started again.
There you go. The gap I was writing about, when you go online and you put a picture of yourself, that it's very, very important on a dating site that when you place that picture that you're aware of your background, because you don't want to have a junkyard of a car thing, or really like a trashed out trailer park or something like that.
Dirty dishes in a kitchen.
Exactly. Because there was this guy one time that had taken a picture of himself, handsome fellow with a nice shirt on, but he had his underwear, whiteies on, and the mirror in the back of him was reflecting the fact that he was standing there in his underwear. It was in the picture that he posted. So yeah.
Oh gosh.
Actually, I just saw something.
Sure.
It might have been the cat.
It's a cat.
The cat. I think it was the cat's tail. Oh, there he is. He's over there now.
Anyway,
all right.
Yeah, definitely. And
paranormal.
the ebooks.
I'm glad I debunked that.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And that goes throughout the entire show. If anybody is making the donations over 25, even when I'm not on here speaking, that goes throughout the entire show. And I'll get with Chris and Kristen on those people that did donate after I was, done my part and stepped away to make sure that you get that. Again, that's Omnipresent, What Happened Next, or The Colors of Heaven. Any of those books in ebook, where I will send them to your email address. And if you want to purchase my book, later at another time, if you're watching this broadcast and the time has passed for this donation and you're watching it just because you're a fan and you missed it tonight, my website is www.linmonet.com. I can be reached there for purchase of the books. And I recommend to anybody that is outside the country wanting to purchase the book, I highly recommend the ebook because the cost of shipping is going up in the month of January. It is already so ridiculously expensive. I mean, it's $47.
Started.
Yeah, it's $47 to send something from the United States to say New Zealand.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Sure.
yeah.
Ebook, just email it.
Yeah, the ebook, there is no shipping. It's a much lower cost. And actually the pictures are much better in the ebook than they even are in the book themselves. So
that's good to know.
Yeah, but there are not pictures in The Color of Heaven. It's all wording, but some of the other books do have pictures of orbs and ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people who like psychometry, definitely you have to get this.
Yeah.
This is it's seriously an amazing story, but it's seriously so sad and upsetting in a way. Read it. So it's amazing.
It definitely will put you on your feet. And the thing
it's scary as hell, and I don't want to say that, but I did.
Well, it is scary I mean, because it's straightforward. I mean, it's not candy and it really happened.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. And even the cover of the book isn't actually it happened when my son was sitting on the master bathroom toilet of that white door with those creepy hands coming through, was something that happened and left him scarred.
You have to think about that. People have to think about that. If that was your child and you actually had your child describe that to you, that's just it's heartbreaking in a way.
It is.
We understand.
Yeah. There were actually times in that house as a mother that I was actually more angry than scared.
Yes.
Point because I was tired of being messed with and having my family messed with. It was like, get the hell out. This is my place, but it never ended up being my place. And I mean, there are times that you can't get them out, and it depends on where the things are situated. I mean, I
why also the why.
Exactly. Yeah. And a lot of times too, there are ley lines going through there, or there are vortex.
I love her.
So you just never know where your house might be breaking in and sitting on one, and those ley lines are active. All kinds of things are traveling up and those.
You are in so much trouble, William. Oh, Bill.
Hey, so read omnipresent during the day, and that is,
goodness, my mom had to do that. Honest to God, I told you that. My mom was afraid to read the rest of it. Yeah, but she did. She read it during the day.
Good. Well, I'm going to love The Colors of Heaven, and I will send her a copy of that as well. I'm going to send her the Omnipresent What Happened Next this week because I've got to go to the post office with some other things that I have to mail out. So I'll make sure to get that information from you. And I'll be sending a copy also to her of The Colors of Heaven, just because she's my, you're my sister, and she's got a new job now. So yeah, definitely.
Tell her that. Thank you so much.
Well, it's my pleasure. I lost most of my family. Out of 6 of us, there's only one left besides me. And that person's been battling cancer for a long time. And I think that she's remission at this point, but it seems like every time that she is, then it kind of comes back. So, so I adopted my family, So
I don't have family. So I have no sisters and brothers. I have you guys.
Yes.
You guys are my sisters and brothers. So
That's right. You can tell, we can tell anything that we want to any of us, and it all within the family. So that's a good thing too.
That's an awesome thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on and doing that. And thank you for your offer to our audience about your book. And again, just real quick, so you guys know, if you use the donation buttons on our Facebook pages, donate $25 or more and send us, it'll give you an opportunity to show a receipt,
Mhm.
just send us that. You can do it right through that same Facebook page that you're on, and we'll forward that over to Lynn, and she will send you an e-book of your choice. Omnipresent, What Happens Next, Colors of Heaven. Great stuff. We love your books. We love you.
Absolutely.
It's been
Love
so
you
much
in
fun.
person, my God.
And I'm really thankful and grateful to you, to everybody who came on tonight, and especially our audience out there.
Yes.
That hung in there. Some of you guys hung in there for the entire duration. We've been on over 6.5 hours. And I think that's a pretty good amount of time. We did take a little break in there, but
Wait. Reggie's saying he wants to keep going on for 24 hours.
yeah,
Just saying.
well, we might have to talk afterwards.
Yeah.
But we think you're great, and we love everybody involved with this, and
Yes, thank
our
you
networks, Paranormal United Network, Paranormal UK Radio Network,
Paralinks.
they are our own Dark Horse Productions, and
Whoop, whoop is what I say.
this has been great. So thank you, and
Yes, thank you
happy
so much
holidays,
again,
everyone.
Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
God
Thumbs up
bless you.
and donate. We're good.
Yes, please.
That's right. And when the donation stuff is done, that go check out all Lynn's stuff. And you can reach her at lynnmonet.com. It's LYNNMONET.com, and find out about all this great stuff that you've been working on. So thank
And
you
we
again.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
And
Thank you, you
thanks
guys.
so much. Thanks,
We'll see you in
everyone.
a sec.
Bye bye.